We people are going to be used as food. The D-level officer next to Zhang Bufang kept chattering to him. Stop, stop, stop. Zhang Bufang had already seen that he had been talking here for more than 10 minutes, some of which were nonsensical and some of them were nonsensical. Zhang Bufang roughly understood that D-level personnel were just in order to test whether the zombies injected with the virus that were developed meet the combat strength requirements. Zhang Bufang had seen it before and was sent in as an experiment with his own hands. At that time, he was the master of the base, which meant that he seemed to have been sent in as a Class A personnel to conduct experiments on them. Are those zombies difficult to fight? Zhang Bufang asked. He had beaten Class A zombies before and found them not very powerful. At least so far, no one who has been taken out for experiments has come back alive. This D-level personnel looked at Zhang Bufang's calm face, but felt frightened. He suddenly backed away, looking at Zhang Bufang as if he had seen something terrible. His tone seemed to be overly excited. Don't look at the calm look on your face now. I will know when you type it out. Those things are very scary, and I also escaped death. Oh. Zhang Bufang didn't want to pay attention to anyone, closed his eyes, and started to rest. Naturally, D-level personnel will fight against D-level zombies. If they win, they should be able to upgrade. However, this is just Zhang Bufang's guess. Ordinary D-level zombies should not be injected with any special drugs, even if they are killed. It's not a big problem, right? Since Zhang Bufang was pulled over by some lunatic on the way, it was his turn to play soon. The people around him looked like they were watching the show, and many people were asking why this newcomer was so unlucky, and had he just arrived? I'll go there soon. Zhang Bufang didn't care. These people would express such frightened voices. They were of low level. Zhang Bufang lowered his level to level 30. When the time comes, he would raise his level slightly depending on the conditions. He really didn't believe that a level 50 zombie could be released during the fight. But this is boring, and it's still a complete crushing process. Zhang Bufang doesn't have many thoughts about actually fighting. To him, it's just like an ordinary home-cooked dish. This is a D-level personnel who seems to have never been like him, and beat the zombies on the ground as soon as they came up. Zhang Bufang calmly turned around, and everyone in the laboratory was stunned. While Zhang Bufang was chatting with people in the room, he heard that Class A and Class B personnel could receive medicines, so he quickly upgraded his level so that he might be able to meet Taylor. Come here and check the level. Zhang Bufang was forcibly pulled over to stand on an instrument as soon as he left the experimental door. Zhang Bufang still looked calm. Since he used the system to help suppress the level, it was impossible to be exposed. The number on the machine indeed showed 30. There is actually a level 30 person among the D-level personnel. Why don't we send him to the B level? Most of the D-level personnel are people with no level or low level. It is not suitable to arrange this person here. If appropriate, it will affect their experimental progress. The B-level people are all at level 35. If he goes there, I'm afraid he will be beaten. This level is a coincidence, and it seems that wherever Zhang Bufang arranges it, it is not suitable for them. Just send it over directly. It's up to him whether he lives or dies. The doctor stopped talking and turned around to grab another unlucky guy for experimentation. However, even if a newcomer like Zhang Bufang arrived in the B-level area, his identity card was still D-level. The original experimental subjects were still cultivated in batches. Zhang Bufang was taken to the B-level area. When he entered the area, the management staff looked at him and questioned him. When the two parties talked, Zhang Bufang was the one who was disliked. He just ignored everything and just threw it away. He arrived at a room in the second-level area in a daze. Look, this guy is a D-level guy. As soon as Zhang Bu entered the door, someone grabbed him by the collar and carried him over. The big man who grabbed his collar saw his ID card and looked at the person behind him excitedly. People say, why do everyone look like they've seen a ghost? Zhang Bufang was upset. Let go, Zhang Bufang said. No, what can you do to me? You are only a level 30 person and I am sent here. What if I am sent to a B-level area? You are still a D-level rookie. The big man expressed disdain. Why? This place can still gather people to fight. Zhang Bufang looked suspiciously at the man who grabbed his collar, and then left those behind him who were ready to make a move. Some people even started fighting. Look at the room where he came to stay. They are a group of militants. I can beat you, Zhang Bufang replied. But it is always better to keep a low profile. There is no doubt that he can beat this big man down, but he doesn't want to be dragged away by others every day. Calling back and forth. This person was level 38. Zhang Bufang felt like he was back to the time when he was fighting all day long, wandering on the edge of life and death, and relying on the system to take on those difficult S-level tasks. In terms of actual combat experience and fighting skills, Zhang Bufang is now top-notch. In the past, he was not very good at putting down his weapons and fighting in close quarters, but now he is good at it. Then why don't you come and give it a try? This man grabbed Zhang Bufang's collar and planned to punch him. Zhang Bufang grabbed the opponent's hand that grabbed his collar. The opponent's punch was so fast that he thought it would be too late to dodge, so he naturally took it directly. Zhang Bufang opened his other hand to catch the opponent's punch, but being pressed against the wall made him unhappy. I advise you to let go. We can go to the middle and fight. Zhang Bufang's eyes darkened, with a strong warning tone. That's no problem. This person finally saw that Zhang Bufang was not a pushover, and agreed after hesitating. Everyone around them was shouting and making noises, just to get to the edge and free up the space in the middle. As soon as Zhang Bufang and this man walked to the middle, the big man couldn't wait to control Zhang Bufang again so that he could. Next attack. Zhang Bufang avoided the opponent's hand that was grabbing at him, simply reached out and grabbed the opponent's wrist and twisted it outwards. The opponent felt pain, but he could bear it, so he endured the pain and kicked Zhang Bufang. On the one hand, Zhang Bu was hesitating about what he should do next. In the past, he didn't know how high the sky was, but it caused him a lot of trouble. Zhang Bu was hesitant, and the next step was to break the man's fingers directly. It's better to stop there. Giving in is not admitting defeat. People who can stay in this room cannot think with normal people's thinking. Who knows, if Zhang Bufang gives everyone present a blow when he comes, there will be people who beat him every day. What if Zhang Bufang gives him a blow every day? It's even worse if he causes some trouble. It's just that the big man who was fighting Zhang Bufang didn't want to let him go easily. He just saw him as a soft persimmon and easy to bully and didn't want to stop. Zhang Bufang got tired of it, so he simply kicked him, stood up, and kicked the other person, falling to the ground. He was so fast that the other party couldn't tell how he suddenly appeared behind him. Be a good person, Zhang Bufang chose, until he clicked so that the person would not be seriously injured. Then he picked a corner and sat down to rest. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he felt the oncoming wind. Zhang Bufang clicked his tongue impatiently, without even opening his eyes. He tilted his head and dodged. He could feel the fist hitting the wall. Okay, but this person used so much force. Didn't he feel any pain? Is something wrong? Zhang Bufang looked at the other party coldly. This time there was another person. Zhang Bufang was not in the mood to care what happened to the person he had just beaten. The person he was going to fight this time looked even more unkind. Fight. He said it simply and neatly. The reason, Zhang Bufang replied. D-level personnel should stay in their D-level place, the other party replied. Zhang Bufang scanned his level and found that it was level 40. Zhang Bufang remembered that personnel with level 40 can be considered as level A. I don't know why this person has not gone to the level A area yet, but maybe not everyone is. I want to work hard to climb up. You shouldn't stay in Class B either, Zhang Bufang said with a double entendre. He was already telling the other party that he could see his level. However, the other party didn't seem to notice it. He took his words as if they were nothing, and continued. None of your business, level D. Come and fight. I want to see what you have to do to jump directly to level B. If you don't have the ability, I will send you back. Okay, Zhang Bufang said, looking at the man who wouldn't stop fighting today. Wow, the people around him really started to cheer. Zhang Bufang used to think that it was impossible for him to fight against level 40 at level 30, but it is definitely different now. He is just a kid at level 40. Zhang Bufang's eyes darkened, and his punches became faster and faster. He wanted to go faster. Click to end this boring farce. But the opponent seemed to intentionally imitate his moves during the fight. To be honest, Zhang Bufang had seen this kind of moves before, but he had never seen one that he could learn and sell as well as the opponent said. Then you can play with him, Zhang Bufang thought to himself. It seems that I got lucky today and met someone interesting. This person's abilities are definitely not as good as he appears on the surface, and at least he is more troublesome than he imagined. The identity of the person who fought Zhang Bufang is listed as C Class B number 1. In other words, he is the strongest among Class B personnel here. It seems that the strongest one is level 40. However, this person is nothing more than that. This is the highest praise that Zhang Bufang can give to him. I try to imitate the opponent's speed in terms of attack speed, but I can't do my best. The opponent must have some of his own weaknesses that are holding him back. Are you sincerely fighting me, or are you planning to come over and waste my time? Zhang Bufang could certainly tell that the other party had not let go of the fight for some reason. To Zhang Bufang, the other party might be trying to. He is letting off steam, or he is deliberately trying to tease him. Imitating the opponent's moves is also a fighting technique. Being able to learn Zhang Bufang quickly can also admit that this person has some ability, but the quality of learning is so poor. Zhang Bufang is unlikely to accept it. Zhang Bufang received the opponent's punch, stood still, and pushed the opponent aside with all his strength. His look was quite, "If you don't stand here and explain it to me, you don't want to fight me." Feeling, "What's wrong?" Number 1 looked confused, obviously not knowing what was going on. "You are very good," Zhang Bufang said without any courtesy. With a cold face, he simply said all his mistakes. "If you want to learn the moves, learn them carefully. You are not fast enough to execute the moves in a row, and you are not strong enough. If you can't exert your best ability, what's the use of learning?" "What do you mean?" Hearing this made him very unhappy. "Come again." Zhang Bufang started fighting without explaining. When number 1 kicked, Zhang Bufang caught the opponent's flaws. There were many flaws, but he never pointed them out. He simply kicked the knee of the opponent's other supporting leg, knocking the opponent out. The move in midair was pulled down before it was finished. Zhang Bufang took a few steps back and looked at him with a clear face. "This." Number 1 has not yet reacted. "Don't understand? You just used whatever moves you used in the past. You learned them in such a messy manner, and you're going to do it again," Zhang Bufang said. This time he wanted to teach this person a little bit, so he might as well take the initiative to do the moves himself. After a fight, Zhang Bufang had beaten this man's self-esteem to a great extent. Zhang Bufang did not use great interests in the process, and did not intend to hurt the other party. He just forcibly stopped the other party's next actions when he showed his strength. He didn't even use the moves. He didn't even finish a move. He just made the opponent stop. How could he not be embarrassed? See, number 1 suddenly became helpless and sat on the ground looking at Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang looked at him and raised his eyebrows. Understood. The room was very quiet, and Zhang Bufang said one word. "You're awesome." Number 1 probably came in here. He had never lost before. He spoke through gritted teeth. After getting up, he was very unhappy. Originally, number 1 had fought many games with the people here. They did not harass him until the people here understood that number 1 was someone they could not defeat. That is not necessarily the case now. Zhang Bufang is here. This D-level person looks like he has a level 30 cultivation level, but he has exploded with abilities that they had never thought of. "Hey." Zhang Bu had just sat down to rest when he saw number 1 coming back angrily. "I don't accept apprentices," Zhang Bufang said, not intending to pay any attention to him. "Huh? You have a good idea." As a result, number 1 fell silent because of his words. After a while, he finally found a reason to speak and said, "Get up and continue fighting with me." "I'm not in the mood to fight with you," Zhang Bufang said without opening his eyes. "Get up." Number 1 punched the wall next to Zhang Bufang. This sounded like great pain, and when number 1 arrived, his expression didn't even change. Zhang Bufang almost understood that this person liked to hammer walls when he had nothing to do, and he might indeed feel no pain. "What are you going to do to fight me?" Number 1 had no choice against Zhang Bufang. He could no longer threaten the person in front of him with the usual violent threats, because he simply couldn't beat him. "I want to rest," Zhang Bufang said. "That D-level guy, come out of door number 2. Before Zhang Bufang could rest for a while, the microphone in the room rang. Zhang Bufang frowned dissatisfied. There were 4 doors in a room, and there was door number 2. The lights above were already on. Zhang Bufang reluctantly pushed away number 1, who was standing in front of him, and was just about to fight to the death. He walked to door number 2, and door number 2 opened automatically for him. "I'll take care of you after I finish beating you." Of course, number 1 continued to speak harshly, then turned around and looked at the people who were laughing at him. Number 1 simply squeezed his hands. He couldn't beat Zhang Bufang, but here, he has beaten everyone. The zombie has been injected with the madness virus. Hold this board, and you will test the maximum force it can explode when it attacks you. In addition, other tests, you can leave after completing these. Be careful not to kill the zombie, as its hands, feet, and head cannot be harmed. Zhang Bufang said to him as he walked past the glass windows. Every time he came to this testing site, there were always large glass windows, making him look like an animal surrounded by glass windows in Ocean Park. Same. Zhang Bufang glanced at the people standing outside the glass. Those people knew nothing but research. They were frightened by his eyes and took a step back. After reacting, they began to scold Zhang Bufang. Watch your behavior. The experiment leader's voice came from the microphone. Zhang Bufang has a special communication on his body, which is his identity card. If he has anything to do, he can contact the people outside the glass window. During the fight, Zhang Bufang usually never speaks, so he picked up the "Just walk over to the zombies with the testing equipment you need." Bang! The board in Zhang Bufang's hand was made of some unknown material. It looked a bit like an iron plate. As soon as the zombies saw him, they jumped up and used tremendous force. Say hello to Zhang Bufang. The rooms where Class B and Class A personnel stay also have glass windows, and you can see the testing situation. The psychological quality of Class B and Class A personnel is strong enough, and they will even feel vaguely excited when they see those fighting scenes. So a glass window was arranged for them. At this time, Number 1 was fighting with other people in the Class B glass window. It seemed that they were fighting a lot, and blood was spattered, but no one paid attention to that side. Sight test jump. Okay, now you jump long to test the opponent's vision. The laboratory experiment is really weird. If you want to test the attack power of the claws, this is understandable, but why do you need to test it? The other person's eyesight. Zhang Bufang had some doubts. Aren't all zombies identified by their smell, except for those high-level zombies? He still did as he was told. He had no right to ask more questions here. Very good. Now, add an additional test to test whether it carries a regular virus. This means that Zhang Bufang is allowed to take a blow from the zombies. As for how deep the wound is, it is up to Zhang Bufang to control it. Zhang Bufang has some ironic words about the regular virus in the experimental area, which means the question is whether there is a virus they want to cultivate. Virus cultivation is extremely troublesome, and the experiment will not be of any benefit to them. But this group of people are still keen to do this on their own. Hiss. When Zhang Bufang attacked, he planned to just dodge and let the wound on his foot bleed, but this move did make him feel a lot of pain, even though he did dodge. The claw looked like it was like a razor blade. Zhang Bufang was dissatisfied. The experiment is over, D-class personnel. Now you have to let the zombies stay where they are, otherwise your safety door will not be able to be opened. You have to do the experiment, you have to get hurt yourself, and you are not allowed to attack the zombies. Zhang Bufang silently followed the instructions one by one. But this last one is really a bit difficult. After the zombie was injected with their medicine, it was too much. He was very active. Zhang Bufang had been here for more than half an hour, and he had complied with all kinds of experiments. This was a serious loss of physical strength for him. The last one is to make the opponent stay where he is. How to do this? The most important thing is not to allow the opponent to be hurt. After Zhang Bufang was in a stalemate with the opponent for 10 minutes, he still couldn't think of a way. The zombies were not. There is a state of coma, and they are conscious all the time unless they are completely killed. Why can't I knock it down on the spot and quickly pass through my safety door? Zhang Bufang couldn't help but speak. There are certain risks in doing this. What should you do when this zombie enters the security door? The people in the laboratory gave him the reply. Kill it. Zhang Bufang replied without hesitation. Oh, D-level personnel, you need to think clearly about your status. After you introduce him to the B-level room, you must know that no one in the B-level room has a higher value than this zombie. People also gave him rejection. This means that the experimental subjects here are not even as precious as a zombie. And the experimental subjects here are all living people, the same kind as the doctors in the laboratory. But unfortunately, what is determined here is experimental subjects have a low status. Now that he has been labeled as an experimental subject, he cannot get rid of it. But I can't stand it like this. Zhang Bufang was already trying his best to suppress his voice and prevent himself from shouting. He felt angry, and he felt even more dissatisfied. Such emotions often appeared here. He suppressed them the past few times, but there was no. He couldn't see any abnormalities. But with such repeated stalemates and complicated fighting, his patience was almost exhausted, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. If he didn't make a decision in a short time, he would die here. Keep this zombie alive. The people in the laboratory only answered him with this sentence, and the meaning was already obvious. To ensure that this zombie can survive, this D-level personnel can die here. It happens that there is no need to deliver food, which saves them running around. They heard that the person who delivered food in the laboratory was infected with the virus and died. But they are all elites in the laboratory and do not want to end up like this. How to make the zombie stay where it is simply a problem. Zhang Bufang has no idea how to make the zombie stay there honestly. This is simply a difficult question given to him by the experimenter. Zhang Bufang has no idea of this. How to solve the question. He knew that the people in the laboratory were not as good as zombies. In order for Zhang Bufang to complete the task he needed to complete, he had to accept it. This was difficult to do. Zhang Bufang wanted to simply punch the opponent and kill him. Forget it there, but this is just an idea in his mind. Zhang Bufang was quickly thinking of countermeasures while avoiding zombie attacks. The zombies injected with the virus were like chicken blood. If the hands, feet, and head cannot be injured, Zhang Bufang glanced at the position of the opponent's heart and thought, forget it. These parts will die in one hit, and the opponent's claws cannot be removed. How can he fight this? Zhang Bufang already has a lot of wounds on his body. If he continues to be cowardly, he will die here. Whether he can get out is a troublesome matter. Does he still have to keep the zombies alive? Zhang Bufang has no way out at the moment. However, the path he chose no longer allows him to continue walking. The rules are binding him, so he has no choice but to break the rules. Class D personnel, what are you doing? Zhang Bufang didn't want to dodge, so when the opponent was attacking him, he punched the opponent's head. His disgusting brains splashed on the wall, leaving green stains on the white wall. Zhang Bufang gasped heavily. His physical strength is almost exhausted now. D-class personnel, you will now receive the punishment you deserve. Take him to the cage. The people in the laboratory regarded Zhang Bufang as a zombie. When they sent people over, those people were still a few steps away from him and did not dare to move forward. Zhang Bufang smiled sarcastically. He could not resist the laboratory personnel. The other party used the zombie's shackles to bring him. It turns out that this place really has a cage, and it's not just a title. When the blindfold on Zhang Bufang's eyes was torn off, he saw clearly the true face of the prison. The corpses were piled up together. The place that had not been cleaned for many years exuded a musty smell, and it was very humid. Zhang Bufang was pushed forward. The road under his feet was too slippery. He failed to control his center of gravity and fell to the ground. There was something sticky on his palm, and Zhang Bufang smelled the stench spreading in the air. He almost vomited, but he hadn't eaten yet, so nothing could be vomited out of his stomach. Level D personnel, you will stay here for the next 3 days. The nutritional medicine you said you wanted to supplement has been placed at the door for you. Whether you live or die is up to you. There is only one transmitter here, and the sound is particularly loud in the empty place. Zhang Bufang held on to his overdraft, walked to the door, and saw the small box. When he opened it, he found that there were only 4 nutritional potions. 4 nutritional pills, asking him to live for 3 days? This is clearly making things difficult for him. Zhang Bufang walked around and found that there was no clean place here at all. Regardless of whether it was dirty or not, he sat down on the spot to recover his strength. He leaned on the wet wall and fell asleep. It was completely dark, there were no lights, and some strange sounds could be heard. This is the instinct of people to be afraid in the dark night. After Zhang Bufang woke up, he didn't know what time it was, and the feeling of discomfort spread to him. The feeling of vomiting all over my body came again. Does this mean that he will starve to death here? What kind of punishment is this? After Zhang Bufang rested, his mind became much clearer. If he thought about it again, he just felt that this was boring. But those 4 nutritional potions are indeed his life for the next 3 days. I hope the laboratory will not create any other tricks to disgust people with this punishment. However, the reality will certainly not be as good as Zhang Bufang thought. Zhang Bufang was sitting here in a daze, bored, when he suddenly heard a strange sound. In this completely empty room with no end, this sound of tapping on the wall made his hair stand on end. It was pitch black. He couldn't see anything, which led to countless possibilities in his mind. Zhang Bufang still remembers that when he was in modern times, he had read about disgusting operations that used people's psychology to scare people to death. When it was his turn, he really didn't feel that it was just a trick. He was the only one. People who cannot be afraid. Zhang Bufang stood up carefully and tried to walk towards the source of the sound. He also had to pay attention to the slippery ground under his feet. He didn't want to fall on his face. He was walking well at first, but suddenly he tilted somewhere. He fell to the ground in embarrassment. Zhang Bufang was worried about these disgusting things on the ground, so he quickly got up and cursed. Who? Zhang Bufang tried to shout. In this complete darkness, he did not know what kind of punishment would be used in the laboratory. He had to smile bitterly, even though he had just told. This is just a trick in the laboratory, but now he has no way to stop the random thoughts in his mind. This is just the beginning of the first day. Zhang Bufang felt as if he had been walking in a circle, just like a ghost beating a wall. He could never reach the destination he wanted to go to. Keeping walking in one place, Zhang Bufang could feel that his hands had changed. It was wet, and there were a lot of messy things on it. He clapped his hands, but these things still wouldn't fall off. Especially during the process of groping, he suddenly touched something that was slightly soft and felt like flesh. Moreover, the thing was long and movable. Zhang Bufang was so frightened that he immediately jumped away and stood still. After a while, I tried not to touch the wall again. This place is used to disgust people. Zhang Bufang came to the conclusion. On the first day, Zhang Bufang guessed that the knocking sound lasted for 2 to 3 hours. These 2 to 3 hours seemed as long as a century, and it was extremely difficult to endure. On the other side of Zhang Bufang's wall, he didn't dare to go over, so he squatted there and rested for a while, then started groping again. Is there no end to this place at all? Or is this the way the room is made? The more you rest, the clearer your mind becomes. The clearer your mind is, the more you can detect something wrong, but everything around you does not suddenly appear wrong. An incident broke out, making Zhang Bufang feel a concrete threat to his safety. The unknown is really scary. When Zhang Bufang had no choice but to close his eyes and rest, those weird sounds came again. This time the knocking sound turned into the sound of water drops. The room was damp and humid, but how could there be a constant sound of water drops? Zhang Bufang. After Bufang woke up from fright, he stayed where he was, silent, and remained silent, but his slightly sluggish breathing betrayed himself. Yes, he was now very afraid of these unknown things. The sound of water dripping was like continuous drops of water hitting a small puddle, echoing throughout the room. Zhang Bufang definitely doesn't want to stay like this. His spirit is even more decadent now. To give himself some energy, he must at least find a way to survive these few days. Zhang Bufang forced himself to stand up and walk towards the source of the sound. He played the boring game again and kept looking for the source of the sound. The only thing he did now was to recharge his batteries. He can no longer do this. Once Zhang Bufang stops, he will hear those little sounds around him that are more terrifying than the sound of water dripping and indescribable. He was about to have a nervous breakdown. Zhang Bufang couldn't find the source of the sound, and he couldn't calm himself down. For a person like him who has lived on alert for a long time, this fatal terror almost made him collapse. He stopped and suddenly remembered that there was a communicator in his ring. Perhaps he could use this communicator to connect to the external environment. But he just thought about it for a moment and immediately stopped extinguishing the flame of this idea. He can't guarantee that this place is safe enough, and he can't guarantee that this place will intercept his communication as soon as possible after he uses it. No matter which road you take, it is blocked. There is no other way but to push it down. Zhang Bufang thought for a while and decided that he might as well just knock himself out and wait for 3 days. But he always had no sense of measure when it came to his actions, especially when it came to knocking people out. After he came up with this idea, and he was afraid that he had beaten himself too much. Zhang Bufang can generate countless thoughts in just 1 minute. He also knows that these thoughts cannot be generated, but there is no way. This environment makes him so out of control. Zhang Bufang would only take half a nutritional supplement when he was extremely hungry. After eating, he would find a place to sleep. Even if he couldn't sleep, he would force himself to fall asleep and then block his ears with his hands. What was the sound after the sound of water dripping? Zhang Bufang no longer dared to think carefully. Zhang Bufang felt in his dream that countless vines were entangled around him, pulling him down into the dark abyss. Even if he wanted to run away, he looked at himself motionless in the dream. There is no way to control dreams. Who? Zhang Bufang seemed to have broken through a layer of demonic barriers. He pushed open the window with great difficulty to break the chaotic world created by his dream, because he suddenly heard someone calling just now, and he had not been there for a long time. No human voice was heard calling him, but his voice seemed to be blocked in his throat. Zhang Bufang thought that he might have to endure this dilemma for a long time. Zhang Bufang finally woke up, but there was still darkness in front of him, but this time it was a little different from before. In the darkness, he could see some outlines of the room. Sometimes suddenly, it turns into a circle, and sometimes it suddenly turns into a square. Zhang Bufang felt like he was overlooking the entire room from God's perspective. Gradually, he found that he had lost his eyesight. This was how he felt. Those outlines disappeared from his sight, and the real thing in front of him became. It was a mass of darkness. Zhang Bufang was afraid and wanted to move forward to find something. But within a few steps, he tripped on the ground with his left foot and right foot. It can't all be dark. He doesn't want black. He hates such disgusting places. Perhaps Zhang Bufang had been trying to find a way out for himself in his heart, and his eyes gradually seemed to have really recovered their vision. This time, what he saw was indeed not the same black as before. Some other colors began to appear in his eyes, but unfortunately those outlines that had just disappeared appeared again. Sometimes those outlines were double colors superimposed on each other, and sometimes they looked like a single color, shaky and like. It's a box that's constantly being shaken. Red, blue, yellow, green. Although none of them are very bright colors, they all reveal darkness. But being able to see these colors seems to bring great comfort to himself. Zhang Bufang. He even stretched out his hand in confusion to touch some colors, but when the touch in his hand was slippery again, Zhang Bufang froze, and the expression on his face that was about to harden began to change a little, and it was no longer as frightened as before. He felt himself touching this color. He looked at his hands, which were bright red. They were no longer black, and he was so happy. He grinned. The whole room echoed with her own laughter, and those sounds of banging on the wall that he once feared were still there. The sound of water drops or other random sounds were all covered up. Zhang Bufang found that something was wrong with him. He thought that he might be crazy, but he thought that in such a claustrophobic environment, if he was crazy, it would be fine and he wouldn't need to suffer from those fears. He might as well just make the mistake. After all, he doesn't have the ability to change this reality now, right? If he can escape these 3 days, that would be a better way. Zhang Bufang himself thinks so. Zhang Bufang couldn't sleep, and his mind was still clear enough. He felt that his body seemed to have endless energy that could not be used up. He wanted to run and jump, as long as he could do something to consume his energy. His physical strength was sufficient. So he just did it, running back and forth with weird legs and repetitive mechanical movements, as if he was not controlling it himself. The ground didn't feel slippery. Even if he fell down occasionally, he would get up as if nothing had happened. Zhang Bufang could still feel the pain from his knees or the scratches on his palms. There were still some small wounds that sent him feeling, but then he couldn't feel it anymore. He seemed to have lost a lot of things that he should have. For example, when Zhang Bufang found that he could no longer feel pain, he began to feel strangely excited for a while, and then he felt extremely depressed, and his mood dropped from the highest level. When the click reached the lowest point, he suddenly became frustrated and fell to the ground. He smashed straight to the ground, just to test whether he had really lost his sense of pain as he thought. But when he really couldn't feel it and was convinced of this statement, fear had completely filled his heart and brain. I think I should feel pain. I have wounds. These wounds will make me feel. Zhang Bufang muttered without pausing. He occasionally stopped to take a breath, perhaps thinking again. Other things come back to this dead point. He felt he should feel some pain to calm him down. So he suddenly smashed his palm against the uneven surface as if he was hurting himself, and his hand was immediately dripping with blood. Zhang Bufang can guarantee that he definitely used 10 times the strength to make himself feel the pain, but his hand. There didn't seem to be any reaction. It was just that he couldn't control it. There is no pain, no pain, no pain. Zhang Bufang has lost count of how many wounds he has created on his body like a self-abuse. He desperately wants to find a sustenance in his heart, but there is nothing here. He tries to be like just now. He was running around or jumping around like that, but the ground seemed to be unwelcoming to him, and he kept falling and hitting the ground. Gradually, he started to have tinnitus. Zhang Bufang laughed, and finally he could no longer hear the sound that made him upset at first. This seemed to be a very fortunate thing, but he was tired and was using the constant mechanical movement. He moved his legs back and forth across the room, and he never got up after falling. Zhang Bufang had a little consciousness when he was unconscious. He groped around casually and seemed to find 2 medicine tubes. He vaguely remembered that he only had 2 nutritional medicines left. But the more desperate things were not over yet. After Zhang Bufang woke up, he felt much better. He could also feel the pain of the wounds on his body, which made him take a breath of cold air. There was still some residual ringing in his ears, but it was much smaller. But what really made him feel desperate was that when he woke up, he found that he was holding 2 things tightly in his hands. There were just 2 small tubes with empty bottles left. It took Zhang Bufang some time to regain consciousness before he remembered that these were the medicines he needed to get through 3 days. If he fell asleep suddenly like this, there would be nothing when he woke up. Zhang Bufang handed the medicine tube to his mouth, hoping that he could still taste the sweet taste of glucose. Unfortunately, he tasted this sweet taste in the outer shell of the medicine tube. Next, regardless of how dirty the ground was, he touched the place where the medicine tube had been placed. The place was moist and sticky. Zhang Bufang became desperate and put his hand tremblingly into his mouth. It tasted sweet. 2 of the medicines he needed to spend 3 days of horrific life were scattered here. Maybe he burst the tubes with his foot while running around. Maybe he was unconscious. That is to say, during the period of time when he was sleeping, he opened all the medicine and poured it out. He had no memory of all this, and it seemed that he could feel that there was another person living in his body. Zhang Bufang feels that not even a day has passed yet, and all his medicines are gone. So how should he spend the next 2 days? He might be able to think about what kind of method he should use to make his death look better, but such an idea is absolutely unacceptable. Zhang Bufang just watched this idea smoke a little and extinguished it. How could they simply die here? There was someone waiting for them outside. No matter how difficult it was here, the person outside would never leave or give up. I can persevere. I can persevere. I can persevere. Zhang Bufang muttered this sentence, just like a monk in a temple constantly chanting Amitabha. I don't know when I fell asleep again. These dreams made him feel bad, but he couldn't wake up. There are some strange things in Zhang Bufang's mind. He feels like a patient in a mental hospital. Those mental patients who run around crazy all day long are often irritable, often depressed, and scratch themselves with razors. But here, there was no doctor he could call. Zhang Bufang could no longer feel whether he was awake or dreaming of recurring dreams. Reality seemed to have no boundary with hypocrisy. A person like Zhang Bufang lay completely on the ground, like a dead corpse. Sometimes he could open his eyes and judge whether he was immersed in a dream, but in the end he was too lazy to even open his eyes and just kept lying there, not caring about life or death. Are you okay? Zhang Bufang's Hong was wandering on the edge of the dream and suddenly heard someone calling her, but he couldn't remember who the voice was. He felt that the voice was very familiar. Wake up. Hello? Hello. This voice sounded a bit sharp to him. Zhang Bufang hadn't heard such a voice for a long time. He felt a little noisy and confused. He called this person. After pushing it away, the sound disappeared for a while and started to sound again. Zhang Bufang didn't really want to pay attention to the ghosts that appeared in this dream. He also didn't think about how many days he had been imprisoned and how many days he had left before he could get out. All he could think about now was to continue sleeping. As long as he sleeps a little longer, he can go out. Wake up. This voice seemed a little anxious, almost crying. Zhang Bufang still thought this voice was very annoying, but after careful reflection, this voice was too familiar to him. Zhang San, Zhang San. The name Zhang San didn't seem to be calling him. Zhang Bufang's consciousness was brought back a little, and he could still know that his original name was Zhang Bufang. I am Zhang Yueqin. Zhang Yueqin. Isn't it Taylor? Who is Taylor? Zhang Bufang felt like he was shaking his head, and his body seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. He had a severe headache, but he just couldn't break out of the shackles of this dream on him. Isn't Taylor the person he has been waiting for? Zhang Bufang seemed to be suddenly awakened by these words, but he broke away from his dream and suddenly opened his eyes. There was still darkness in front of him. This is impossible. It's a dream. I obviously heard the sound. Zhang Bufang thought to himself. Are you okay? Are you sure? Seeing you like this makes me really uneasy. After Zhang Bufang woke up, he was stunned for a long time. He didn't have any reaction when Taylor asked him. It took him a while to react, and his eyes finally became focused. Maybe I'm okay. The first thing Zhang Bufang did when he woke up was to check the surrounding environment. He found that this was an ordinary medical room, and then stared at Taylor, who kept asking her if she was okay in front of him. It took him a while to believe that he had really left the punishment room. When he first woke up, he even thought it was just another dream. Zhang Bufang didn't dare to confirm whether something was wrong with him. He felt that time passed too quickly, from the time he entered the punishment room to here. Perhaps he had such disbelief because he had been frightened for a long time. The unreal feeling in Fang's heart did not dissipate for a long time, not to mention that the punishment was very successful. How long were you held there? Taylor asked. How did you get here? How long can you stay here? How did I get out? Zhang Bufang still did not answer Taylor's words. He asked several questions in a row. I don't know the specific situation. It was the people in the laboratory who informed me to come here. Do you still remember the woman who assigned us last time? After the people in the laboratory asked me to bandage you, the woman gave me. You can stay here for half an hour, Taylor replied. Looking at Zhang Bufang's pale face, she felt that even though he was staying in such a quiet environment, he still couldn't relax. But Taylor couldn't even do anything by herself. This might be due to a mental illness. All she learned during these hours was medicines, how to prepare them, how to distribute them. She was helpless to deal with Zhang Bufang's mental condition. Zhang Bufang was far more peaceful than what she saw. I'm fine. Maybe I'll be fine after a while. You still have to cherish half an hour. After all, it's so difficult to see each other like this once. Zhang Bufang shook his head, as if he wanted to clear out the things left in his mind after leaving the room. All the after effects have been shaken off, and Taylor is still here. It's very hard. You must be careful in the future, Taylor said. Well, Zhang Bufang just quietly enjoyed the rare half hour with Taylor. He seemed to be too deeply affected. Maybe he shouldn't see Taylor in the next period of time. It would be best if he didn't meet Taylor. Don't let the other party discover any abnormalities in himself. Taylor had to leave after half an hour, and Zhang Bufang was transferred back to the Class B room. Just like he had just entered the room, everyone inside saw his arrival, and all fell silent and stopped everything they were doing. Activity, looking at him dumbfounded. Zhang Bufang just looked indifferent. You're back. Number 1 was very happy. He originally planned to give the other person a hug or clap his hands with the other person to celebrate. He was the first person to leave the punishment room, so he saw the other person's face. It's even colder than the past few days. It was already a miracle that people who entered the punishment room could still come out. Number 1 could quickly understand that. Number 1 had never entered a punishment room, but he had seen a Class B personnel who had gone in and out. When I returned to this room, I was in a crazy state. At first I could still fight and laugh with them every day, but then it became more and more abnormal. The Class B personnel volunteered to die under the claws of zombies during the next test. The death of that personnel undoubtedly sounded a wake-up call to everyone in their room, and they must never disobey any instructions of the laboratory. It seems that in order to solidify this idea for them, the people in the laboratory also showed them a certain video about what happened when the Class B personnel was locked in the punishment room. Number 1 and other people watched. Watching this video makes me look bad. The laboratory is becoming more and more harsh on them. In order to prevent them from disobeying instructions, they are locked up in the punishment room one by one. Except for Number 1. Number 1 is by far the strongest person in Class B. He is also the person who is most likely to enter Class A. He was named by Class A researchers and asked to be retained, so he can survive. I think your appearance may not be that good. Can you tell me what you went through inside? Number 1 ran to Zhang Bufang, sat down like the other person, and asked, just being locked up in a small dark room? Zhang Bufang was silent for a while, and then spoke slowly. He heard that the pain can be halved if told to others. He really needs someone to relieve it, and these are the things you absolutely cannot say to Taylor. Dark room? If you were locked up in a dark room, you would be like this? Number 1 obviously didn't believe it. There were many details that were omitted by the person in front of him. You can't see anything in that room, and the environment is very disgusting, very humid, and some plants grow there. And there is an inexplicable smell, Zhang Bufang said. He still went to wash up after returning here. Taking a shower, I suddenly remembered too much. During the half hour that Taylor accompanied him, he had just come out of that room, and he must have been very strange. When he went to take a shower, the inexplicable smell of rotting plants lingered on his body. It stimulated his nerves. Zhang Bufang almost wanted to rub the skin off his body. In a world where I can't see anything, I still hear the sounds that are deliberately made. I hear the sound of water drops. I also hear the sound of stones hitting the wall. I also hear the sound of shouting. I seem to. I heard a lot of sounds, but I tried to look for them, but never found them. Zhang Bufang seemed to be stubbornly trying to remember. As he spoke, he recalled the scene that happened, but the more he recalled, his head began to hurt. Stand up. It seemed that his body was not going to let him recall that not-so-good time. Zhang Bufang had calmed down now and could only recall a brief moment when he recalled that time. He could remember that he was lying on the ground, motionless. He moved and remembered the dreams he had had, but the dreams were not clear and had become blurry. He also remembered that his medicine tube suddenly disappeared, and then he did not know anything else. Forget it, forget it. Zhang Bufang felt a headache and simply stopped thinking about it. When he opened his eyes after being silent for a while, the people around him still looked like they were watching a good show. Zhang Bufang. His eyes suddenly swept across the faces of those people one by one, observing their expressions to see what kind of meaning they revealed. He came to the conclusion that he seemed to find that the people around him were waiting for him, so he continued to speak in order to facilitate. Look at his jokes. It makes him feel uncomfortable, the look on his face. It would make him suddenly furious, Zhang Bufang thought in his mind, and rubbed the word furious repeatedly. Just as he thought, he suddenly stood up and pushed a laughing man to the ground. Hey, stop. If he dies, you have to go in again. Number 1 watched Zhang Bufang's eyes gradually dimming and quickly reminded him. Zhang Bufang seemed to have suddenly been burned. He hurriedly let go of the hand holding the other person's neck. When he came back to his senses, he realized that his behavior just now was completely unconscious. His mind went blank just now. It was as if he was standing in front of a certain window, and the scene reflected in his eyes was the scene he saw in front of the window. He was like an indifferent bystander, watching all this happen. I'm warning you not to look at me with that look, Zhang Bufang said, and then walked back to his corner. Perhaps even he didn't notice that when he walked back, his hand was on. The hair was shaking slightly. Okay, poor Class B personnel, the zombies you need to test are coming again. The experimenters in the microphone were very happy to see this scene. They seemed to be happy to see their experimental subjects and trembled. Appearance. Zhang Bufang stood up silently and entered the test area silently. He waited for the microphone to tell him what to do next. The microphone soon heard a voice. We are going to test its average attack power. How much? See that board in the corner? Take it, and we'll stop when we say it. Zhang Bufang quietly did this. Then he fought with the zombies. Zhang Bufang was actually dodging all the time. If he couldn't avoid the zombies' attacks, he would only make a small counterattack. Now he subconsciously told. He couldn't bear any harm from this zombie. He was worried that he would enter that terrible place. There was nothing he could do about it. Maybe this is the fun that experimenters have to do every day. There is no experiment that needs to be done every day. It just depends on the progress of the research. They just want to see what kind of expression this D-class personnel wearing sharp clothes shows when he first came in. With a fearful expression, they didn't like the aura of a superior person revealed by this D-level personnel. Moreover, they couldn't understand how a D-level personnel could possess such aura, so they could only conduct daily boring experiments on them. This anger was vented on this D-class personnel. These 10 minutes were spent in silence. Zhang Bufang put down the board in his hand. He had many more wounds on his body, but he put down the board subconsciously and went to look at the zombie. When it was over, he discovered that there was actually a chain around the zombie's neck. If Zhang Bufang didn't want to be attacked, he just had to take a few steps back. Zhang Bufang moved his eyes to the glass window, and the experimenter smiled happily when he looked at him. This seemed to be another extreme place. Zhang Bufang thought, Maybe he should stay here and spend some effort to get rid of this sequelae. Zhang Bufang discovered this sequelae, which brought him a lot of emotional ups and downs, sudden fears, etc. This troublesome emotion also brought him many benefits, such as his attack speed becoming faster. His dodge speed has also become faster, and his danger intuition is more accurate than before. He can feel the danger and make the best reaction the moment it occurs. His body instinctively begins to avoid those dangers subconsciously. At the beginning, Zhang Bufang was really timid when dealing with zombies, for fear of hurting the zombies at all. This situation was completely relieved after a few days. Zhang Bufang could be in the process of testing. He met the requirements of the test and suffered less injuries at the same time. However, he became even more silent than before. Zhang Bufang would never speak unless necessary. He cherished his words like gold, which number one had. Sometimes I would chat with him or discuss with him. Zhang Bufang will agree to the discussion, but is absolutely too lazy to chat with number one. He is either silently staying in the corner or looking at a certain place in a daze. This is Zhang Bufang's state when there is no need for testing. During the test, the experimenters would originally have focused all their attention on the zombies during the test, but it seems that they now prefer to study Zhang Bufang. During the experiment, Zhang Bufang's mentality was completely unstable. Sometimes he would be angered by the zombies and punch the zombies hard. Sometimes the punch would have no effect, but sometimes Zhang Bufang would be furious. Bufang would punch the opponent's head to pieces, but the experimenters observed that this rage did not last long, and when they stopped the test, the sudden emotion would suddenly disappear. This made the experimenter felt that it didn't look good enough. To be honest, in their opinion, Zhang Bufang may be more interesting than those zombies. The experimenters will also gather together in private. In addition to discussing the progress of each day's research, they will also discuss the experimental products under their hands. Discuss what kind of funny attitude their test subjects had today, or what good things the test subjects did to help them during today's experiment. Not surprisingly, the Class B staff talked about Zhang Bufang. There was a Class D person in the Class B experimental area, which immediately attracted the interest of others. While chatting, he explained the experimental conditions that came in. Under this situation, the Class A experiment sure proposed the idea of bringing this D-level personnel to Class A. Because Class A is always one level higher than Class B, of course this Class A personnel did it easily. He wanted to. Made. Zhang Bufang was transferred to Class A. Zhang Bufang was transferred to Class A. The first thing Class A personnel did to him was to check his mental state. Although Zhang Bufang did not know the conclusion he came to, looking at their faces, Zhang Bufang felt that there was no need for him to know. After a day or two of rest, Zhang Bufang ushered in his first task in Class A. In the past, it was to inject zombies with those strange drugs, but now it is his turn. On his own, the room where Class A personnel lived was not much different from that of Class B. It was still a completely white room with 4 doors. After Zhang Bufang entered, he found that there were only 6 Class A personnel, including himself. There were 7. Everyone in this room was sitting quietly in the corner, paying no attention to anyone. It was so quiet and in line with the environment he wanted. Zhang Bufang also found a corner to sit. He received it in a while. For that task, the muscles in his body immediately tensed up, telling him that this task was not that simple. Hey, the system has released a new task. After being silent for so long, the system finally spoke a word, and the first sentence was to release a task. The current state of the host is in an extremely bad state. The system must take certain measures to ensure the health of the system host. In view of the host's fierce resistance, the system is preparing to use the plan. First, it must look at the host's own health. Idea: release the first mission. Successfully complete this test without being harmed by any agent. Host: I hope you choose as soon as possible. You don't have much time to use it. I hope you can get rid of this sequelae through your own efforts. After all, no one helps you. You don't have to help yourself. This is the first time that the system uses. When I call myself this name, it seems to have become much more humane. Zhang Bufang also noticed this change in the system, and his eyes moved slightly because he noticed it. He really wanted to get rid of the trouble of this sequelae. Zhang Bufang agreed. That is, until he is in a critical moment. He really cannot use his brain as flexibly as before. He feels that he will have headaches at certain times, and such frequent headaches disturb his thinking, and he cannot make his thoughts. He thought it was the most reasonable choice. What do you need me to do? Please, host, find a way to get out of this trouble. The system's answer is of little use. Zhang Bufang really wanted to work hard to change his current situation, so he obediently raised his body, but it was only limited to getting up. With one movement, he stood up and looked. With the other people in the room, he suddenly didn't know what he should do. He looked helplessly at the experimenter outside the glass window, saw him standing up, looked at Zhang Bufang in confusion, and then continued to develop the test in his hand. The medicine will be given to this D-class personnel in a while. The first attempt failed. I didn't even take a step and failed like this. The first plan has been unable to be started smoothly. The system has decided to take compulsory measures. There are two options for accommodation. 1. The system can completely erase the memory of those 3 days. Second, the system can eliminate some of the memories that the host does not want to face and give the host a certain amount of medicinal comfort. Can drugs still cure it? Zhang Bufang felt that he was mentally ill. He did not believe that his current state could be cured by drugs, although he had been using drugs sold in the system mall before, and the effect of that medicine is really good. This is actually the same reason that mental patients have some resistance and distrust in medicine after they become ill. After taking medicine for half a year, they have never seen any improvement. Those with mental illness also have despair that breaks out in their hearts at some point. It will drag them into the abyss, costing money and time, as well as their own bodies and drug treatment, causing huge damage to their nerves. Zhang Bufang still knows something about this. Then choose the second one. Zhang Bufang replied. Didi beep. The system's beep sounded in Zhang Bufang's head. Zhang Bufang's head began to feel dizzy. He returned to the corner and sat down again. The system's repeated beeps made him feel sharp. The system may have noticed this aspect of his feelings and changed it to a soft piano music for him. Zhang Bufang simply hooked up, and the system was really more humane this time. Zhang Bufang's vision suddenly turned dark. When he woke up again, he found himself leaning against the wall. He must have been unconscious just now. Some bad memories in the brain have been deleted. This is medicine. In view of the host's poor mental condition this time, the gold coins deducted will be halved, and the deducted amount will be 500. Host, please adjust your recent status as soon as possible so that you can be better. Complete the task. After the system finished speaking, a piece of candy appeared in Zhang Bufang's hand, a transparent candy with the wrapper removed. It seems that the system has more tricks. Zhang Bufang closed his eyes quietly for a while and ate the candy. The candy was sweet after eating, without the bitterness of drugs. After a while, he felt that his mood was indeed good. A little bit less. When I try to recall the past memories, I don't have the headache that I started with. And it seems that it is indeed less severe, and others have become much better. Feeling a lot more energetic. Does the task issued by the system still count? Zhang Bufang's brain can be considered to be active. The task of avoiding the harm of drugs still counts. But what needs to be completed by the host is not to avoid the drugs that the experimenters are studying. There will be specific prompts for which drugs to avoid. The time has not yet come. Can I buy medicines in the mall? Zhang Bufang asked. There are many kinds of medicines in the system's mall, and they can help him get through a lot of troubles. Poisons are prepared on-site. The system mall cannot determine which type of potion needs to be restrained, so it can only rely on the host's own judgment. But I know nothing about pharmaceuticals, tablets, and medicines. Zhang Bufang was helpless. He felt that the eyes of the experimenters looking at him from time to time told him that something bad must be going on. There are books to read in the system mall. The system gave him a final reply and then did not reply again. That D-level personnel, come out. After the sound of the microphone fell, door number 1 also opened. Zhang Bufang stood up in cooperation and walked from door number 1 to the laboratory. As soon as he stepped into the laboratory, Zhang Bufang. The people standing on both sides of the door quickly tied up Bufang and restrained him. All Zhang Bufang enjoyed now was the treatment they gave to zombies. The experimenter forcibly injected the transparent medicine into his blood. Zhang Bufang quietly waited for the medicine to take effect, but found that after a few minutes, he did not feel any pain. Combined with what the system just said, this was not. The main medicine may be the mediating medicine prepared in advance. Zhang Bufang was forcibly injected. According to the treatment of zombies, he was thrown directly into the Class A room. Class A personnel still have certain benefits. For example, the experimenters will not be too rough with them. They will be given. There is a certain period of rest, but other levels have no rest time at all. When to do the test depends entirely on the mood of the experimenter. I saw that the medicine they are going to develop will be available in about 4 or 5 days. Although there are only 7 people in the Class A field, they are all talented people. Zhang Bufang discovered that one of them. If you are a lip reader, please ask the other party to pay more attention to what the experimenter usually says. In exchange for this help, Zhang Bufang is willing to partner with this person. Class A testing sites often face high-level zombies. Sometimes, with just one experimental product, there is a high chance that it will be defeated and damaged. Experiments. The room simply asked a few of them to volunteer to form a team, which could be 2 or 3 people. Naturally, the big guy started to form a team. This lip-reading number 6 can be seen from the ranking of his identity card that he happens to be the one with the lowest status here. Although before Zhang Bufang came, there were even numbers of people here, which was enough for 2 people to form a team. However, number 6 can lip-read because he is deaf, and his physical disability will affect his ability to complete the next task. He would rather form a team with 3 people, and others are not willing to be part of a team with him. This can't be a sympathetic world. As long as you can survive, you can say anything. Zhang Bufang voluntarily formed a team with the other party and would cooperate more with the other party. Thank you then, Zhang Bufang replied. Number 6 nodded and returned to his corner. It just so happened that it was time for rest. It was already evening. Zhang Bufang estimated that in 3 or 4 days, he was still sure that he would be able to read the next book. As long as he remembered it well, there might be no problem in showing off the tricks by then. Zhang Bufang hopes that he can understand those complicated books. In his opinion, preparing medicines is already such a troublesome task, let alone reading those books. He once saw those medical books in Modern Life, all of which were. It was in English, but he actually couldn't understand a word of it. System, I will exchange some related books, and you can give me the most useful one. Zhang Bufang has no intention of going directly to the system to look for it. I am afraid he will not be able to find one even in the dark. Redeemed. After the system prompt sounded, Zhang Bufang already had this book in his hand. Because this book was given by the system, the book was not considered an accepted object produced by this world, so. This book can only be read by Zhang Bufang himself, so it is quite scary to see Zhang Bufang sitting in the corner in the dead of night, as if he is turning the pages of the book from time to time. Fortunately, the Class A experimenters also knew that Zhang Bufang came out of the Class B punishment room. They thought that this kid was mentally ill and no one who came out of the punishment room would be intact. Besides Zhang Bufang, when Fong was in the second-level field, the first-level test personnel also saw the scene of the opponent's test, and they were even more sure that Zhang Bufang had a mental problem. If it weren't for Zhang Bufang's various behaviors that were not consistent with common sense, he won't be transferred to the Class A side either. I finally finished reading. Zhang Bufang stayed up late reading almost every day for the rest of the time. During the day, he found that others could not see the book in his hand, so he was resting. Read books with confidence and boldness. This kind of life is really terrible, forcing himself to read and study every day. He seems to have returned to the era when exams were required, and the things in the books had to be memorized by force. Fortunately, this book was not filled with troublesome words that made him bald. Zhang Bufang could still understand the simple language. He picked out some key points and memorized them. I wonder if such temporary cramming would work. Catch him directly. The people in the laboratory didn't even bother to turn on the microphone. Door number 1 opened directly, and 2 people walked out, holding Zhang Bufang and dragging him out. Wait a minute, Zhang Bufang suddenly said when he was about to inject the first experimental drug. However, the experimenter did not intend to pay attention to what an experimental subject had to say. He just stopped and glanced at Zhang Bufang, lowering his head. The eyes continued. Zhang Bufang vigorously broke away and grabbed the potion. The people around him were immediately on guard. People in the laboratory were several meters away from Zhang Bufang. Some of the test guards had even pulled out their guns at Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang. Fong remained calm about the current situation and said to the experiment leader, I want to play with this potion. You are not qualified to do this. The leader of the experiment did not speak, but another person replied to him. The person who led the experiment stood aside and watched Zhang Bufang watching the show. Zhang Bufang understood what that look meant, a look that looked at a fool as if it were a joke. Zhang Bufang thought that if he explained it here, there would be no way. If a person believes that a person is a fool, the more the person looks at it, the more he looks at it, the more idiotic he is. No matter what he says or does, just pretend to be crazy and act stupid and get to the end. I don't like this thing of yours. It smells weird. I think there is something missing in this thing. I think I should add a little more. Zhang Bufang replied. Before starting, he thought again. He thought, the book he was reading, the content in that book should be something that is not available in this world. If the other party can let him prepare the medicine later, he might actually be able to prepare something that can neutralize the medicine. The toxicity inside will not be noticed by this person yet. Put it down. The leader finally spoke. People who like to watch idiots play with novel things said as expected. Then how are you going to play with this? You know, no matter what you want to do with this drug, it will eventually be injected into your blood. Are you sure you want to add something? But I want to give it a try. I have never played with this kind of thing before, Zhang Bufang said. The other party actually agreed and withdrew the surrounding guards who had picked up guns on him. Zhang Bufang exhaled in his heart. After taking a breath, before walking a few steps, he suddenly tripped over some experimental equipment placed on the ground. He was still holding a needle, and the needle almost pricked an experimenter who was nearby. Oops, I'm sorry. I'm a little unsteady on my feet, Zhang Bufang said to be honest. He did this on purpose, who made the man refuse his proposal just now. What do you want to add? The leader said to Zhang Bufang. He was curious about what the idiot in front of him would do next. Then the deputy next to him told him not to do that with his eyes, and the leader turned his head directly. He looked at his deputy and said in a nonchalant tone, I'm still very curious about how this person wants to play. You have to know that people who come out of the punishment room are absolutely talented. You should let him play as much as possible. Anyway, he won't make any noise. Besides, isn't there a gun that can control him? He also has a restraining ring on his hand. Zhang Bufang was silently picking through bottles and cans. He pretended not to hear. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find the medicine he wanted. He had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and took out a medicine. Black powder, it should be this kind of powder. When he looked at the name and the writing, he felt that the name was completely different. The name on the bottle was much more complicated. The system detects. The host needs to rely on himself during the mission. Zhang Bufang was directly interrupted by the system before he finished speaking to the system in his heart. The system rejected him without giving him face. Then he could only bet that based on his past understanding of the system would never let him die. Since the system didn't care about this, then maybe it would be fine if he was injected. How do I open this? Zhang Bufang tried it and found that he couldn't open the bottle cap. In order to prevent the glass bottle from being damaged by him, he decided to ask the person next to him. It's very simple. The person in charge of the experiment stepped forward and helped open the bottle cap. Zhang Bufang casually took a test tube on the glass shelf, poured all the medicine into it, and then added this black medicine powder. He first carefully added 1 or 2 drops, and then thought it might not be enough, so he added 3 or 4 more. Drop. After shaking the test tube, he watched the potions fuse together. In a place where others could not see, he sighed to himself. He was betting on his luck every day, but his luck was never able to sneak from Africa to Europe. Okay, Zhang Bufang handed the test tube to the person in charge. Then the guards who had pointed guns at Zhang Bufang returned, and Zhang Bufang was held down by the 2 men who dragged him away. The needle of the medicine was close to his skin and then penetrated. Zhang Bufang didn't expect that when the medicine entered his blood, he would suffer severe pain. It started from his wrist and spread to his entire arm. Soon he felt this arm, already numb, in extreme pain, just as he would take some measures as an instinctive reaction. Zhang Bufang began to subconsciously attack the people around him. His eyes were black, and his mind was completely blank. He continued to be able to control his body's consciousness up and down. Whenever he was slightly awake, he tried his best to restrain himself, trying to make the people around him see clearly that he did not want to. He has the intention to attack them, and his attack cannot be controlled within his own scope. It seemed that this potion was a bit poisonous. Zhang Bufang didn't know what happened next. He felt as if he had smashed an experimental bench and all the tubes on it were broken. Those seemed to be the experimental potions made next. This was also the first one he was injected with. Tai, Yu-chun. The first thing Zhang Bufang saw when he woke up was Taylor standing next to him angrily. How long had he been unconscious this time? Zhang Bufang looked outside, and it was still daytime. It was also daytime when I passed out. I think you're crazy. It's only been a few days since I was called here, and now you're lying here again, Taylor said angrily. At this time, the two of them were here again. Aren't I okay? It's worth it just to see you once, Zhang Bufang said with a smile. The mission has been completed and the gold coins have been obtained. Wait, is it just gold coins? Zhang Bufang is not used to it. In previous missions, when gold coins are given, there will be other things. This is only a B-level mission. So issuing a B-level mission was just to make his mental state a little better? Zhang Bufang was helpless, although under this task, his mental state was indeed better. If anything happens to you, be sure to tell me. The medicines are distributed over there, and they can bring you some first aid medicines. In fact, Taylor has not worried about Zhang Bufang since he woke up. Bufang has been injured every once in a while since he entered the second detention area and then to the current experimental site. Taylor does indeed hope to see Zhang Bufang, but he definitely doesn't want to see the other party without seeing him get injured. Okay, it's almost time again. The time they spent together was too short. Zhang Bufang knew that Taylor would take certain risks every time he came over, and not every time the two of them could stay alone for half an hour. Don't get hurt. Taylor threatened Zhang Bufang before leaving. Although this threat made Zhang Bufang laugh, it seemed that it had no deterrent effect. After Taylor left for a while, Zhang Bufang opened the quilt and got out of bed. As soon as he walked out of the room, the people from the Class A laboratory took him away. Zhang Bufang could always see the people in the laboratory looking at him with a little inquiry and curiosity. He asked number 6 to read it to him. Those people sometimes discussed the capabilities of the bottle of medicine. Because when Zhang Bufang was injected, the leading personnel were still afraid that Zhang Bufang would die, so they still left some medicine left. They took the remaining medicine to check, but they could not find out the specific use of the medicine. Because after Zhang Bufang added black powder to the potion he developed for them, the potion became useless. This was something they did not expect, so they were always discussing why Zhang Bufang knew this. The D-level guy stopped by and found out that he was just a little person with no ability to access pharmacology books. However, their experimenters had to study a lot of things every day. In the eyes of many people, Zhang Bufang was another idiot and not worth wasting so much time. As soon as their curiosity passed, they gave up and continued to investigate Zhang Bufang, study on the question of why medicine can be prepared. But Zhang Bufang felt that he might not be that good. Although he escaped the original poison of the medicine, the black powder he added did not seem to have much help. He would feel pain in the middle of the night, first from the wrist spread to the entire arm, just like the first time he injected medicine. However, he did not have to suffer such a crime every midnight, so he didn't take it to heart. Over time, this kind of pain became like a habit to him. Same thing. There is no pain that you can't get used to. Once you get used to it, pain is no longer important. Zhang Bufang thought so. Injections are beneficial. In the next 3 or 4 days, Zhang Bufang did not receive any more tests. Zhang Bufang was afraid that there would be other disgusting things waiting for him to do next. If he had to control those potions again, wouldn't he be extremely busy again? So in the next time, he would often look for system requirements. Read some similar books. The 3 or 4 days rest time has passed, and he still has to fight high-level zombies. When Zhang Bufang and number 6 partnered up to conduct this experiment, he discovered that number 6's deafness was actually a big trouble for number 6 himself. Zhang Bufang also felt that in the process of their cooperation, although he had already I tried my best to achieve a good fit, but number 6's disability really made it impossible for the two of us to cooperate sometimes. For example, Zhang Bufang is used to speaking directly and giving orders, so sometimes he speaks and number 6 is still fighting. Either number 6 cannot see what he says at all and has no way to read Zhang Bufang's lips, or number 6 often diverts his attention to Zhang Bufang's side, thus being attacked. After cooperating in this first game, number 6 was out of breath and had a lot of scratches on his body. Zhang Bufang led people back to the Class A room. It was other people in the room who occasionally looked up at Zhang Bufang. Of course, Bufang knew what they were thinking. These people are probably thinking why a fool like Zhang Bufang would really partner with number 6. The disability of number 6 will cause a lot of trouble in the process of partnering. There are special regulations in the laboratory. Yes, once you form a team with your teammates, the fate of the two people is also tied together. In a team of 2 people, if one person dies, the other person cannot survive. In a team of 3 people, if one person dies, the remaining 2 people will not be punished. Since the laboratory issued this regulation, the survival rate of experimental products has improved a lot. I didn't expect you would really cooperate with me. The first thing number 6 did after finishing the test was to express his gratitude to Zhang Bufang. No one had cooperated with him before. It's just that those partners were too hypocritical. They either left number 6 alone to face the zombies, or they hid around without testing and used number 6 as a shield. Since we are already teammates, and it is a matter of life and death, there is no need to cooperate or not. This is what we should do. Zhang Bufang replied that he did not care about this. In his opinion, this is a very common thing. Number 6 nodded, but there was something called gratitude in his eyes. Zhang Bufang lowered his head and closed his eyes to rest and did not notice it. Number 6 then worked hard to cooperate with Zhang Bufang. With each test, the cooperation became more and more perfect, and the injuries suffered by the two of them naturally became less and less. Zhang Bufang also discussed with number 6 in private. There is no way to communicate with words. In the end, the two reached a consensus that they should not communicate with words at all and rely solely on gestures. Both of them knew the commonly used gestures, and then they would make up something clear and easy to understand. Then, it's more convenient. Does that mean I want to be bound to number 6? Zhang Bufang was approached by the experimenter alone. The experimenter spent a few minutes briefly explaining to him what they wanted to say. Zhang Bufang remained silent for a minute. After that, I finally smoothed out what the other party wanted to express. What the other party wanted to express was to completely bind Zhang Bufang and number 6 together. If they want to transfer 2 people together, they will suffer together. Zhang Bufang weighed the pros and cons. He may need number 6 to help him cover his identity at this time. No matter how grateful number 6 is for what he has done, there are actually times when he takes advantage of number 6. But it doesn't matter. There is nothing to feel guilty about. After all, number 6 will definitely make use of him in the future. In this way, we can even out each other. As long as we maintain the most basic trust, it is enough. I don't have any objections. You can ask number 6, Zhang Bufang replied, and then returned to the Class A room through door number 1. Then he watched number 6 being called out. Number 6 came back after a few minutes. Then he stood in front of number 7, Zhang Bufang, and said, "What are you going to do?" Just as Zhang Bufang thought, number 6 would not trust him easily. He was also somewhat wary of him, and even more suspicious of Zhang Bufang's actions. Zhang Bufang actually treated number 6 already. The treatment was good. No one had ever treated number 6 as equally and helped number 6 like Zhang Bufang before. With such good treatment, it was natural that number 6 himself began to become suspicious. But when number 6 occasionally thought about this matter, he didn't even come to a conclusion. If Zhang Bufang wanted to use him to survive, he was his teammate. Once any one person died, the other person would die. He also has to be buried with him. Number 6 is not like the others. Firstly, he has no right to speak, and secondly, he is the last person to partner with him. It really seems to be of no use. Except because of his own disability, there is no other way. A fully coordinated test. Number 6 has asked Zhang Bufang for specific answers many times, and Zhang Bufang answered seriously every time. Unfortunately, the other party never believed him. Zhang Bufang has discovered that number 6 is not as responsive as before. He maintains wholehearted trust, which can be seen in the test. Number 6 will always leave a way out for himself, and sometimes even push Zhang Bufang out to face the zombies. Zhang Bufang was a little disappointed, but it was not unacceptable. The room itself was not a place suitable for conversation, and even what he said softly would be heard by other keen people. But they did not mean what they wanted to say. What a confidential matter. But no one opened his mouth to communicate with his partner. You went a little too far in today's test number 6, Zhang Bufang was already trying his best to endure the mistakes caused by the other party's lack of cooperation during the test. Today, the fuse was finally lit. During this test, number 6 once again pushed his teammates out in order to protect himself from harm. The reason why Zhang Bufang was so angry was because he was almost bitten off a piece of flesh by the zombies. But it seems that number 6 went too far in this regard. Since you are suspicious of him, there is no need to miss the old relationship, right? Didn't you do the same to me? Do you dare to say that during the fight you never thought of leaving a way out for yourself like I did, and pushed me out without hesitation? Number 6 didn't care about Zhang Bu. No matter how angry Fang Zai is, he himself is confident. He doesn't think that everyone will devote themselves wholeheartedly to their teammates during a test, including his current teammates, even if it was agreed before. Bah, what the heck is a promise? It's just a verbal thing. First, there's no real evidence, and second, there's no one willing to prove it. Even if it's a breach of contract, so what? Are you looking for a fight with your tone? Zhang Bufang felt that number 6 was even more confused, but he did and could definitely reply to number 6. I do not have the situation you mentioned. Every test, I seriously treat you as my teammate. I don't believe it. Number 6 simply stopped the topic. The smell of gunpowder surrounding these two people was so strong that other people in the Class A room couldn't help but come over to join in the fun. They stopped what they were doing and stared. These two people. Don't act like a woman. Taylor would not say such words to him. Zhang Bufang's indifferent attitude was very annoying. But the Class A room no longer has the same regulations as the Class B room and the room. You can fight in Class A rooms, but not in Class A rooms. In order to prevent people in the same room from overly violent behavior and killing each other, in Class A rooms, everyone will be punished once they have any extreme or illegal behavior. How much punishment is there? Disgusting. Zhang Bufang doesn't want to experience it a second time. Before Zhang Bufang came, number 6 had always been excluded. Because of the exclusion, number 6 was often alone and taciturn. However, Zhang Bufang's attitude towards number 6 was different. This is why number 6 has such courage. The reason for such a fuss. Isn't what I said the truth? The test is over. You don't need to tell me this anymore. If you want to forcefully argue with me because of something during the test, there is nothing I can do, number 6 replied, and then went back to the corner to be alone. What? Zhang Bufang was startled by number 6's words, and then his mood sank. He could guarantee that number 6 made a very wrong decision. Zhang Bufang did not intend to cause any conflict with the other party. If the other party, what he said was that he was too passionate. Number 6, number 7, what's going on with you two? After Zhang Bufang and number 6's uncoordinated cooperation again, they were finally stopped by the people in the laboratory. The leading staff was very angry and looked at the two. Personally, he looked at number 6, who was standing not far in front of him, and turned his head. The number 7 actually looked directly into his eyes. Neither of them seemed to think they had done anything wrong. If you don't obey, you will be punished. Are you sure there is no way for you two to cooperate? It was definitely a sign of being locked up in a small dark room before the storm. Zhang Bufang had been locked up in a small dark room before, so he immediately noticed something was wrong in his tone and immediately looked at the leading personnel. I want to see from the other person's eyes what decision the other person wants to make. Number 6 seems to be a little flustered, but he still speaks hard. There are ways to cooperate. Maybe we just haven't had normal communication. It will be fine if the two of us exchange a few words and exchange opinions on the shortcomings. Zhang Bufang first had to think about himself. He didn't want to. He was going to that place again, so he spoke first. Zhang Bufang and number 6 no longer trust each other as much as before. Zhang Bufang is thinking about how to prevent number 6 from dragging him down, while number 6 is thinking about whether Zhang Bufang wants to push him out and face punishment alone. The two of them had their own hidden agendas, which gave the ensuing conversation a bad start. It's okay if you don't trust me, but can you fulfill your responsibilities during the test? If anything happens to one of the two people in the team, the other party will also be implicated. Aren't you afraid of shooting someone with your behavior like this? My own feet. Zhang Bufang's temper has improved a lot since he entered this experimental area. I hope to find out where the problem lies. Seeing the leader's face getting darker and darker, and not being satisfied with their conversation at all, number 6 finally started to speak. I told you when I formed a team with you. I will trust you 100% because you are my teammate. But doesn't the problem now appear on you? Zhang Bufang. When asked rhetorically, the meaning of blame is already obvious. This kind of conversation had a bad ending from the beginning. The two people broke up without a few words. Without the gaze of the leader, Zhang Bufang was reminded that he had been punished. During that time, Zhang Bufang would not say a word to number 6. This kind of person is simply unreasonable. The experiment leader was very dissatisfied with this, but did not say anything. In the next test, two people experienced bad results. Number 6 was injured, and the injury was serious. During the experiment, he was grabbed by a zombie, from the collarbone of his neck to his abdomen, and was almost disemboweled. Because this experiment suddenly lost one person, the zombies became excited again, and they also besieged Zhang Bufang one after another. Even though the experimenter had asked the two people to stop the test, the zombies were simply uncontrollable variables. Zhang Bufang and Zhang Bufang. Number 6 intentionally guided the other party to calm down, but perhaps the smell of blood in the air made the zombies too excited. The fate of not trusting his teammates was that number 6 almost died on the spot due to excessive blood loss during the test. In order to prevent number 6's injury from affecting him and to ensure number 6's subsequent life safety, Zhang Bufang bit him. Chuyi used his level 35 ability to kill this high-level zombie. The door to the testing area finally opened, and there was no need to test anymore, but both of them were silent in unison. Zhang Bufang was silent because he was going to be punished next. He knew what he would experience next by looking at that look in his eyes. He didn't. I was very happy. But number 6 left because he lost too much blood. Black dots were flying in front of his eyes, and the sounds in his ears could not be heard clearly. Everything was a roar. He lost too much blood and could not open his mouth. He forced of silence. Zhang Bufang glanced at number 6 who was being carried away and turned his attention to the leader in front of him. He was holding a piece of paper in his hand and a test tube in the other hand. Zhang Bufang having had a similar experience, he immediately understood that the other party wanted to use him as an experiment again. What is this used for? When Zhang Bufang was being held down, he looked at the other party sorting out the potions and was worried about his own life safety. So he asked, "Seeing that you were crazy when you were sent here, you developed such a drug. You have been much better after partnering with Lu Hao, but I think you need it again now." The leader shook the test tube bottle in his hand. Then he took out a frozen syringe and stood aside, seeming to be interested in bringing all the liquid in the test tube into the syringe. For Zhang Bufang, watching the opponent perform methodical actions step by step is simply torture for him. Of course, Zhang Bufang himself is not afraid of death, but if he is scrapped, if he is unable to speak, say, he is unwilling to accept silence or any physical disability. Disability is more terrifying to him than death. "Can I ask what ingredients this is made of?" Zhang Bufang said. In more than 10 seconds, the liquid in the needle will be injected into his blood. What if he thinks this liquid is really crazy? What to do? These are common sedatives and other narcotic drugs. The person who was about to inject him said lightly. "Are you sure?" Zhang Bufang's transparent liquid was not ordinary scary. "I'm not sure what to do. Anyway, these things will enter your body sooner or later." The person in charge did not hesitate and simply disinfected the surface of the skin. The tip of the needle pierced the arm he was holding. There is no pain. Seeing Zhang Bufang frowning, the leader gave a rare smile. Zhang Bufang did not feel pain, but the scenery he looked at now began to become blurry, as if the last row of the eye chart suddenly changed to the first row of the eye chart. Zhang Bufang felt this was not a good thing. He had already called the system in his heart, but the system ignored him. What the hell is this? Zhang Bufang complained secretly to himself. He also felt waves of dizziness and the feeling of vomiting. Soon he was robbed of consciousness by a wave of sleepiness. After the staff injected all the medicine, he took out the syringe with satisfaction and threw it into the trash can. He also had an updated plan. He didn't plan to let number 7 face the zombie test alone. He felt there is still more value for number 7 that has not been discovered. For example, the practicality of these drugs is tested for him. He feels that it is a miracle that number 7 is not dead yet. Seeing that he is in good health, why not continue to use it? That number 6 will take him to the punishment room after his injury is a little better. I also forgot to mention that the punishment of Class A is different from the punishment of Class B. The punishment of Class B is just for the sake of Class B. The people in the room are always ready to serve as substitutes for the people in the Class A room. What is required is that they must have strong psychological quality when facing high-level zombies. Once they enter the Class A room, they will find that the punishment seems to have changed and become more cruel. The screening will also be carried out among them. First of all, the punishments for Class A are determined according to the personnel of Class A. It can be said that every punishment is specially designed for them. Only in this way can it be more targeted, so that those under the experimental personnel can be better. The land became their guinea pig. Number 6 was sent in like this, and he still doesn't know when he will come out. Zhang Bufang only wakes up every now and then. When he is in a daze, he can still hear someone standing next to him talking, but when he wakes up, the number of visits is too few, and those scattered memories cannot be combined into a complete story. Zhang Bufang tried to find some foothold in the fog, but unfortunately, he did not notice any clues. The conversations he listened to would be forgotten soon. He seemed to be manipulated. Zhang Bufang felt. He came out, but every time he woke up, he could only speak or open his eyes, and his limbs were weak. Fortunately, he could lie on the bed, and he could sleep as long as he wanted. After Zhang Bufang experienced such a long period of coma, he woke up one day. He didn't know what day it was. He blinked in confusion and realized that he was still in the laboratory. There was a large blank in his memory. Zhang Bufang felt uncomfortable, especially when he saw the real group of people surrounding him and observing him as if he were a cherished animal. This feeling made him feel particularly uncomfortable. Memory fragments don't matter much. Zhang Bufang can often judge recent situations by listening to what these experimenters said. Through those words, it has been a long time now, and it has been a long time since he was first injected with this drug. It's been a long time, at least half a month. In the past half month, something big seemed to have happened, but he had no idea. The experimenters would always stop talking whenever they noticed his forgotten gaze. Zhang Bufang asked for help from the system, which at least allowed him to know what happened during this period. However, before he could ask for help, the system experimenter gave Zhang Bufang an inexplicable task. Every day, the experimenter would take these 4 or 5 test tubes to Zhang Bufang, put it in front of the cloth owner, and then let him smell the smell to determine what substance is inside. Zhang Bufang looked at the experimenter with an unbelievable expression at the beginning. The experimenter told Zhang Bufang with a firm expression that Zhang Bufang had the right idea and was to determine what ingredients were in the test tube. Bufang really couldn't figure it out. Even if they checked his information, they couldn't find anything missing. The information they found out should be that he had never learned any knowledge about drug experiments. Why? I tried to find a way to get him a test tube to test some substance. Is this the legendary blisters in the brain? Zhang Bufang would look at the experimenter with doubtful eyes every time, and then obediently smell the smell inside. Over time, he was really able to distinguish some things. In this, he still had to lower his head. Zhang Bufang smelled the smell of so many medicines, and gradually he was able to distinguish the ingredients inside. He was initially asked to test the nature of the potion, and gradually he was asked to answer how many substances were added to it. Such inexplicable days continued until a week later. Zhang Bufang looked at the leading personnel who finally appeared in front of him. The leading staff looked at him as if they were seeing some amazing genius. Or it could be said that the leading staff usually looked at his test tubes that he was very satisfied with, and had the same expression. Zhang Bufang could not make too many guesses. I think you are very talented in researching drugs. Zhang Bufang doubted his ability as soon as he opened his mouth. The leader said, "Then you don't need to go to the test every day to fight with those zombies. I will transfer you to the laboratory interface just in time. Just call me Master Fu." Zhang Bufang called Master Fu. He didn't know where these 2 words hit the doctor's whim. Master Fu grabbed Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang also looked surprised. No. Do they say that the experimenters are some scumbags with no fighting ability? This strength is almost like dragging him up and walking if he doesn't want to leave. Zhang Bufang felt as if he was trapped in an endless cycle. He had climbed from the anatomy room to the current class a laboratory step by step at the beginning. Although his identity had never changed for the better from beginning to end, he could. At any rate, it was proof that he had made further progress. Now the doctor took him and sent him back to the anatomy room again. Zhang Bufang was speechless and did not dare to say anything. He stood quietly and silently, waiting for himself to be decided. When he first came to the anatomy room, he was a handyman, and his daily task was to clean and change endlessly. Dirty glass jars. Wipe those that are very clean the first day and can be used as mirrors, but become like concrete tiles at night. Taylor, who accompanied him, vomited once or twice a day because of the mysterious smell in the air. Zhang Bufang is almost immune to these accidents now. If he were told now, he would be removed from the experiment district and asked him to join the original political and unification department. He did not feel that there was anything abnormal in the behavior of these people who had no idea what they were thinking all day long. Okay, Master Fu and the people in the anatomy room were talking about the price of cabbage in the market, just like the aunt and the stall owner were constantly haggling and raising the price. Zhang Bufang didn't hear what the two people were talking about. The actions and behaviors of the two people are very similar. The final decision was that Zhang Bufang would stay here for 10 or 8 days, first to learn how to dissect, and then to learn how to distribute the medicines. The reason why Master Fu would drag him to the dissection room was because he was here because of the dissection room. The room is a multifunctional room that is not only responsible for waste utilization, but also for the improvement of other drugs. Zhang Bufang also really wants to know about the improvement of drugs. Doesn't this kind of thing require equal distribution of what needs to be done? Besides, if it was just such a casual transfer, if it was transferred directly from a high-level position to the anatomy room 1, it should be like a job transfer, with a serious notice. Mr. Fu just smiled and said a few words to others casually. Zhang Bufang even felt that he would be betrayed. Zhang Bufang was disliked by everyone because he knew nothing about medicine. Even if he read the systematic books over and over again every day, there were things that were difficult to learn from the books here. He didn't either, and Zhang Bufang couldn't understand the basic things he often talked about. Zhang Bufang doesn't quite understand what the meaning of this is. But maybe a big boss doesn't need a reason to do things. Zhang Bufang is facing such a thick book and can fully understand it, which will be helpful for his future tasks. Is helpful. I haven't read those books, and you want me to dissect a corpse now? Zhang Bufang planned to squat in the corner and read his books silently as he did every day. He only had to raise his head and look at the experimental table from time to time. Which step did the person on the page perform? Is it as stated in his book? He can learn from some experience. But now, Zhang Bufang was caught next to the experimental table. The leader of anatomy number 1 was actually called Master Fu. When Zhang Bufang heard the name, he thought it was just a homophone, but he found that it was just a homophone. A title. The doctor in the anatomy room has a very bad temper. If he doesn't follow his wishes, he will definitely get angry. There are not enough manpower now. I see you sitting in that corner doing nothing all day long. Since you can't read such a thick book in a short time, you might as well do some operations, said the Fu in the anatomy room. The doctor took out a few freshly sterilized scalpels from the drawer and threw them directly in front of Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang. He lowered his head and looked at the scalpel thrown in front of him, hesitating whether to pick it up or not. According to the book you have read, which places can be reused and which places do not need to be reused have been explained in detail in the book. I don't want me to spend time to supervise. Then this person. The uncle simply left. He left neatly and neatly, without any trace of sloppiness. This man was like a dragon in his daily life. Not long after he appeared in the laboratory, while others were still taking a sip of water, there was no shadow again. Then, according to the ghost drawings in the book, this place should be too rotten, so it cannot be reused. This place is fresh, and maybe a small piece can be cut. Zhang Bufang held up. There was really no way to use the scalpel, so he put his book in front of the operating table. Perhaps the old man in the anatomy room really wanted to see how good Zhang Bufang's reading was, so he prepared a separate experimental table for her. While Zhang Bufang was studying the lump in front of him, he kept thinking about it from time to time. Someone else would look this way and embarrass himself. At least I followed the book and tried my best. Zhang Bufang looked at the part he had finished on the experimental table. It was like asking him to peel lettuce, and the original long lettuce was cut by him. I just used a knife to cut off 2/3 of it, and the remaining edible part was simply not enough to look at. If someone comes to help him, he should go learn medicine. The old man came over and took a look, and then he was silent for a long time before he spoke. Zhang Bufang thought, if Master A had not specifically explained this to this person, otherwise he would have been thrown out or become a member of the experimental platform. Zhang Bufang scratched his head. Okay, he really had no talent in this area, and he felt embarrassed just looking at the small bowl of food he had carved out. Zhang Bufang was simply transferred to the research of pharmaceuticals. He knew nothing about anatomy. After entering the medicine room, he found that he also knew nothing. It turns out that talents are mutual, and even ignorance is mutual. When it comes to drug distribution, Zhang Bufang is actually closer to Taylor. In the smallest experiment, Zhang Bufang started as a handyman again, but this time he went through the back door in a sense. After spending a day familiarizing yourself with the entire medicine room, you can learn the basics. The medicine room is Zhang Bufang's name for this place. He forgot the specific name. Anyway, the bottles and jars placed here are all medicines that cannot be used without permission, and most of the places in this place are related to medicines. There are all kinds of miscellaneous things related to the distribution of conditioning medicines, just like a large room divided into many small rooms. Zhang Bufang chose to concoct medicine. He has not yet found the person who will take the task. He does not know which area the doctor he wants to kill is in charge of. According to what Yuan Jun said before entering the doctor's degree is related to medicines. Zhang Bufang planned to choose one at random to study, the simplest and most useful one, which is medicine preparation. Class A laboratory personnel would sometimes come here to see him. The Grade A experimenters seemed to have sworn that Zhang Bufang was definitely a talent in a certain field here, as did the people here. But unfortunately, during the first test, Zhang Bufang is useless. If you want to talk about close combat, he is very good at it. But when it comes to drug preparation, Zhang Bufang's book says it is very simple, but who knows what was written during the test? I can't even understand the question. Even Taylor couldn't stand it anymore. Because the two of them didn't learn the same thing, Taylor would usually go over to guide Zhang Bufang in her free time. Zhang Bufang also repeatedly harassed the system. Is there any similar books? To him, despite studying day and night like this, Zhang Bufang still doesn't seem to have made much progress. It seems that the last time he successfully prepared the potion, it was just luck. Do you understand? When Zhang Bufang came back to his senses, Taylor stood opposite him and raised his eyebrows dissatisfied at him. Zhang Bufang immediately understood the sentence that had brought him back to his senses. It means that the other party has finished speaking. Now it's okay. I think it might be possible. Taylor is studying drug distribution, which is more troublesome. Zhang Bufang once took Taylor's book to read it, but he couldn't understand anything. Zhang Bufang looked at Taylor and didn't understand. I was happy, a little embarrassed, and accidentally lost my mind. I didn't hear a word of what Taylor just said. You are really amazing. Taylor helplessly covered her face. She found that Zhang Bufang seemed to be obsessed with these things, but he couldn't learn them no matter what. When is the next test? Zhang Bufang suddenly remembered that the Class A personnel told him before leaving that if he failed to pass the next test, he would be transferred back to the room for testing. 2 weeks later, Taylor said. She looked at the many discarded medicines on the table in front of her and suddenly felt confused. I think it will be no problem if I do more experiments. Zhang Bufang knew that if he wanted to stay here forever, it would be impossible to pass just one experiment. The damn escort has not shown up yet. Zhang Bufang is now like a headless fly. It not only keeps spinning around, but sometimes even just follows the wind. Wherever it goes, it follows. Over there, Yu-chun, there are still things to do here. Taylor has been working in medicine distribution for a while. It was quite troublesome for her to learn these things at first, but then she gradually started to rise in a straight line. Taylor was working in medicine distribution. There was also a position with a certain status here, but she was still very busy every day. Taylor had just told Zhang Bufang part of the story when she was called away by someone on the other side. Zhang Bufang scratched his head. He had never had the habit of scratching his head before, but when he learned to do it, his head felt a little cold. I have read the book you gave me, but it has no effect at all. Zhang Bufang is distressed. He seems to have returned to his student days, when he was working hard and confused every day. It was like a student reading a test paper. If you have the ability, just show up. If you write correctly, I will lose. And if you look at the test paper and look at the students, if you have the ability, just review. If you get the exam, I will lose. Not all books will be used in your next tasks. Several books have been recommended for you. If you are looking for specific books that will be useful to you next, there are no books. The system has become more user-friendly. Zhang Bufang also felt that its tone was sometimes a little sarcastic. But Zhang Bufang hoped that it was an illusion. But if he doesn't remember it hard, he will have to leave here in 2 weeks. Zhang Bufang must seize this opportunity. If he is working in the Class A testing ground, he doesn't know that he will be transferred in the year of the monkey. The probability is extremely slim. Before the exams in the past 2 weeks, Zhang Bufang would read books if he had nothing to do. He had never worked so hard during exams before, and he never thought that drug research would cause him such a headache. Because he had no idea what would be tested during the test, Zhang Bufang took the book and memorized it almost entirely. This situation had some benefits after passing the test. This made him familiar with most of the medicines. How's it going? Master Fu from the Grade A test area came over to look for him. It was really difficult to experiment with drugs at the beginning, but then it got much better, Zhang Bufang replied. Then Fu sure thought that the experimental area would never bury every talent with special talents in a certain field. That's why he brought Zhang Bufang to medicine. But his original plan would not be given up because of this. Fu sure still wanted to use the person in front of him as an experimental subject, but he had not set it out yet. His original plan was that if Zhang Bufang was not here, if anything outstanding is found, he will be taken back to the Class A testing area. He may not necessarily test with zombies again, but may also personally test the medicine he prepared. I hope to see one of your outstanding points. After thinking about it, Fu sure decided to take another look at the situation. He said, "Your ability is indeed outstanding in the test area. What I think is that if you can also adjust medicines, then that would be better. But if you really don't have any ability in this area, I have already punished you on number 6, and you can go back at any time." Yes, Zhang Bufang replied. He was a little anxious when he couldn't find someone to pick him up. Of course, he knew that his task was to work hard to climb up, but now there were many options for him, and most of them had no way to connect to each other. Once you go to a certain place, you may have to stay there for a long time. Zhang Bufang does not want to have his recruiter suddenly appear after he is transferred to a certain place and tell him that the mission target is elsewhere. One direction. The medicine room and the testing area are 2 completely different places. Zhang Bufang wants to find the person who took the task as soon as possible, but there are no clues for him to find this person, so he will be idle every day. He walked around some places hoping to see the figure he wanted to see, but unfortunately, he didn't know anything. Such a situation had to force Zhang Bufang and Taylor to take the initiative to find the pickup person. Originally, it was mentioned in the mission that the pickup person would show up quickly after arriving at a certain place. But now it did not happen. Zhang Bufang and Taylor had to take huge risks and leave their original area to find a pickup person. Zhang Bufang also tried to see if he could attract people in the testing area or by mixing medicines, but no one responded to his test. In the end, Zhang Bufang forcefully compressed all his time. He spent his time on preparing medicines every day. The spare time was divided into 2 parts. One was to work hard to endorse. Zhang Bufang did not have any memorable memories. In order to improve his ability to forget, the method he adopted was to memorize by rote, and the other method was to find someone to pick him up. Zhang Bufang and Taylor circled around slightly at first, but at one point they were warned by a passing inspector. Zhang Bufang's next assessment will come soon. Should he absolutely stay in the test area or stay in the test area? The medicine room continued to develop, and the best choice related to the task was that he had to stay in the medicine room. But after staying in the medicine room, he continued to be given choices. Zhang Bufang hesitated again and again. So now we have to find a time to contact the Yuan army. Zhang Bufang and Taylor each have 2 opportunities to contact the outside world. This adds up to a total of 4 opportunities that can guarantee 4 contacts that will not be discovered. The Yuan army. He should have the contacts of all the task takers in his hand, and he should be able to find them all as long as they are not dead. Because of the distribution of medicine, Taylor could travel to most places. She happened to come back from completing daily tasks every day and saw a place where the communication monitoring was not very strong. During her free time at night, Taylor tried to sneak there. She did contact Yuan Jun, but the answer she got surprised both parties. Taylor told Yuan Jun the current situation of the 2 of them, and Yuan Jun told her the situation of recruiting people. There were no contract issues in either aspect, but the pickup person didn't show up for a long time, but Yuan Jun didn't know what was going on. Yuan Jun probably went to find this contact person later. Somehow, Taylor quickly received a communication. Taylor was still doing his daily tasks at the time and had to find an excuse to check the communication. Yuan Jun's reply was that there were receptionists in the testing area and the medicine room, and he contacted the two people and told Taylor that the receptionists knew about Taylor and Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang learned that the pickup person actually knew the two of them but didn't know what was going on. He was so angry that he wanted to curse. But he was even more helpless about this situation. There was nothing he could do, and he had no conditions. Force the person to come out. If you don't know what's going on over there, he can't act rashly. If the pickup link is broken, the next link will basically be broken. The pickup person will successfully send Taylor and Zhang Bufang to a place related to the task as required by the task. The pickup link is only. Get to know a guide and mission person. He should have noticed Zhang Bufang and Taylor, a task-oriented person. Zhang Bufang checked the characters he had come into contact with one by one in his mind. He initially thought it was Master Fu from the Grade A test area, so when the other party came to look for him again. At that time, Zhang Bufang also deliberately showed the black button to test the other party. But Master Fu didn't react at all. This gave Zhang Bufang a headache. He also thought of another character in his mind, the Master Fu in the anatomy room. But now he basically has no chance to contact the anatomy room. Zhang Bufang almost wanted to put the black button on the other person's face and ask if he recognized this thing. He almost wanted to beat the usher, but he had to guess what happened to the usher. What happened? Zhang Bufang once again had to waste a communication opportunity to let the original army find their mission target. Zhang Bufang clearly expressed to the other party that he needed to know the specific information of the mission target, which directly affected him. His next choice means how long his mission will take. Yuan Jun gave him a reply. First, it was a useless nonsense. He expressed his helpless mood. Second, he told Zhang Bufang that there was an internal problem with the recruiter. How many of their own people were assigned to the mission? In fact, the Yuan army didn't know either, which meant that someone must have betrayed them. So Zhang Bufang and Taylor should be more careful. Yuan Jun actually doesn't know the target of the mission. Not all messages will be connected, even if he has everyone's communications. This highlights the importance of the mission of attracting people. The mission target is the doctor who prepared the medicine in the experimental area. There is only so much information that the Yuan army can give, all the communications from the missionaries, but not everyone can be contacted in time. Some have just sent the communications. Yuan Jun received a reminder, but the other party refused to accept it. The person who introduced him did not understand what was going on and stopped talking. Yuan Jun looked at the large list of people who were about to come and found that the people on the large list actually had. 2/3 need to be drawn out. That is to say, in this mission, 2/3 of all the recruits were dead. After the original army cut off contact with the missionaries, they did not report this problem to their superiors at all. They should consider whether it was necessary to drop a group of people into this mission. But his boss told him that so far, all the people on the mission were enough to complete the task. With the idea of introducing the next batch of people, the original army only can give up. Zhang Bufang and Taylor must make good use of this last contact. Zhang Bufang wants to take the wrong approach. If he cannot be contacted in times of crisis, he will contact the original army or contact the lead person. It has no effect on him anymore. So Zhang Buzong plans to communicate with the outside world through herself. This risk is extremely high, but if she doesn't do this, the mission failure rate will also be extremely high. After Zhang Bufang and Taylor thought about it again and again, they decided not to give up the plan of finding people to attract people. He would just slightly reduce the frequency of this plan. It was too important to them to attract people. If the people in this place could not be found, they would. Don't even think about finding someone to pick you up at the next place. The place that Taylor accidentally found with relatively weak communication interception became the best place to communicate with the outside world. There was no one in the original Chinese military who did not intercept communications. Due to excessively strict inspections, Zhang Bufang was on guard everywhere. It is also necessary to spend some time every day to contact the outside world. Zhang Bufang does not intend to let Taylor do this. Zhang Bufang first tried to see if the detection signal in that area was indeed slightly weak. After receiving a positive answer, he tried to find a random place that could reply to him and send a message to the outside world. The message was of no use. But since Zhang Bufang has received a reply, it must be proved to be useful. After repeated tests, Zhang Bufang finally gained some confidence in that place. In 2 or 3 months, he finally contacted the Water City for the first time. He couldn't speak during the communication, so he just sent messages there. He had received the message, but sending the message was enough. Zhang Bufang asked about the situation in the water capital, explained his current situation, and made it clear that he would have time to reply to the communication. There has been no problem with this method. Zhang Bufang is still cautious. Zhang Bufang secretly arranged many things. For example, if the mission fails, he will ask the water capital to prepare. He and Taylor will not be the same. Because someone else's mission was ruined in this place, Zhang Bufang planned to bring some people from the Water City over. At least there were still some of his own people in this area. This method finally led to a problem. Zhang Bufang tried repeatedly in various ways to circumvent the problem, and there was no problem with the communication method. Zhang Bufang because all the monitors and the time of the patrol team were all blocked. I remembered it clearly, so I dared to let Taylor take this approach. But within a few days something went wrong. Zhang Bufang is about to face the last drug test. What Zhang Bufang can guarantee is that he has read those books over and over again and has memorized them thoroughly. In the hard test, he can make adjustments through certain conversion methods. The medicine he wants to prepare must at least let others see its value. But the problem is that Zhang Bufang was still in the process of testing, and the alarm suddenly went off. There are many kinds of alarms in the experimental area, including invasion by outsiders. At the same time, they also have a special kind in order to detect unknown things. Alarm. And the alarm that sounded was the alarm for intercepting unknown communications. Zhang Bufang thought of Taylor almost immediately. Zhang Bufang subconsciously stopped what he was about to do, and then looked around, looking for Taylor. Zhang Bufang did not find the person he expected to see, and he was also stopped by someone. The person next to him. He was not allowed to stop what he was doing. This person was none other than the Master Fu from the Grade A test area. This person was outstanding in testing the zombie area and researching drugs. It was not difficult to travel between the two places at any time. But the way Master Fu looked at Zhang Bufang finally became different. As for the alarm, a lot of things will be packed up quickly here in case of damage. According to logic, the test conducted by Zhang Bufang. It should have stopped immediately, but Master Fu said leisurely from beside him, "Continue." Zhang Bufang immediately raised his head and wanted to stare at the other party with an inquiring gaze, which was very unwise. Zhang Bufang suppressed the doubts and worries in his heart and continued to conduct the test. "Yes, we have made great progress in a short period of time. Maybe you can stay here," said Fu Shi. He picked up the prepared potion and looked at it, and then randomly selected it from the bottles and jars. Pick out a white solid object, put it on a small saucer, and pour the medicine on the solid. The white solid, like pebbles, immediately produces a large number of bubbles. "Yes, you have some special preferences for aggressive potions?" Master Fu asked. "No, these are most of what I can remember. Don't I still need to test the healing potion?" Zhang Bufang took advantage of the other party's lowered head to observe his potion and quickly looked around. He placed. The hands in his pockets were rubbing unconsciously, but he still didn't see the person he wanted to see. Could Taylor just go to communicate and be discovered? Zhang Bufang repeatedly imagined the possibility in his mind. However, he could not make any conclusions before seeing anyone coming. He had originally notified the people in Water Capital to prepare, but in a short period of time, it was impossible to be fully prepared to take people back safely. Let alone Water Capital, they were on the mainland. There weren't many people, and the portal couldn't be used. "Come here quickly, there are not enough medicines here," Fu Shi said. Zhang Bufang followed the other party's line of sight, and the stone in his heart fell to the ground. It was Taylor. Taylor came over with a box for medicine bottles, put the box on the table, and replenished the medicines one by one. Taylor smiled and said, "It took me a while to find medicines. I was stopped after the alarm went off. It got off, so it was a bit slow when I came back. Sorry, I was delayed." Taylor's gentle attitude is liked by the people in the medicine room. So if she is a little late for something, the The people in the laboratory will not blame her. Have I passed the test? Zhang Bufang asked. He looked at Taylor and didn't seem to know what was going on. Well, once you learn how to debug the VH-25, go back to the Class A test area. Fusher said. He didn't care who made the noisy alarm. He was the most relaxed person in the medicine room. Go back. Zhang Bufang wanted to stay. A new batch of test products have arrived in the Grade A test area. Congratulations, you are no longer the subject of experiments. Fusher picked up the healing potion prepared by Zhang Bufang, but he didn't seem to just want to see the light green liquid. He also glanced at Taylor. Zhang Bufang lowered his head to pack the equipment, and Taylor stood for a while. The medicine room was in a mess. Someone was startled by the alarm during the experiment and knocked over the reagents, so Taylor walked over to sort it out. When the sound of the alarm stopped, the panic in the laboratory also subsided. Taylor was no longer in the laboratory. Zhang Bufang followed Fusher on the way back to the Class A test area. The advantage of following an identified person was that they were walking. There is no one in the passage. It is a passage specially built for people like Fusher. How many times have there been such alarms? Zhang Bufang followed behind Master Fu, always keeping a certain distance. Huh? Not much, why? Master Fu didn't look back and continued walking. No, it's just that you don't seem to care too much, Zhang Bufang replied after considering his words. There is no need to worry about it at all. Those people who knocked over the potion were just suddenly frightened. It won't matter if this kind of alarm goes off, Fusher said. This kind. Zhang Bufang picked up the word. I don't know. The alarm sounds in the experimental area are all different. The more serious ones will use the particularly harsh ones. The one you hear is just a repeated beep, Fusher said, and he looked at his own watch and quickened the pace. Can I ask what each alarm means? Zhang Bufang asked. It's not necessary. In the next 3 to 5 years, you can basically hear the alarms in the experimental area, Fusher replied. But Zhang Bufang didn't say anything, because he didn't intend to stay here for 3 to 5 years. He felt that only half a year was enough. But Master Fu smiled in front, stopped, and looked back at Zhang Bufang, saying, Don't you plan to wait for a long time? Zhang Bufang was about to explain, but was interrupted. Master Fu looked at Zhang Bufang with a meaningful look, at least to Zhang Bufang. That look was particularly meaningful. Master Fu said, That's right, you young people, the Grade A testing area is never a place where you can stay for a long time. If you keep being an experimental subject, you probably won't live long. Zhang Bufang chose silence as gold. He could not guess the other party's intention or the meaning of the other party's words. Go back to the test. You don't need to stay in the room anymore. Master Fu ignored Zhang Bufang's expression and continued to walk to the test area. What he just said seemed to be for himself. Am I being transferred? Zhang Bufang asked. When he returned to the Grade A testing area, there were no positions available for him. He expected that he would go to the laboratory and be no different from a handyman. Maybe he would go back. Just a handyman. Yes, come and be my assistant. Why? Zhang Bufang asked subconsciously. His ability is not outstanding, especially in the field of medicine. Being able to be a master in a laboratory means that his knowledge must be quite powerful. Zhang Bufang knows very well. He doesn't have the ability to be an assistant to Master Fu. What's more, Zhang Bufang's identity here started from a low-level person, a subject, and became a person who was going to participate in the experiment. This is incredible no matter how you think about it, although Zhang Bufang did rely on his own ability to do it. Arrived. But Zhang Bufang always felt that the other party was planning something. With evil intentions? Zhang Bufang applied this word to the person walking in front of him. For the first time, he had the idea to be more careful about this person. Zhang Bufang's defense refers to preventing the other party from trying to trick him. His intuition told him, this person is not simple. What do you need me to do? Zhang Bufang asked. You will be my assistant. In addition to helping me fetch and change things and do some small chores, you will also need to be an apprentice. All the experiments I do in the laboratory are the basis and extension. You must do those things. Yes, Fusher said. He quickly saw the Class A testing area. The drug room was not far from the testing area. Yeah, Zhang Bufang responded. By the way, before officially entering the testing area, Master Fu suddenly remembered something and said, the alarm in the drug distribution area just now was just that some of the drugs were reacted. There is generally no alarm for special things. For example, a few days ago, the guard room intercepted a communication. I don't know what the details of the communication were, but we have started to investigate. Be careful and don't get into trouble. The communication was intercepted? Zhang Bufang thought of himself almost subconsciously. But the other party did not necessarily refer to himself. It may not be that no one else wanted to send communications in this place. Zhang Bufang felt that Fu Shi was referring to something, but he also. How could he be thrown into chaos based on just a few simple words from the other party? The guards are investigating this matter secretly. Communications in many areas have been stopped. These areas include the Class A test area. If you have any communication equipment on you, just take it out and store it for inspection later. Master Fu said. The inspection is a detection gate that must be passed before entering each area. Now it is mainly checking electronic communication equipment, so the detection gate will be debugged and will be extra sensitive to communicators. Fu Shi does not need communication at all. Yes, if he wants to find so-and-so, someone will naturally run away for him. Zhang Bufang hesitated when she passed the door. She was a little worried that the communicator pretending to be a ring on her hand would be discovered, but she found that Master Fu, smiling and waiting for him to pass the inspection gate. Zhang Bufang had no choice but to take out his work communicator from his bag and put it on the table beside him. Fortunately, nothing else happened. Zhang Bufang passed through the inspection door unharmed. But his guess was indeed correct. When he was working as an assistant, there were doubtful looks from others and surprised looks from those who had worked with him in the Class A room, sometimes because he was not familiar with many things. As for the mistakes we have made, we only need to ignore these things or pay attention not to make them again next time. These are not very troublesome to deal with, because there is a troublesome thing to compare. All activities in the Grade A testing area have been stopped today. Another wave of people came to check. Various inspections, ranging from test tubes and medicines in the laboratory to specially made equipment, data, and experiments. Everyone in the room, including Class A rooms and zombie experimental products, were all inspected. The people who came said it was a safety inspection, and Zhang Bufang knew that they wanted to check the communications. A large number of people almost crowded the entire laboratory, and the experimenters were asked not to leave. Zhang Bufang looked at Master Fu, who was standing next to him, as if he were watching a show. The other party looked indifferent. Zhang Bufang didn't think he needed to feel guilty. Could such a big move really be detected through investigation? Then let's just treat today as a day off. You won't get much off all year round, Fu Shijian said. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Since all activities were stopped now, there was no point in continuing. So he just decided. The evacuees should go as they should. Number 7. What's in the bottle over there has to be fished out. Master Fu used to call Zhang Bufang number 7. Zhang Bufang found that the plastic gloves had been used up, and the jar was filled with transparent and colorless liquid. There was no pungent smell when he opened it. He asked, "What is the liquid in this jar?" If it was just ordinary water, he would be surprised. You can put your hand directly in and pick it up. And the ring on his hand is waterproof. Oh, it's just a synthetic guidance liquid. Fu Shi replied. He looked at his watch again and saw Zhang Bufang standing in front of the jar and opening it. He didn't intend to move. He urged, "Just take out the metals inside. The liquid won't cause any harm to the skin. Come on, take it out and wipe it lightly before leaving. I want to go back and rest quickly." Zhang Bufang remembered that such a compound would not cause any harm to the skin, but it would cause some damage to his ring. The ring was also an invisible communicator, and there would be something in the liquid that would damage the communicator. But it's just a communicator, Zhang Bufang thought. Then he took off the ring on his hand and put it aside, then reached into the jar to get the metal pieces. Hiss! When Zhang Bufang's hand touched the metal piece, he didn't know what was going on. He felt a burst of pain instantly, like a tearing pain. Zhang Bufang's instinctive reaction was to quickly retract his hand. But unfortunately, when he subconsciously shook his hand, he knocked over the things next to him, causing chaos on the table in an instant. Master Fu approached Zhang Bufang, grabbed his hand, looked at it, patted Zhang Bufang, who was still looking around for emergency medicine, and said, "There is a little reactive substance on the metal piece. Your hand was slightly pricked. It's just a moment. This tingling feeling feels more like tearing. This kind of substance will penetrate the skin, Zhang Bufang watched as his fingers quickly turned red with red spots. There was no bleeding, but this kind of pain. Make him feel bad. Just grab the first liquid on the shelf over there and rinse it thoroughly. Fu Shi shook his head. This was the second time the other party had knocked something over. Fu Shi didn't care if the other party's hand was injured, but this was. The table was in a mess, and Master Fu was clearing the table while saying, "I'll remind you that this is the second time you've knocked something over. At least it's only the third time." "I know." Zhang Bufang felt that his hand was slightly better after rinsing it. Remembering that his ring was still on the table, he wondered if he had lost it when he knocked something over. Zhang Bufang simply applied a little more medicine on his hand, then walked to where he was and saw that the ring was still there. "I picked it up with peace of mind and checked to see if any medicine had been added to it. Fortunately, the ring was safe and sound. Then since your hands don't have much problem, you can continue to clean up these things. I'm leaving. It's really not easy for those of us who are in charge. We don't even have a holiday. The only holiday we have is when the people who come to inspect the order stand one. All day long." Master Fu was startled by the thing in his hand, turned around, and left. "Don't use communication recently. If you use communication at work, it will interfere with the detection, so it's not good to communicate at work. So communication at work should be more troublesome. Just transmit it orally." Zhang Bufang said to Taylor. "We really need to be more careful recently." Zhang Bufang only wanted to contact Taylor because he needed to have some contact for work. In saying this, it was just a reminder that the two of them may have been in frequent contact recently. He remembered the specific dates. He couldn't help it, and Zhang Bufang didn't know which communication he was investigating. It might not be possible to find them, but he still had to be careful. Well, okay, Taylor and Zhang Bufang didn't hide their lovers' identities here, but they just didn't do what lovers should do so openly. They were limited to cuddling in their free time occasionally. After all, they wore. The rings are of the same style. Even if they are deliberately concealed, the sharp-eyed people around will notice it. "Well, then I'm leaving," Zhang Bufang nodded, and still rubbed her hair as usual. As usual, with a little fragrance, the smooth and soft hair brushed against his fingers. Zhang Bufang smiled at her. Of tenderness. The ring on Zhang Bufang's hand shines with silver. The silver ring is low-key and beautiful. There is a small round crystal inlaid on it. Zhang Bufang's own is blue, and Taylor's is red. 1. The ring that disguises the communicator can be made so simple and elegant. Zhang Bufang thinks it is very good. What? Why do people still come to check? As soon as Zhang Bufang returned to the Class A test area, another group of people gathered. "You come here." This time no one answered Zhang Bufang's words. When the prosecutor saw a new person coming over, he was a little unhappy and pointed at Zhang Bufang and ordered. Zhang Bufang walked over, and the inspector began to scan him with an instrument. Zhang Bufang thought that the scan would be over after a few minutes, but he did not expect that the instrument suddenly made a sound. "Search." The inspector put down the instrument in his hand. If the instrument beeps, it will beep. If Zhang Bufang doesn't change his expression, his communicator may not be found. "Take off the ring." The inspectors noticed that Zhang Bufang was wearing a ring on his hand. This was the only thing on Zhang Bufang's body. At least they found nothing except the ring. "Take it for testing." The inspector handed the ring to another person. The detection is not an ordinary detection, it is used for defense. In the process, it can not only detect whether the thing is a microcommunicator, but also destroy it during the detection process. Its communication function. Report. The person who went for testing came back soon, but he didn't say it directly like before. He leaned into the other person's ear and whispered what he wanted to say. "Okay," nodded. The inspector took the ring and returned it to Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang was calm and composed throughout the whole process, not caring about what those people said quietly. Since the communication equipment on his body cannot be detected, it means that it cannot be detected. If something cannot be detected, doesn't it mean that there is nothing on him? No, why should you feel guilty? After another 2 to 3 days, Zhang Bufang would not see anyone doing the testing when he was working in various areas. It seemed that the matter had just passed. Zhang Bufang looked at it, and he was not at ease. The next step was to carry out the test. He actually didn't know the reason for this incident. He couldn't be sure whether it was them or someone else who was caught using communication signals. Zhang Bufang couldn't help but choose a new place. This place had neither detection signals nor cameras. Yes, you went to the coastal area to talk to the two brothers and sisters over there and transfer all the funds they obtained to you. In addition, you sent people directly to the main city, ready to go to country A at any time. After all the preparations, the funds you have will be ready for use when the time comes, but the cost is really too high, so you have to prepare some in advance. Zhang Bufang told Qin Tao. Okay, Lord Buddha, you have not seen us for so long and finally contacted us once, but this time you contacted us because there is something going on. Qin Tao has already written down everything the other party said, but he is not interested in Zhang Bufang's current situation. There are some concerns about the situation. It's okay. It will be much easier after these tasks are over. I'm not just here for that task. I also want to meet Jianjin or Chenhe. Zhang Bufang heard this inexplicably when he was in the main city. When it comes to this sentence, it seems to be talking about an experiment in which the former survivors of the survivor base were imprisoned in country A and personally participated in it. Zhang Bufang didn't know if there was such a person, but his first reaction was Jianjin or Chenhe. Not only did he want to take these two people away this time, but if there were indeed other people from the Hope survivor base in this place. Zhang Bufang can only take it away depending on the situation, but he estimated that 89% to 90% would not be able to take it away. You ask someone to make arrangements in advance. If something happens to me, I will contact you one last time. I have already sent you all the original party A map information of country A that you may use. If there is any abnormal situation, be prepared for a surprise attack, Zhang Bufang said, guessing that the patrol team should be coming at this time. He hurriedly closed the communication and walked back as if nothing had happened. Why did it take you so long to do the task? Returning to the laboratory, Master Fu had been waiting for a while. My girlfriend is there where the medicines are being distributed. I just wanted to chat a little more when I saw she had time. Zhang Bufang replied with an impassive expression. Don't slack off when you're working. Don't just talk about it all day long when you have a girlfriend. Besides, I think I should talk to you alone. Come here. Master Fu took Zhang Bufang to the place where the reagents are stored. Small room. What's wrong? Zhang Bufang said. I have to ask what's going on. If the people under my command are evil-minded, then it will be very difficult for me. Master Fu said to Zhang Bufang, while observing Zhang Bufang's expression. Nothing changed in the other party's expression, not even the position of his pupils moved. I admired the other party's strong disguise in my heart. Your ring has detected electromagnetic communication, Fu Shi said straight to the point, but he had no intention of returning the ring to Zhang Bufang first. What? Zhang Bufang frowned and looked at the ring he was currently wearing on his hand. I have already replaced that ring of yours. Hey, do you really think that those testing personnel threw your ring into the testing instrument and the instrument didn't respond? That means your ring is really well defended? Stop looking, you. The ring on this hand is made of silver, Fu Shi said. It seemed as if he had no intention of taking Zhang Bufang out to report him. Zhang Bufang wasn't sure what this man wanted to do. He thought about it carefully, but he didn't think about when his ring had been exchanged. Perhaps that day, Master Fu asked him to take out the metal pieces from the solution with his bare hands. He can pick it out with tweezers. How could he forget this? Did you take it when you asked me to take the metal piece that day? Zhang Bufang. He felt that the person in front of her was just doing Tai Chi with him, and the other person's real purpose had not yet been revealed. Yes, Master Fu said simply. Why? Zhang Bufang was sure that if this person had noticed it a long time ago, he would have been targeted a long time ago. How could it be possible that no one had discovered it so far? He couldn't guess. What did this person want to do? So after hesitating for a while, he could only ask why. Zhang Bufang wanted to know why this person did this, and why he was not reported directly. Why did his ring need to be tested separately? How did you guess it? You seem to be in disbelief? Fu Shi asked back. He said, I won't investigate what you did just now, but I told you a few days ago that the communication used by the studio is no longer usable. Yes, you are maintaining contact with the outside world, and you want to push me into the fire pit, right? It depends on what you want to do. Zhang Bufang was not sure. This man's expression did not look as frightened or defensive as he should have, so he could only try blackmailing. Bring the communicator, and I will confiscate the ring for you, Master Fu replied. You don't want to report me? Zhang Bufang asked back. His behavior was really strange. This person either had other plans or was the person he had been looking for to take over the mission. I have so many emotions for you. My experiment will continue. The experiment is more important than anything else. I reported you to the inspectors and turned the laboratory upside down. Do I still need my experimental data? But I have to. I'm warning you. If you take any action, tell me in advance. I don't want me to dedicate myself to the laboratory, only to end up with a dead end. Fu Shi replied, and then he opened the door where the reagents were placed and left. Got out. Could it be? Zhang Bufang wanted to say something else. As I said, the experiments in the laboratory are more important than anything else. You don't want to be here at all. You want to leave the grade A test area, right? Since you want to leave, you still have to focus on experiments until you are done. A new experiment. Someone will naturally move you to a higher place. Fu Shi stopped and turned around and said, everyone else was busy with what they were doing and wouldn't care about this. Fu Shi said again that both people could hear. The voice said, of course you can do whatever you want, but don't get involved here. If you damaged anything here because of your slackness in your work, then your sin is really big. Fu Shi ignored Zhang Bufang. He had already said what he needed to say and hoped that the other party would take care of himself. Zhang Bufang looked at the back of a figure in front of him in confusion. They were all experimental lunatics. He had always thought so. His experience told him that once the enemy found out, he must hand over this person no matter what. I always feel that these things are not that simple, Taylor said. When she went back, she thought about it carefully. Since they were not the ones whose communications were discovered, who else could it be? Taylor saw Zhang Bufang lowering his head and thinking. Regarding things, she said, have you been in a lot of trouble over there recently? It is true that Party A of Country A has more than one force lurking here. It is easy to guess what most of these people think. They are just staring at Zhou Ju with such a simple and neat method, which does not belong to either party, when Zhang will collapse. Bufang and Taylor came here for the experiment, and the task publisher behind them also came for the experiment. But this poster wanted to sabotage the experiment. Zhang Bufang didn't even think about interrupting Party A's experiment in Country A. There were too many types of experiments they were studying, some good and some bad. Unless it endangered his own interests, he wouldn't take care of it. In these experiments, not all the experimenters from Country A were so crazy that they even killed their own people. A bunch of people have been checking for several days, and my identity was discovered by Mr. Fu from the grade A test area. What Zhang Bufang couldn't understand was this person's attitude. If Zhang Bufang is not submitted, it will indeed affect the progress of some experiments. Once Zhang Bufang is exposed to the detection area, all experiments in the detection area must be stopped, and the guards will turn that place upside down. Son, with such a huge commotion, the progress will be delayed for at least 2 or 3 months, and innocent people will die there. Zhang Bufang is not an experimenter. He has no interest in the research of those drugs. They are used on humans. On zombies, the reaction results do not seem to be much different. He has no way to put himself in others' shoes. It took several years or even decades to research drugs or zombies. Zhang Bufang thought that since he had been researching for several years anyway, he could still wait for 2 or 3 months. But there was only a large part of it. Drugs with a short shelf life will become useless. Then you. Taylor was a little worried. There's no problem. That person didn't really want to submit me. What he said was to not delay the progress of the experiment. Zhang Bufang shook his head. Are you sure? Taylor asked. Not sure. Zhang Bufang hugged Taylor and said, since I can't guess what he's thinking, I have to prepare for it in advance. I want to go to the original Party A of Country A. But Taylor wanted to object. Seeing Zhang Bufang's normal expression, she knew that the other party must not have her own safety at heart. Taylor knew that going out was very troublesome and risky. Bufang's status is not suitable for going out. I'll go, Taylor said. But no matter what, she will definitely pay attention to the other person's thoughts. It's very dangerous, Zhang Bufang said. He was unwilling to let Taylor take the risk, but now they had no other choice. The risk was the same for everyone. He was now in a dilemma. Don't worry, I'm not that weak. My level is not low after all. Taylor saw the suppressed forbearance and reluctance in Zhang Bufang's eyes. She could understand the other person's mind. It was just a bad choice. He didn't want to embarrass the other party, but Taylor didn't feel that he was that weak and didn't feel that he needed the other party to do everything. I'm sorry, But thank you, Zhang Bufang said. Thank you, and I'll accept it. There's no need to apologize. What you want to do is also what I want to do. No matter what, I will be with you. Taylor replied with a smile. Taylor applied for closed drug research in the drug room. She didn't know how long she would have to go to such an area. When the application was sent, she was approved for 1 week. No one would come when Taylor was in closed drug research. Excuse her. Taylor has learned enough about medicines. She shouldn't research medicines in advance just to be safe. She can just take out the results when the time comes. On the night when Taylor decided to enter the closed research room, he took his identity card and changed his identity, and went to find the person who had brought them into the original Party A of Country A as he had prepared in advance. Taylor had even forgotten who this person was. When that person saw her, he was full of surprise and whispered that she was crazy. Taylor decided that he had to go out. The person had no choice, but still agreed. Taylor took the route map prepared by Zhang Bufang and the attention of each department. Zhang Bufang had arranged external matters in advance. Taylor could go directly to Dugwa this time. Judging from the time, Dugwa had probably not arrived at the main site yet. Taylor contacted Dugwa as soon as he left the original Party A in Country A. Dugwa had already determined the route with her, and the two parties were on their way together to minimize the time to meet each other. Taylor walked nonstop to the coastal black market and could not use the teleportation array. Once the teleportation array was used, the chance of being exposed would be very high. Yes, the portal can be used anonymously, but the user's information will still be entered there. Dugwa. Taylor stayed awake for more than a day and was finally pleasantly surprised when he saw Dugwa. Dugwa walked faster than Taylor. Taylor also saw another man and a woman, who must have been arranged in the plan. Take a rest first, Dugwa said, seeing that the dark circles under Taylor's eyes were really heavy. They, grown men, could bear it, but Taylor might not be able to. Their location at this time was in a suburb, and there would be zombies wandering around here, so it was relatively safer than in the city. Hurry up and tell me. I don't have much time. Taylor handed over a full-scale plan prepared by Zhang Bufang to Dugwa. Taylor said, the original Party A in Country A has been making a lot of moves recently, and they especially like to investigate those of us. People, you should also understand the situation between me and Lord Buddha. Meeting each other or communicating at the most basic level is very troublesome. It's a one-time thing, so it's best to explain everything clearly. Let me introduce you to, Taylor said, paying attention to the man and woman. I am Wang Kao Gao, and this is Wang Yen Kao. Zhang Bufang mentioned these two people to Taylor, and Taylor nodded politely and continued. You have just arrived on the mainland from the water capital. The situation has not changed much from before, but it has become more extreme. The original Party A of Country A is now in a position of dominance. Gao Lung in the Strong Craftsman Survivor base is preparing to recharge her batteries. It is not yet certain whether she will launch a counterattack on the original Party A of Country A. The underground area has broken away from the employment guild. After taking control, it became more and more rampant. It no longer planned to cooperate with the Strong Craftsman Survivor base. The mercenary guild didn't know what happened. Perhaps due to the suppression of the underground area, it became restrained and maintained its original neutral position. The experimental area is difficult to enter. I haven't gotten the high-level identity card yet. FOE and I may have to spend a month. Dugwa, how did you arrange the rescue? Taylor said, Jianjin and Chunhee. These two are people who must be taken away. How did Buddha arrange it? Dugwa asked. That day, Buddha suddenly made a message in a hurry and hung up before he could explain many things in detail. Jianjin and Chunhee must be taken away. If there is no way to separate secretly, then the only option is to attack by force. Finally, you attack this place according to this position on the map. Taylor pointed to Dugwa. Then slide your finger on the map and follow. Zhang Bufang explained in his explanation, prepare the portal in advance. Likewise, don't make too much noise. The back area of the experimental area is all for logistics. You can mess up this place. The more messy you make it, the better. Attack this position, and FOE and I will bring the people out. But can safety be determined? What Dugwa is worried about is that a total of 4 people will be evacuated by then, and it may not be possible to take care of them all. According to the plan, they cannot bring too many people, and more than 10 people will not be noticed. It's the limit. Perhaps, no matter what the risk is, you should remember to evacuate with the person as soon as possible. If something happens, just give up on that person, Taylor said decisively. It is also an emergency moment. If you take the person with you, if we hold on to the idea of never abandoning or giving up, no one will be able to leave, and the whole army will be wiped out, which is a big loss there. I understand, Dugwa nodded. Wong brothers and sisters, please prepare in advance at the coastal black market to pick up Dugwa. I asked you to come here to familiarize yourself with the route from the main city to this part. 2 teleportations may not guarantee that each teleportation can reach the location directly. After success, you immediately move all your things and ensure your own safety. Taylor said to the Wong siblings. Okay, now there is another idea. If something goes wrong in any part of this link, Taylor said. She and Zhang Bufang designed the plan in extremely detail, down to what time, what to do every minute and every second. Looking back after everything was done, the biggest weakness was actually what should be done if she or Zhang Bufang were discovered in advance in the experimental area. It doesn't matter if any of the other links collapses. As long as the person who collapsed is given up, the mission can continue. The loss is slightly larger, but it can still be recovered. If it had been discovered in the laboratory earlier, then the trouble is even greater. Buddha and I, if any one of us is arrested in the first step, the other person will continue to carry out the task, and we will talk about the arrested person later, Taylor said. But the consequences. The Wong brothers and sisters had heard about the methods of Party A of Country A when they were in the coastal black market. They would rather kill 100 people by mistake, and the act of killing them on the spot was scary to watch. Zhou may not do anything to me or Buddha. He doesn't play according to common sense, but certain things can be guessed, Taylor said. The week actually passed very quickly. Taylor was preparing for every step. Things were not that simple at all. The City of Water had sent more than 10 people to hide around. After Taylor checked again and confirmed that everything was correct, he followed the close instructions. People say that it has returned to the position closest to the original Party A in Country A. Unexpectedly, after so many days, infrared rays have been installed. Taylor has to walk from the passage of more than 10 meters to the experimental area. Originally, this place was only built to facilitate people's passage, so just click on the things. Then something must have happened inside. But Taylor couldn't stop. 1 week was coming, and she had to hurry up and go back. Even if she knew something had happened inside, she still had to go back. Taylor was worried about Zhang Bufang. When Taylor took off the special glasses, the passage returned to its dim appearance. After putting on the glasses, intricate threads were intertwined. They couldn't stop. Taylor roughly observed the arrangement of the lines, and there were still some loopholes to exploit. He carefully climbed over each line. When he arrived at the gate, he swiped his ID card on the detector. The door was finally opened, but I also remembered the alarm. Taylor was startled by the sound. After a moment of panic, she forced herself to stay calm and continued walking in. It seemed that someone had known her location in advance. Taylor couldn't think so much now. There is no way to go on the road ahead. Taylor did not bring the plan map with him. The map had been given to Du Guo a long time ago, and there was only one copy of it. He relied on his own memory and followed the route, but all of those routes were blocked. Taylor saw the figures of the guards. She was now hiding in the corner, which was the dark corner of the monitor. Taylor didn't intend to hurt those people, and they were following orders, but now it seemed she had to fight back. She had to get over this place and crawl in along the ventilation duct, otherwise there would be no place to go. There were already people patrolling over there. Taylor jumped over and fought with 5 or 6 people. In the close combat, they couldn't use the long-range guns in their hands. Taylor pulled out the short knife that one of them was carrying. She didn't want to. Murderous. Quickly climbing up from the ventilation duct and then recovering the way she came, Taylor was climbing blindly along the ventilation duct. When she saw the exit, she only dared to cautiously go over and take a closer look and discovered everything below. We are all human beings, so we can only choose another route. All the alarms have sounded, and Zhang Bufang must have sensed it, but all Taylor can think about is not to hold him back. She has tried 5 or 6 ventilation duct openings, and so far she has arrived at this place with the least number of people. This place should be the closest to the drug distribution area. Taylor saw that there were unpacked items on the table. Good medicine. Taylor remembered that there were generally few surveillance cameras in places like this, only one in a room. Taylor removed the window of the ventilation duct and destroyed the rotating fan. No one had discovered her lurking here yet. This was a trouble. The monitor was just below the opening of the ventilation duct. As soon as Taylor goes out, the monitoring room will know her current location. In fact, there was no such part in the plan, and the monitoring in the laboratory was originally more difficult to invade. When they were planning, they could only ensure that they would try not to make mistakes, and directly gave up the idea of invading the monitoring. They had not yet found any outsiders. Someone can invade the surveillance of the original party A in country A. Taylor doesn't know how Zhang Bufang is doing yet. The other party should still be in the testing area, and Zhang Bufang may not be hurt yet. Taylor wiped the sweat from her head, and she couldn't think of how the current monitoring should be done. If you don't get discovered, one wrong step will lead to wrong steps in the following steps. No matter. Since there was no way out anyway, Taylor opened the window and destroyed the secure monitor, then jumped down. After quickly getting rid of several people in the room, an alarm sounded in the corridor, but no one had come around so far. Taylor ran quickly here and observed the surrounding environment. He should be the one closest to the distribution of medicines. Channel. This place is specially used to hold medicines. Taylor cannot walk in these places. There are too many surveillances in these places. After jumping out of the window of a certain room, it is still dark. Taylor is on a path with high walls on both sides. This is because a channel specially arranged by the experimenter. But someone was already chasing her. Taylor ran forward with all her strength. At the same time, she had to keep calm for a long time in her mind, thinking about where she was going next. She guessed all the disadvantages of those places. No, it was a panic step after all, causing her to be unable to think straight. Soon they came to a fork in the road. Taylor was thankful that there were no monitors on this section of the road, but she had to choose one of the next 3 roads. When Taylor stopped and hit on the side, she realized that her shoulder was being touched by someone. She was scratched by something. She must have been scratched by some sharp object while escaping. The wound was not deep, but it only made her clothes wet. There should be no blood on the road along the way. Taylor randomly chose a path to walk forward and was caught by someone. Her mouth was covered and she was hugged to the side. Taylor subconsciously fought back against the person holding her. Shoo! Until the voice came from behind. Taylor immediately recognized the voice as Zhang Bufang. You scared me to death. Zhang Bufang frowned. He found a wound on Taylor's body, but the top priority now was to avoid the pursuit of those people. He spoke in an angry voice. I'm fine, I'm fine. Taylor was obviously a little flustered, but also a little excited, but she soon felt uneasy. Zhang Bufang was here, and if they were discovered after a while, neither of them would be able to escape. Taylor hurriedly pushed Zhang Bufang and said, Go quickly. Don't panic, come here. Zhang Bufang took Taylor to one of the trails. This place was also the first place Zhang Bufang discovered accidentally. It turns out that these high walls have a function, that is, it was suitable for establishing a secret passage. He had already walked through this secret passage once, and it happened to lead to their testing area. Zhang Bufang knew very well that he probably couldn't go to the medicine distribution room at this time. What to do? Taylor was a little anxious. She had repeatedly told herself that she could not hold back her lover, but she still made a mistake. Taylor was a little anxious because her mistake this time would bring consequences to the other party. Come to some trouble. Don't be afraid. The moment Zhang Bufang heard the alarm, he understood that something might have happened to Taylor. He looked at Fu Shi, and after receiving his look, Fu Shi looked at him meaningfully. Zhang Bufang. Bufang was still not sure what Fu Shi would do, whether he would find something to restrain the opponent. In fact, when Master Fu saw the way he looked at him after taking out the things, he was angry and helpless, and by default, let Zhang Bufang go find Taylor. What did you bring me here for? It's very dangerous. Taylor saw the sign on the building and immediately understood that this was a Class A test area. There are many rooms here, some of which cannot even be searched. Come this way. Zhang Bufang led Taylor through the window to a room he had prepared in advance. There is no surveillance along the way to this place. You go from here to the medicine distribution room. Zhang Bufang suddenly remembered that Taylor was still injured and smelled of blood, so he might not be able to get in. Hemostatic medicine, clothes from the medicine distribution room. Zhang Bufang found the things he had prepared in advance, pulled them over, and handed them to Taylor. Zhang Bufang gave Taylor the hemostatic medicine, quickly wrapped the bandage, and buttoned Taylor's clothes. The smell of blood on his body was lighter. Zhang Bufang could only tell Taylor to leave quickly. The footsteps of the pursuing soldiers. It's already ringing around here. I'm sorry, Taylor whispered, and then she left through a door in the room. Zhang Bufang knew that Taylor was probably very self-blamed now and had nothing to blame himself for. He had many things to say to comfort him, but these words could only be said after the crisis was over. The journey from this room to the medicine distribution area probably took too much time. Almost as soon as Taylor closed the door and left, the footsteps of the pursuers had already reached the door of the room. Zhang Bufang looked at these bloody clothes and just took them for disposal. Don't move. The door was kicked open. The lights in the room turned on instantly. Before the pursuers could go through the process of questioning, Zhang Bufang roared angrily. Who gave you permission to turn on the lights? Such a sound caused everyone who came to be stunned, and then regained their composure and said, We are monitoring the presence of outsiders. We need to search this room now. Zhang Bufang sighed angrily and said word by word. Of course it's okay if you search, but you have to turn off this light now, because my experiment will be broken because of your light. The pursuers then moved their sights behind Zhang Bufang. There was a corpse with blood on it, but there was dripping blood dripping from the experimental table. It seemed that the light was melting the corpse. Of course, these pursuers knew that some of the experiments were very special, and they were hesitating among themselves whether to turn off the lights or not. They were not sure whether there was the person they were looking for in the room, but they also didn't know whether the light would be suitable for that body. The corpse will really rot due to light, as this inexplicable person said. But please cooperate with our inspection. First of all, please show your identity certificate. I don't think a small experimenter is qualified to yell at our patrol team, Zhang Bufang said as he watched the guards. I wanted to listen to his words, step back and turn off the light, but suddenly, a man came out. This man walked over, wearing black casual sportswear. His carefree look made him look unreliable, but when he showed his identity card, it was another matter. Hello, experimenter. I am the leader of the military group, Beifan. Of course, Zhang Bufang had never heard of Beifan, but the momentum he brought to him should not be underestimated. Zhang Bufang frowned. He thought of this statement on the spur of the moment. If the other party wanted to find him. As a matter of fact, Zhang Bufang was in a disadvantaged position. Please turn off the light first, and I will hand you my identity card, Zhang Bufang said. As he spoke, he walked towards the door with an unhappy expression. Zhang Bufang occupies most of Beifan's sight. Such a group of people are blocking the door. Only Beifan comes in a few steps. Zhang Bufang walks over like this. As long as his eyes can be on him, then he will not. You will find something wrong with the blood stains on the clothes behind you. Here, Zhang Bufang handed over his identity, and the identity card he handed over was definitely authentic. Party A of Country A is a place that looks at the level. He handed over the identity card, which means that the next step is 2. He has no qualifications to speak. If the other party is very tough, Zhang Bufang has nothing to do. After all, he is only a deputy in the Grade A test area. He has the qualifications to speak to the guards, but he is the commander of the military regiment. No, that's not necessarily the case. His status is lower than the other parties. Except for PhD and Master Fu, the former Party A of Country A has almost no one with status in the experimental area. The United Front Work Department of the former Party A of Country A is different. Zhou Ju is a person who pays enough attention to the United Front Work Department. A member of the United Front Work Department. The status of any video posted here is higher than that of a certain experimenter in the experimental area. The difference in level is really emphasized here. Deputy, where is your master? Beifan asked. I was sent alone. My mission needs to be carried out. I need to loan some samples back. Master Fu is still in the Grade A test area. Zhang Bufang did not intend to show such a guilty expression. After all, from a perspective, he does not need to feel guilty. He also feels that he has heard a saying that he has no flaws at all. The biggest flaw is his own guilty conscience. With a confident attitude, Zhang Bufang looked at Beifan and made concessions. We need to check your experimental products to avoid any loopholes. After all, outsiders are invading now. How do I know if you are with which experimenter you belong to? Beifan walked around Zhang Bufang and walked towards the corpse. Of course you can check it at will, if you can stand the smell. Zhang Bufang stopped when he saw that the other party was still a few steps away from the corpse. The smell of the corpse made him stay there for a long time. He had just gotten used to it, and he didn't think those in the United Front Department had to come into contact with these corpses that had been rotting for a long time every day. TSK. Then take this body out together. Beifan gave the order, and two people took plastic bags and hugged the body from head to toe. The smell in the room lingered for a long time. Beifan felt like he was about to be vomited. Then can you please come with us to the Grade A testing area? We will also bring you your experimental supplies, Beifan said. As he said this, he asked the guards to take Zhang Bufang away. Excuse me, where is Master Fu who is in charge of this area? Beifan had no intention of paying attention to this little guy like Zhang Bufang. He just didn't want to spend too much time asking if a person with this identity came to this place. Just know it. That's me. Master Fu came out. When Zhang Bufang saw him, he was still studying his reagents. When he replied, he took off his gloves and walked towards Beifan. As expected, I saw Zhang Bufang standing aside. Is he your deputy? Beifan asked. There happened to be an identity tester in the testing area. He did not forget this thing. Beifan handed Zhang Bufang's identity card to one of his men and asked him to take it for testing. Yes, what happened? Fusher glanced at Zhang Bufang and continued talking to Beifan. I suspect that he is the person we want to arrest. Taking him away won't disturb your research, right? Beifan asked in a questioning tone that could not be questioned at all. Of course there is no problem. As long as it does not affect his experimental research, there is no problem, Fusher said. He took one look at Zhang Bufang and then continued to study his experiments regardless of the matter. Some things were not over yet. For example, Beifan got Zhang Bufang's identification card. After confirming that it was the identity, he was just about to ask Zhang Bufang, and then someone sent him a message. Report, the suspicious person has been arrested. This is what is displayed on the communicator. After Zhang Bufang saw the words displayed on the light screen, he couldn't even control his expression. When Beifan turned to look at him, his expression reluctantly replied. Zhang Bufang said dissatisfied, Please let your men go, and I can follow you wherever you are going. Only then was Zhang Bufang able to shake off the hands of the annoying guards who were capturing him. Let's go to the interrogation room. Beifan and a group of people came to the interrogation room in great force. When they entered, only Beifan, his deputy, and Zhang Bufang were the only ones entering. When Zhang Bufang entered, she saw Taylor, whose hands were shackled and held aside. When she returned to the drug experimental area, someone was already waiting for her, so she was simply sold out by her colleagues. Taylor was low. She kept her head down, not looking into anyone's eyes. She stayed here for a while, refusing any interrogation or answer, and said nothing, as if she had given up. Do you know each other? Beifan sat on a chair on the side, looking at Taylor with inquiring eyes. He was dissatisfied that Taylor kept his head down, and then found someone to forcefully lift Taylor's head. Beifan warned, You also know. The method here is that as an experimenter, do not violate all my orders during the interrogation. Kill 100 by mistake and refuse to let one go. This sentence is not a joke. Not all interrogators will be like me and be patient. Carefully raise your head, or wait until I catch the other person and let you live until now. Answer me. Beifan said, getting rid of the unreliable feeling he had when they first met. He looked very serious, and he didn't look like the kind of judge who would patiently ask questions. He looked like a person sitting next to the interrogation room. The instruments of torture were all prepared by his own hands. Couple. Zhang Bufang showed the ring on his hand. It was just an ordinary ring. The real communicator was still with Master Fu. Really? Zhang Yueqin. Beifan picked up the identity card placed on the table. His subordinates reported to him that this woman was arrested while distributing medicine. Her colleagues loudly accused her that she was the one who needed to be found. People, I'll give you a chance to tell you the whole process, Beifan said. Of course, he didn't want to ask questions over and over again. These things should be done by his deputy. He only needed to draw conclusions and then transfer orders. But he is also willing to listen to the final struggles of these people and then give them a death sentence. It all depends on himself. If the story is told well enough, then he will be more merciful. I was in a closed drug experiment, and my colleagues accused me of being a suspect, so I was taken out, Taylor said. showing appropriate fear. Really? Your colleague seems to want to be promoted. As long as he can make a certain contribution in certain things, then tempering is inevitable. Bafin is not interested in these boring remarks at all. He just had a whim today and wanted to hear what these prisoners had to say. When he went to interrogate these prisoners, those people only said 1 or 2 sentences, and he became impatient. Those cookie-cutter beginnings, or the ever-changing look of fear. It was like a cold joke prepared for him when he was extremely bored. It was not funny at all, and he wanted to break the deadlock. He just wanted to hear it. Things like lovers are very rare in the original Party A of Country A. If this person is allowed to. For the desperate Mandarin ducks to be separated like this, Bafin thought about the next ending. Maybe he was quite happy. After listening to the descriptions of the 2 people, Bafin was silent for a moment. He was thinking about what he was going to say next, and then he felt funny about his behavior. He didn't need to think about what these 2 people were going to say, but since he did, that also shows that the other party is deliberately leading him into the pit. Take both of them and deal with them as prisoners, Bafin said with a smile. He had to fight with him to see if those boring explanations were true or not. This was not true. The people under him could check it out clearly. Could it be? He still has to argue with these prisoners here. Zhang Bufang still remembers the method of disposing of prisoners here, and the last step is to dump the body. After confirming that the person is completely dead, the body will be returned to the former autopsy room, and all useful parts will be cut off. These corpses were then used for experiments by the superiors. A pit was dug behind the experimental area, and some trees were planted ingeniously to use the corpses as nutrients. Give me a concrete evidence, Zhang Bufang said. My little lover has a wound on her left shoulder. Even if the test tube bottle bursts, there won't be such a deep wound on her left shoulder. Unless she scratches it by herself, she will scratch her legs. The degree of injury to her upper body will affect her future experiments. The accuracy, Bafin said. Okay, Zhang-san, you don't need to explain so much to me. You can't provide any evidence yourself whether your lover is the person we are looking for. But since we can become a couple, I can still do it in this special place. I'll give you a privilege. Bafin seemed to feel that he was very kind. In this way, he went to the row of torture instruments and picked out a knife that he thought looked better. Then he turned around and walked a few steps and handed it to Zhang Bufang, who looked in disbelief. Bafin said with a smile, The suspicion is relatively low. I can let you go. It doesn't matter whether you let him go or not. It all depends on the person's own mood. Both of you are meaningful in your answers. The one who wants to take the responsibility on himself really has deep feelings. Only one of these 2 can survive, so what should we do? Why don't you just do it? Otherwise, her body will be treated even more cruelly. If you do it yourself, you can still keep a whole body, right? Bafin handed the knife to Zhang Bufang. But Zhang Bufang wanted to struggle a little. Little brother, the surveillance in the surveillance area, once down, your little lover will definitely not be able to escape. The surveillance did not capture the face of the intruder along the way, but the figure. It can still be judged. Do you want your little lover to come over and take a test? Bafin said with a smile. He was like a melon eater who was interested in his position. He was not interested at all. His job was to interrogate prisoners rigorously and get the most accurate results, but he was too lazy to do that. Most of the people sent to the interrogation room would not escape the final death anyway. He has to interrogate so many people for everything he encounters every day. So how can he be in the mood to do such troublesome things that his superiors ask him to do? Once the other party said this and refused, it would be a confirmation of the prisoner's name. Zhang Bufang asked. If the body shape is not measured, can the suspicion be reduced? Alleviating the suspicion will not change her fate, Bafin replied. Zhang Bufang frowned and looked back at Taylor anxiously. System, is there anything that can help me avoid this disaster? Zhang Bufang is already asking the system for help. After Taylor confirms his death, he still has a way to send him out. Those who achieve great things must sacrifice something. Unexpectedly, the system answered him with this sentence. Impossible. Zhang Bufang refused directly. He would never give up Taylor. Based on this task alone, if he was asked to give up Taylor, he would rather explode all his strength now and fight to the death to defeat Taylor. Send it out. It's just that he thinks there's still room for recovery. It hasn't reached absolute despair yet. There is no such thing as suspended animation. There is a drug that can ensure that you can maintain vitality for a period of time after excessive blood loss. However, if Taylor is not saved within the limited time, he will die. The system answered. Zhang Bufang has looked through the system mall, and there is no suitable drug. As long as he thinks it is the most suitable drug for the current situation, as long as it can be confirmed that Taylor is dead, she will have a way to minimize the harm he does to the other party. The system has already. After seeing what he was thinking, and there was no such medicine in the mall, Zhang Bufang finally gave up and agreed to the medicine the system told him. Time was running out. It's okay. Taylor lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Zhang Bufang's face. Tears filled her eyes. No separation came so quickly. Taylor blamed herself very much. She felt that she was too useless to be in this situation. Things will go wrong. She has already made assumptions in her mind. If she had not made a mistake at that time, if she could see through the murderous intention of this game, the result would be different now. This has reached a desperate situation. Taylor is still worried about Zhang Bufang. Because she is alone, it is better to say that her death alone can exchange for the whole plan to continue going forward. Zhang Bufang is definitely the top person in his era, Taylor. I have always thought so. He is different from most people. So she can also become a passerby in his life, and Zhang Bufang will continue to go on, find a better woman, and accompany him to achieve success. All the things he wanted to do. Taylor felt that there was nothing to regret, and the results of her death were worth it. I don't have the strength to change the current ending. I am an innocent person, but I have no evidence to prove it, and neither do you. If the ending cannot be changed, then you can only accept it. Taylor looked at Zhang Bufang. It became darker bit by bit, but Taylor calmed down. Now that she had thought about it, she had to continue. Taylor was full of reluctance, but she hoped to make the most suitable choice so far. Party A of Country A will not allow the prisoners it wants to interrogate to make too many excuses. Even if there are indeed countless enemies among the corpses, their pale and feeble struggles are a torturous process for most people. It cannot be taken away. Produce appropriate evidence to prove your innocence. My dear, as long as you survive, really, you don't need to worry about me. There are still many things you can do. Didn't you say that you always wanted to research the part of the experiment? You said for the experimental area. With so much time and energy, we can't let all those results go to waste. Can't we? Now it was Taylor who was comforting Zhang Bufang. Beifan's own position is that of a freeloader. He has not seen such a good show of separation of Mandarin ducks in the interrogation room for many years. Beifan looked at the information handed over by his subordinates, and Zhang Yuechen's suspicions were already exceeded. It is stipulated that Zhang San has indeed found nothing so far. Beifan looked at the two people. Since one of them had not found any evidence of suspicion, he might as well let the other one live. He was happy to see these scenes of life and death, just because he does seem bored. Okay, enough has been said. If there is anything else to say, just say it as soon as possible. Only after you finish can we start, Beifan urged. I'm sorry. Zhang Bufang knelt down and hugged Taylor, burying his head in the other's neck. He had already received the maintenance medicine given to him by the system. No one would notice Zhang Bufang's actions at this time. He stood up, kissed Taylor, and then Zhang Bufang said, "Your wish is to let me live. Are you going to stay here forever?" No. Taylor had tears streaming down her face. She said, "I hope you can continue to live. That's right. Finish what you want to do. What you care about most is the experiment. There are many things that I didn't say, but I can't say those words anymore. The only thing I can say to you is my blessing. No matter what you choose in the future, you must be happy. Live well, and you will live healthily. You don't like the age of zombies, but one day you may develop a potion that can stop this chaotic era. That will be better than you think. Bigger, don't deny yourself so much, my dear. Don't blame yourself because of this matter. If my death can exchange for your peace in the future, then my value will be enough. Aren't all separations the next reunion?" Taylor forced a smile. "Okay, let's just put the corpse here. When the time comes, someone will naturally carry out embalming. Hey, don't have any bad thoughts about the experiment because of this. If you go back and continue to work hard, maybe it will be better. I wish I could see your wife again on the operating table." Beifan really had this boring time and followed Zhang Bufang all the way to the warehouse next to the anatomy room specially used to store corpses. Party A has special regulations on this. Anyone who dies in the experiment or is caught in violation of regulations must be sent to this corpse storage warehouse, which is called waste utilization. I'm telling you, you can either come with me right now, or you can stay with your wife for a while and send the body to the autopsy place. Bafin glanced at the watch on his hand and made an estimate. The time should be almost up. People from other areas are coming here to conduct an investigation on this matter. Catching out the mole is not just their job. In order to make up for his past regrets, Bafin transferred this regret to Zhang Bufang. He said, I have opened a back door for you. This body has not been examined. If you are dawdling, yeah, not even a whole body can be left alive. Zhang Bufang was also worried about the autopsy. Once the examination was conducted, Taylor's identity would be 100% exposed. However, since Bafin had kindly told him so, he would have to accept the favor. It depends on how to deal with it later. Thank you, sir. Zhang Bufang lowered his head and stood up, looking very depressed. Just from the back, you can imagine how sad he was now. But at the same time, he felt lucky in his heart. After sending Taylor out, he doesn't need to be frightened. He has just pressed a communication device hidden on Taylor's body that is specially used to transmit signals. According to the plan, the people from Du State can arrive at this location in 10 minutes. Can they take the people with them? Going out, Zhang Bufang believed in Du Guo's ability. Then let's go. But this matter is not that simple. You will have to continue the review later. After all, your lover has a relationship with you. Don't let me down, Bafin said in the tone of his last words. Seems to have some profound meaning. The senior leaders of Party A, especially those involved in the high-level United Front, seem to have the same personality as Zhou Ju. This is the evaluation from the soldiers at the bottom of Party A. Bafin looks like he can't figure things out, and everything seems to depend on his mood. Zhou Ju. The choice can be a little more rigorous if he only has his brother Zhou Ju in his eyes. Zhou Ju's character is even more difficult to guess. He is moody, but makes the people under him complain endlessly. Unfortunately, most of them dare to get angry. Dare not speak. You are lucky to have me interrogate you personally. According to the interrogation procedure, Bafin brought Zhang Bufang to the interrogation room. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Bufang was pressed down faster than Zhang Bufang. Bafin looked very carefree and sat on the chair opposite him with shackles on the chair. Should I answer the question? Zhang Bufang asked. He took a look and found that the thing he was holding on to was electrified. You don't need to ask too many questions, and you can usually tell the result with just a few questions. Don't worry. It was obvious that Bafin was not going to ask the question in person. After Bafin finished speaking, the look in the eyes of the people next to him told him that the interrogation had begun. What's your name? Zhang San. Which area? Class A test area. Ever come from the dissecting room? How many years have you been in the experimental area so far? 6 years. Zhang Bufang remembered that there was this in his identity information, but he didn't look carefully at the time, and after such a long time, he couldn't remember it. He just answered it in a casual manner. After getting to this question, he still chose the vague number without thinking. To put it bluntly, his 6 years was just a random guess. Lie. The person opposite was holding his information, and the information should also show his years of employment. Although most of the information was not true, it was still valid. However, Zhang Bufang answered a number that was not in the information, and then the shackles on his hands were electrified, and he was given a small electric shock. This is just a threat and a small punishment. Zhang Bufang's hand curled up due to the passage of electric current, and then stretched out weakly. Zhang Bufang frowned. Of course he knew that this was just the beginning. The soreness and numbness in his fingertips made him feel uncomfortable. He had some subconscious fears in his heart. Then I just can't remember. Zhang Bufang always felt something weird about his hands. He tried to move his fingers, but found that it was as if his fingers were not his own. Zhang Bufang looked at himself. With his hands that had been electrocuted, he showed no interest in the person who was interrogating him and answered without raising his head. Power-ups. Hiss. Zhang Bufang gasped. Originally, he only felt numbness in his wrist, but now his whole arm was numb. He then looked directly at his interrogator, but the other person had no intention of stopping. After looking at each other for less than a second, the other party continued to issue the order to turn on the electricity. Each time the electricity was turned on, the pain would only increase. Zhang Bufang didn't know how long he had been electrocuted. It felt like time passed very quickly, but the pain occurred extremely slowly. His consciousness had begun to become blurry, and his eyesight became a little black. He could still see. The person who interrogated him had no expression on his face from beginning to end, and Bafin's expression did not fluctuate much. He probably saw this situation unfold every day. Name: Zhang San. Zhang Bufang felt that he was a little sluggish, as if his brain suddenly couldn't turn around, but he still remained somewhat awake. He could understand why the other party did this. But he was. After the power was turned off, the memory seemed to be a little clearer. When Zhang Bufang stayed in various testing areas, he met divine men who passed through the interrogation room. These people had basically experienced torture, but those lunatics still talked about the pain of this experience with relish. What? Which one of them had been bled a few years ago? It was a physical kind. You would take a knife and cut an incision on your wrist, then stay on the chair and quietly listen to the flow of your own blood. According to the feeling described by those crazy people, Zhang Bufang should feel very wonderful now. Zhang Bufang felt that the electric current seemed to pass through his brain, and he secretly cursed in his heart that he was really good at healing, and at the same time felt that this method, maybe it's too backward. This is an era ahead of its time. He has seen this method before. Isn't everything about technological innovation? Why haven't these methods been eliminated yet? What's your name? Zhang Bufang has completely closed his eyes now. The current of these people is still well controlled. At least he has tinnitus now, but he can still hear people's voices clearly. Zhang Bufang thought. After thinking about this question for several seconds, he slowly and drawled, Zhang. It seemed that the last two words of his real name were about to be blurted out immediately. 3. Haven't you asked this question several times? Zhang Bufang said with his eyes closed. He was dizzy and felt like vomiting, and his voice was a little muffled. Sir. The interrogator turned around and asked Bafin for his instructions. The basic steps they had to take were over. It all depended on whether Bafin would continue with the next step of deeper interrogation or let this person go. He and his wife really have nothing to do with each other. Their information is clean and nothing can be found. His wife is a little suspicious, so there is no way to let it go. Since the basic approvals have been passed, this person is. Take it down. Bafin looked at the newly sent documents displayed on the communication light screen. They were all boring things. He seemed to read a few of them every day. The names of the people on the documents were different every time, and the file contents are basically the same. Otherwise, what else can you investigate? Bafin looked at the interrogator next to him and seemed to be hesitant. At a glance, he knew that he was not a person under his own command. The people under his own command had never been. Don't dare to question his words. I'm sorry, sir. The interrogator knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he shut up. But Bafin was still not satisfied with the interrogator, so he said, Why do you have to ask such boring questions over the phone? If so, you have to ask that department for specific details. I don't know anything about the things they have done through psychological research, but you, as an interrogator, should be able to understand it. If you really don't understand, go back to your teacher. Just take this person down and throw him back where he came from, Bafin said. He would ask this kind of people every day. This sequence, which had some effect at first, gradually turned into a waste. What about the relevant data? This information will be decided directly when someone comes to take it for investigation. Just pass this information to the other party, and that's it. Bafin seemed to have made up his mind, and the next things were as usual. There was nothing wrong with it. The special thing was that he stood up, no longer paying attention to what was going to happen next. Yes, Zhang Bufang relied on his own will to persist. Hearing that the other party no longer planned to go through the interrogation process, he relaxed. Zhang Bufang was completely relieved. This time, only then did he feel that the reaction of the electric current was quite strong. At least the second after he relaxed, he fell asleep. Tell the people who want to take the report that the bodies of the suspicious persons have been destroyed and killed on the spot. Bafin walked to the door and thought of this before he stopped. Just like when he left without any trace of. He hesitated and continued walking. While doing it, he seemed to be muttering in a low voice. If there were so many things like breaking locks every day, wouldn't the time for scientific research be extended a lot? Zhang Bufang finally returned to his grade A test area. He rejected Bafin's invitation to join the United Front area. Zhang Bufang should at least end this mission quickly and take away Jian Jin and Chun He. In this regard, he worked hard on the experiment, and after establishing a solid foundation, he targeted the position he wanted to go to, and then stepped into the Class A test area, and his previous doctor was transferred. When Master Fu left the testing area, Zhang Bufang knew that this person was actually one of the tasks. Before Master Fu left, he did not tell Zhang Bufang whether he knew his identity, but he could guess it. As the last person eliminated in the Class A test, it also means that Zhang Bufang can advance to the next level of the task. In the past, because Taylor was present, Zhang Bufang wanted to walk more safely in order to prevent his own people from getting hurt. Now that Taylor has left this place, Zhang Bufang also feels that he has become a lot more boring, but for this task, he can still walk on his own. Now he can advance bravely, take the wrong path, be on the verge of crisis, and then quickly reach the destination he set step by step. This is the real experimental area. All the places Zhang Bufang has stayed in before are just to serve as a foil for this place. The experimental area does not lack talents, but at the same time it can have a certain self-defense ability and has certain abilities in research. There are very few people with outstanding achievements. Therefore, Zhang Bufang also took advantage of his own advantages and quickly climbed to the top. It was really uncomfortable to have to think carefully about life every time he said a word. This kind of life finally lasted until the day Zhang Bufang entered the evolution experiment. During this process, he still had no contact with the original army, as if he had left behind what he had brought with him. However, he believed that there was nothing wrong with him doing this. It was just a mission. Naturally, Zhang Bufang has seen many escorts around him. When everyone saw him, their faces were different and their eyes were different. Zhang Bufang did not contact the recruiters and the original army. In this way, Zhang Bufang. This method finally aroused the anxiety of others. Zhang Bufang forced Yuan Jun to take the initiative to send him a communication for the first time. Zhang Bufang's mentality is no longer as good as when he first joined. He is very clear about his goals. During the entire communication process, it is no longer the original army asking him to do something, but his request that the original army should cooperate with him. It is best to don't give him any trouble and don't beat around the bush. Zhang Bufang finally arrived at the ultimate goal of the mission. It seems very unfortunate. This target is one of the leaders of the evolutionary experiment. If this person dies, it may affect the progress and success or failure of the experiment. Zhang Bufang felt that maybe he could guess and let him do this. Who is the issuer of the task? Zhang San. Today I will take you to meet a new experimental subject. In the future, you will take turns taking care of this experimental subject with others. Do you understand? Come with me. The doctor said. The research place for evolutionary experiments is a completely closed place. People who come in will not hear any news from the outside world for several years. Even most people in the experimental area do not know what is going on, so these people, privately, they would jokingly say that anyone who enters any experiment is as if they are dead. Zhang Bufang followed the man in front of him. The middle-aged man had paid a lot for the experiment, and it took countless years of research to get such a doctorate position. And this was also the last goal of his mission. Zhang Bufang is now the man. Behind his back, he hides any wrong emotions very well. Yuan Jun seemed to know his situation. Zhang Bufang thought for a moment. Since he entered this experiment, although Yuan Jun has no way to contact him at all, he can still find ways to contact Zhang Bufang by recruiting people. Bufang turned over and over again and spent so much effort just to urge Zhang Bufang to quickly deal with this person. But the original army and others cannot guarantee that Zhang Bufang can escape unharmed after solving the mission objective. The pros and cons are clearly weighed. Zhang Bufang may be one of those chess pieces that are abandoned by me. Or those. The person who issued the mission had planned this from the very beginning. No wonder the people Zhang Bufang saw shaking their heads and saying that they would not be able to get out for a long time. Therefore, Zhang Bufang is slowing down for his own goal, and at the same time, to guard against the original army. It was better to speed up this task before, but now he has to slow down. Especially Zhang Bufang saw one of his soldiers today. New experimental items. From now on, you will be responsible for all this person. At the same time, the other person you are responsible for is on the other side, but you don't need to take care of the other person so much. You need to take good care of the experimental subject in front of you. Okay, if there is any need over there, I will notify you at that time. All the detailed information has been sent to you. You can take a look when you have time. Okay, the doctor said. He took a few steps back from the cage and was already heading out. He climbed up the exit steps and showed no nostalgia for this dark place. It was obvious that he did not regard these experimental objects as important. Otherwise, this place will not be so dirty. The doctor said, now I will lock you here and have 2 hours to get familiar with him. Of course, I hope you are alive. But when the doctor said the last sentence, he shrugged, which meant that there were indeed many people who died for this familiar thing. His last sentence was just perfunctory for the sake of the process. It can be easily done from. His actions showed indifference. After Zhang Bufang died, it was enough for another person to take care of him. Zhang Bufang just took the place of the previous person. The place where Zhang Bufang is located is a place specially built for this experimental subject. It is a basement, and a few windows can reveal a little light, but there is no light. There are lights on the ceiling, which is not generally considered for the experimental subject. It won't turn on, and the switch is not in the room. Experimental product. They are usually locked to shackles on a wall. When the doctor walks out, the door will automatically close. The shackles on the wall are controlled by the instrument switch outside. After the doctor walks out, he opens the shackles. In other words, the experimental object opposite Zhang Bufang can explode at any time. It is said to be an experimental subject, but it is actually a human being. Zhang Bufang is not worried about how much damage the opponent's attack power will cause him. Zhang Bufang boldly walks towards the person in the corner. After taking a fancy to this experimental subject, he usually still. They were tidied up and tidied up. Their hair was messy and they lowered their heads to see their faces clearly, but at least their clothes were clean. They were relatively clean among the experimental objects Zhang Bufang had ever seen. Zhang Bufang tentatively called the man a few times, but the man still lowered his head and ignored him. It was as if the crow had been completely numbed by the chained crow, and even those ominous voices were no longer used. Zhang Bufang was less than 2 steps away from the experimental subject. He always felt that this person was somewhat familiar to him. Zhang Bufang guessed that it was Jian Jin at first, but this idea was quickly crossed out in his mind. Zhang Bufang tentatively pushed back the other person's hair to cover his face. But it seemed that the other person didn't like what he did and punched him without hesitation. Zhang Bufang was shocked when he saw the opponent's face clearly. He did not dodge the fist, but received it completely. Chunhe, Zhang Bufang said. The other party's appearance was still a bit different from what he remembered. Zhang Bufang had not seen the other party for about a year or two, and his impression of Chunhe was still the same as before. The high-spirited young man held the gun and proudly pointed it at the target he chose, with a lively smile on his lips. But now he looks embarrassed. Zhang Bufang feels powerless against such changes. Chunhe seems to have closed his mind at this time, leaving his body to react instinctively, as if he is putting himself. It was set up as a machine with everything programmed perfectly, including the instinct to attack Zhang Bufang. Chunhe had a lot of injuries on his body. Of course Zhang Bufang knew where they came from. Maybe he resisted an experiment or injured an experimenter. This kind of unwillingness to obey would make him be punished. Zhang Bufang fought with the opponent like this, but he did not use much force or attack, but chose to defend. Of course, Zhang Bufang knew that his every move was being observed by the camera in the room. Every time an experimenter enters the laboratory, there will be relevant video. However, there is no way to record the sound. Zhang Bufang repeatedly called Chunhe from a place where the camera could not see it. Unfortunately, there was still no reaction from the other party. When Zhang Bufang left, he looked a little unhappy. He had already found Chunhe, and the other party's situation made him feel heartbroken. The other reason was that the first contact left a very bad impression on Zhang Bufang. Fang didn't know whether the next time he got close to the experimental subject, he would resist like he did for the first time. The answer is yes. Zhang Bufang will take care of the experimental subject next. As the person in charge, he will do it in the shortest possible time. Over time, I became familiar with my experimental subjects. Zhang Bufang discovered that Chunhe's current state was not just for him, but also for others before. He blindly attacked all outsiders except himself, no matter how malicious the other party was. Chunhe probably remembered Zhang Bufang. In the next few contacts, you can feel that Chunhe restrained himself a lot when attacking. Then gradually, he stopped attacking Zhang Bufang. But Zhang Bufang still couldn't find Chun-He in this set of machinery. Zhang Bufang didn't know what Chun-He had suffered for so long. Although the environment here was dirty and messy, there were no obvious wounds on Chun-He's body, and there were no more hideous scars. They were not injuries sustained during a fight. Zhang Bufang also checked Chun-He's 2 arms additionally. There were tiny dots on them, which seemed to be a little too many, but not densely packed. Fortunately for Zhang Bufang, the experiment only regarded Chun-He as a human being. A drug research organization did not conduct any forced tests. But the situation is still not very good. Zhang Bufang will be one of the persons in charge of all subsequent experiments on Chun-He. He has the time to study Chun-He's current physical condition. He has not been dragged into combat. The test was lucky, but Zhang Bufang felt a headache while waiting in line. If the drug experiment had any reaction on Chun-He, I am afraid that Chun-He would not be able to get rid of drugs for the rest of his life. Zhang Bufang was able to control Chun-He very easily. After these 2 hours passed, Zhang Bufang walked out of the room. The doctor immediately greeted him and asked some questions that he had asked before. Basically, as for the experiment, it's a good answer. Zhang Bufang's work ends here. But throughout the conversation, Zhang Bufang did not ignore that the person he was talking to would show some caution from time to time. He had always been like this when he came here. Zhang Bufang's father should also pay attention to this issue of trust. If he wants to join deeper experiments, if he wants to get deeper secrets. In the next few days, Zhang Bufang pretended not to know Chun-He and put himself in the perspective of an experimenter who was a bystander. If he wanted to gain trust, he could only prove himself through experiments. That is the only experiment he has taken over so far. Unfortunately, he is now going to attack Chun-He. On his only experimental item, he made a study that satisfied everyone else. Zhang Bufang felt unbearable, but reality often forced him to do so. Zhang Bufang knew what this group of people wanted most: experimental results. He also tried his best to avoid those poisonous and harmful drugs in the selection of experimental reagents, but it was inevitable that some would be added during the research process. For this reason, when he did not want to start, he had to pretend that he was. Think about other things. But often, he will do that in the end. It was as if Chun-He had hidden his mind in his body. After Zhang Bufang got familiar with the other party, he basically didn't even move during the drug experiment. His face was ashen, and he didn't care what he would suffer next. What kind of pain? Zhang Bufang always felt as if he was hiding his pain. Otherwise, why would he not even blink his eyes when enduring the pain during the experiment? Zhang Bufang finally found the real, living Chun-He during a certain drug experiment, because the reagent he was about to inject at that time would react with certain cells in the other person's blood, which was a painful feeling. Zhang Bufang's. At that moment, he saw the other party move and began to struggle, staring at Zhang Bufang with a horrified expression. Chun-He did not realize that the experimenter named Zhang San and the experimenter who brought him new pain was Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang finally got the results he wanted to study on Chun-He. During the entire experiment, he was also able to understand why Chun-He was chosen to be a drug experimental subject. All the drugs Zhang Bufang used on Chun-He, almost all medicines have received good feedback. It would be a pity not to experiment with such a good system. Zhang Bufang has heard this sign more than once. Although Zhang Bufang's result was to remove the drug toxins accumulated by the experimental subjects over a long period of time, the process was just a little cruel, and this removal did not help the experimental subjects themselves. It only removed the remaining drug impurities in their blood, and then their blood. It will be utilized, and some of the extracted impurities can also be recycled. This seems to have greatly reduced the laboratory's expenditure on drugs. On the other hand, Zhang Bufang almost stepped on Chun-He's body and obtained the doctorate position with the help of drugs. He smiled and spent more than half a year. In time, Zhang Bufang can reach the position of doctor. He can now fully control this experiment by himself. Next, he will have the right to speak in the experiment with Chun-He, and a deeper place was also open to him. On the other side of Zhang Bufang's laboratory, the innermost door of drug management. When Zhang Bufang was an assistant, the doctor told him that that door was not allowed to enter. The door is like a status symbol. No one is allowed to enter this mysterious room except the person in charge of the special experiment. Zhang Bufang has now become a doctor, and he still needs to register when he enters the door. However, Zhang Bufang did not intend to let his ID card be swiped on the door. He chose a time in the morning, close to sunrise. Time. During this period of time, those experimenters who stayed up late and worked hard should be sleeping now, and other low-level personnel naturally did not dare to say anything when they saw him. Zhang Bufang quietly stole an ID card and opened the door. He was sure that because this was a restricted area, there would be no cameras in this corridor or even the rooms inside. But the security was just a little stricter. Zhang Bufang entered the medicine room easily. This place was no different from what he expected. He first came to store some special medicines and special specimens. He had long been accustomed to those severed bodies and limbs, and now they were soaked in green liquid. He didn't feel anything too much in the room, but the lingering smell of disinfectant in the room made him frown. After turning around, there were no special potions he was looking for. Zhang Bufang leaned against one of the shelves with a headache. Maybe he had set his requirements too high. His future goal must be to move to Chun. In Chunhee's body, he wanted to get back the good friend he once knew. First of all, in Chunhee's daily life, he observed that basically every special time period, the other party would have a period of time to recover, and at that time, he would be with him. During the conversation, Zhang Bufang felt that it was as efficient as the other party could achieve. Zhang Bufang wanted to relieve the other party's pain caused by long-term injection of drugs. The only special thing that could be found was that door. Zhang Bufang pondered over and over again. Maybe he had set his requirements too high. Yes, it is always extra difficult to find the best of both worlds while simultaneously eradicating those toxic substances and consolidating the original ones. Zhang Bufang had to choose the next best thing and focus on other medicines. Because it was his first time to come to this place today, many places were not considered thoroughly. Zhang Bufang selected a few. The things he needs to use can be taken and left. For the medicines he can still use in the future, the amount used each time will not be too much. When the experimenter is almost ready to check out, when will he stop? The things Zhang Bufang prepared using those special medicines are indeed useful. The people Zhang Bufang wants to find are not only able to stay awake during a special period of time, but also not only in severe pain. Only then could the other party regain some composure. Zhang Bufang just tested the medicines of the past few days. Sometimes when he was working, he could feel Yudeo's eyes falling on him. It was Chunhee Zhang Bufang. He was happy about this, but he remained calm. However, he still couldn't find a good opportunity to contact the other party. It was as if, after so long preparations, the real game still hadn't started. Zhang Bufang would occasionally look at Chunhee with special words. The emotional material contained in that look is different. Sometimes it is anger, sometimes it is sadness. These two extreme changes change back and forth. After Zhang Bufang's unremitting efforts, he has been observing his experimental products every day for a week. Chunhee's reaction has changed a lot from when he arrived. The only unexpected incident occurred. When Zhang Bufang was injecting the quiet Chunhee with the syringe that he secretly changed the medicine in. Chunhee first stared at him for a while. Zhang Bufang was somewhat invested in the experiment and did not pay attention. When he came down, Chunhee suddenly attacked Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang already wanted to minimize the pain Chunhee suffered during the experiment, and even asked someone to lighten all the shackles he was wearing. After all, Chunhee would not. He will then strangle his wrist or any link until it becomes red and even bleeds. Do you still know your name? This was the time when no experimenters around him were around. Zhang Bufang stopped what he was doing and looked at Chunhee seriously. He wanted one so much. He gave a correct answer, so Zhang Bufang unconsciously tightened his grip on Chunhee's hand. Even if it was just a look of confusion, it would still be the most basic expression of personal emotions. The lowest bottom line Zhang Bufang could accept was already here. Chunhee first stared at him blankly for a while, and then his eyes. Gradually it became slightly different than before. Chunhee hadn't spoken for a long time. When he opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse. Chunhee said, "Who are you?" After doing this, Ma Jili quietly returned to the shore and sneaked into the town. The general in charge of the port is really good at running the army. Even in the dead of night, none of the patrolling soldiers relaxed, carrying lanterns dutifully as they walked up and down the few streets in the town. Ma Jili must enter the town to find out some information. Seeing that several warehouses were particularly well guarded, he felt happy, and with a sway, he walked over. Without opening the warehouse, just smelling the smell outside, Ma Jili knew that he had found the right place. He noted the location, and when the patrolman didn't notice, he quietly sneaked out of the town and returned to the small earthen building. Luo Yin stepped forward to greet him. "Your Excellency, how are you doing?" Ma Jili nodded. "There is black oil in those warehouses. Kill them immediately and open the warehouses to pour oil and set fire." Luo Yin pulled several captains over, pointed at the warehouse and ordered them to go down, and then gestured to Ma Jili. "That's all." Ma Jili took out a remote control and pressed the button decisively. In the dark sea far away, dozens or hundreds of bright lights suddenly swelled, and then there was a violent explosion. None of those giant ships were spared. Ma Jili stood on the mound and counted them one by one. He felt relieved after making sure that all the ships were on fire and sinking slowly. The huge explosion woke up the town that had just been sleeping for a short time. The lights were turned on one by one. The patrols looked towards the sea in panic, shouted loudly, and the alarm bells kept ringing. Like countless ants running out of a flooded ant nest, people ran out of various taverns and restaurants with their pants and clothes on, hurriedly ran to the pier, got into the clipper boats, and pulled, set up the sail, and sailed briskly in the direction of the giant ship. However, what they didn't expect was that they clearly wanted to rescue their colleague Pao Zhe on the giant ship, but instead they themselves were sent to the underworld. The hull of the clipper running at the front seemed to be hooked on something. People on the boat felt as if the hull was hit by a big fish in the sea. Only the captain thought, if it is a small fishing boat, if it is hit by a fish, what will happen if it is hit by a fish? It's understandable that it was shaken like this. Although the clipper boat is very small compared with the giant ship, it is huge compared with the fishing boat. How big does the fish have to be to make the clipper boat feel like this? Before he could figure it out, there was a burst of dazzling white light and a deafening explosion, like a thunderclap ringing in his ears. He was lifted up and fell heavily to the deck. He felt that his brain was gone. It was noisy inside, his ears were buzzing, and the cabin in front of him seemed to be bumping in violent waves, making him unable to stand up at all. What happened? He couldn't understand. The fire jumped up from below the deck. He knew that this was the burning of the fire oil carried on the ship, and the ship was no longer saved. He looked at his subordinates on the left and right with blurred eyes. They were all hit by the thunder just now and were thrown to the ground, motionless, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. The captain struggled to hold on to the deck with both hands, straightened his trembling legs, and staggered out of the captain's cabin. The graceful clipper ship has now become tattered. The middle section of the ship was broken into two pieces as if it had been chopped open by a giant axe. Flames were burning on the section, and the entire ship was slowly sinking under the light of the fire. A thought suddenly and inexplicably emerged in the captain's mind. Since everything is going to be extinguished, why burn it? After Zhang Bufang waited for a while, he originally planned not to wait for the other party's answer. Chen Yi's actions gave Zhang Bufang more hope and motivation to take him out next. Zhang Bufang met Breeze and said to him, "The first reaction is that people are finally not stupid anymore. This is not the time that the plan should be implemented at this time. Zhang Bufang's identity must either be guessed by the other party, or Zhang Bufang will say it after a while." The next day, Guantong came to see Zhang Bufang and saw him like this. Guantong just rolled his eyes at him and didn't say much. It seems that Guantong has long been accustomed to him being like this. Soon, he drove to the hospital, but when he entered the hospital door, the man still didn't believe Zhang Bufang, as if he was already waiting to see Zhang Bufang's joke. Zhang Bufang was too lazy to pay attention to him. Of course, it was Guantong who was supporting Zhang Bufang all the way. In this regard, her man also glared at Zhang Bufang. But so what if he glared at Zhang Bufang? He had nothing to do. When Guantong entered the CT room for examination, the man was at the door, still threatening Zhang Bufang. "Boy, you are so courageous. You even deceived Zhang Bufang and his family. Zhang Bufang thinks you are dissatisfied. Have you lived too long?" Zhang Bufang ignored him. "Humph, keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. You will cry later." The man curled his lips and said coldly. After Guantong came out, the man shut his mouth and stopped talking to Zhang Bufang. While waiting for the results, the man kept looking at the time on his mobile phone. His face seemed a little anxious. Who is Guantong? Guantong. Are Guantong's family members here? While Zhang Bufang and others were waiting for the results, a doctor suddenly shouted. Guantong's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Bufang laughed. The man also frowned tightly, having a bad feeling. When the doctor called Zhang Bufang and the man to the office, but asked Guantong to wait outside the door temporarily, Zhang Bufang saw that the man's hand holding the mobile phone was shaking. When the doctor told Zhang Bufang and others that Guantong's condition was probably late-stage lung cancer, crack, the mobile phone in his hand fell to the ground directly, with a look of disbelief on his face. It's not that he is worried about Guantong's safety. He is worried about himself. If Guantong is really dead, then Guantong's family will not be able to help him anymore. At most, they will not take back what they have given him now. But what does he have now? In addition to a dead salary for driving for the boss, there is just a little bit of oil and water that cannot be knocked down, plus an old house. Moreover, if Guantong is gone, it's still unclear whether I can keep my current job. And Karina's $500,000. I'm afraid we don't have to wait for Guantong to disappear. I'm afraid it will leak now. It's over. Isn't this the end for you? When he heard that Guantong was really suffering from advanced lung cancer, the man was completely stunned. Zhang Bufang murmured in his heart that if it was just late-stage lung cancer, it would be easy to cure. The most important thing is, Zhang Bufang's brows also wrinkled. As soon as that cold dragon energy touched his own, he would avoid it. Could it be that it was the legendary goo? Or was it something Zhang Bufang didn't know about? Even Zhang Bufang was stunned. The doctor has already asked, what do your family members plan to do about this matter? If you choose treatment, it cannot be said that there is no hope at all. We will try our best to extend the patient's life for half a year to about a year. Is it still possible? It's possible. Doctor, how much will it cost? The man suddenly came to hope. 1 year? No. As long as you give it another half a year, maybe the cashier at the unit will be able to bring you good news. As long as you are prosperous, you can completely leave Guantong and set up your own business by then. If you want treatment, you have to pay a deposit of 200,000 yuan first, and you can pay it at any time afterward. The doctor also said understandingly, 200,000. Upon hearing this number, the man's face turned dark again. Where can I get 200,000 yuan? Go back and ask Guantong's parents? What if they asked me to take out the 500,000 yuan to buy the car first? If his affairs were leaked, he wouldn't have to wait another 6 months, and his reputation would be ruined by now. Seeing the man's appearance, the doctor thought he had no money and was worried about money, so he sighed. If it doesn't work, just try to adjust your mentality. As for how long you can live, Zhang Bufang and others don't dare to guarantee it. Okay, you can decide for yourself. Thank you, doctor. Zhang Bufang shrugged, said casually, and walked to the door. I didn't let the hospital treat me originally. There is no guarantee for this disease at all. It is said that if it can be cured, it may prolong life, but in fact it is only a possibility. No matter what the result is, the hospital will have 100 excuses to make excuses. Besides, Zhang Bufang has already promised Zhao Jing, so he must keep his promise. Right. At this time, when the man saw Zhang Bufang walking out, he also remembered. With a plop, the man knelt down to Zhang Bufang. Please, please, you must have a way, right? Please save her, even if it allows her to live a few more days. Years are fine, Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang is here to apologize to you. Zhang Bufang kowtows to you. This sudden scene, Zhang Bufang was shocked. It also shocked the doctor sitting behind the desk. He looked at the man kneeling in front of Zhang Bu, as if he was an idiot. This was late-stage lung cancer, and the cancer cells had spread throughout his body. Even with consultation from the world's top cancer experts, nothing can be done. But he knelt down and begged Zhang Bufang. This is simply ridiculous. Aren't you scared out of your mind? Get up quickly. Zhang Bufang can understand the feelings of your family members, but Zhang Bufang and the hospital can't do anything about it. What's the use of begging him? Just now, the doctor already knew that the man was Guantong's husband, and Zhang Bufang was just a friend of theirs. What do you know? The man went crazy and yelled at the doctor, then turned around and continued to beg Zhang Bufang. I don't know why, but Zhang Bufang said that you don't understand human speech. The doctor was yelled at and looked unhappy. Zhang Bufang is the authority in treating cancer in our city. If Zhang Bufang says it can be cured, it can be cured. If Zhang Bufang says it can't be cured, even if the gods come, it's useless, do you understand? It's uneducated, it's terrible. Stop chattering nonsense. The man was in a state of confusion, and the doctor kept talking beside him, making the man even more irritable. Ouch! The doctor was also anxious. This is the first time that Zhang Bufang has met an ungrateful person like you. After saying that, the doctor looked at Zhang Bufang with suspicion. For a long time, the doctor looked at Zhang Bufang and suddenly asked, "Who are you? What is your relationship with them?" Zhang Bufang was stunned. What does this have to do with Zhang Bufang? If it weren't for this man holding Zhang Bufang's clothes, Zhang Bufang would have gone out long ago, right? Quickly tell me, who are you? What is your relationship with the patient? If you don't tell me, Zhang Bu can call the security guard. The doctor pushed up his glasses. His tone became much more serious, and he looked at Zhang Bufang as if he were a liar. Zhang Bufang really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was really a lie without saying anything. At this time, Guantong outside heard the loud noise in the house and pushed the door open and came in. I happened to see the doctor questioning Zhang Bufang sternly. She knew that there might be some misunderstanding, so she quickly explained, "Doctor, I misunderstood. He is the village doctor invited by Zhang Bufang's daughter to treat Zhang Bufang. He was the one who treated Zhang Bufang's late-stage lung cancer." Fang took out the pulse. Guantong's intentions were good. I wanted to explain it to Zhang Bufang so that the doctor would not misunderstand. But it was okay that she didn't explain. With her explanation, the doctor became more certain that Zhang Bufang was a liar. "Ms. Li, you let him lie to you," the doctor said with a heartbroken look. "How can this cancer be detected by taking a pulse? When it comes to curing it, it is even more impossible. No, he must be a liar. Zhang Bufang is called a security guard. Zhang Bufang, just call the police." After saying that, the doctor actually picked up the phone and dialed the number. Guantong was startled, but when I wanted to stop it, the call was already through. Guantong looked at Zhang Bufang with an apologetic look on his face. And Zhang Bufang. But he frowned slightly. They regarded Zhang Bufang as a liar, but in fact Zhang Bufang didn't care at all. What Zhang Bufang was thinking now was that if Zhang Bufang's medical skills were exposed, it would definitely not be a good thing for Zhang Bufang. No, Zhang Bufang. Fang needs to leave quickly. Thinking about this, Zhang Bufang shook off the man holding Zhang Bufang and wanted to leave. "Don't leave, just stand there for Zhang Bufang." The doctor was still talking on the phone. When he saw Zhang Bufang was about to leave, he hurriedly rushed to Zhang Bufang and grabbed Zhang Bufang's clothes tightly. "You can't leave. You are a liar like you. Should be arrested, should be shot." The doctor became more and more excited as he talked. Zhang Bufang was very confused. Really, if I had known this was the case, Zhang Bufang would not have come. Zhang Bufang did not expect that things would develop like this. Okay, Zhang Bufang is not a liar. Zhang Bufang swung the doctor away with all his strength and rushed out of the door. Zhang Bufang is really annoying. This doctor is too nosy and has nothing to do with him. Is there any need to cling to Zhang Bufang? After Zhang Bufang went out, he quickly ran to the elevator and went downstairs. Catch him quickly, don't let him escape." While shouting, he did not chase him out. Instead, he looked at Guantong and said anxiously, "Ms. Li, you must not believe that person's words. Believe Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang doesn't know how he did it. I know that you have terminal lung cancer, but a real doctor would never tell a patient such a thing directly." Before the doctor could see that Guantong was already anxious and wanted to come out to chase Zhang Bufang, he continued, "Believe Zhang Bufang. He just wanted to defraud you of your money, so he used some excuse to take out his pulse. You must never trust a liar like this. That's enough. Even if he doesn't lie to Zhang Bufang, how long can Zhang Bufang live with you?" Guantong said impatiently, and then hurriedly chased him out. Seeing this, the man followed closely behind Guantong. "Well," the doctor sighed. "No." Immediately, the doctor's eyes widened. "We can't just let this matter go. If that kind of scumbag who specializes in deceiving cancer patients is not caught, he will continue to harm many families. Zhang Bufang must be responsible for this matter. If you tell the dean, you must find the liar." Zhang Bufang left the hospital but did not go far. Zhang Bufang knew that Guantong would definitely chase him out. Sure enough, she and her man came out soon. However, The way the man looked at Zhang Bufang was a bit unnatural. Okay, let's talk about it when we get back. Zhang Bufang was a little upset by the doctor's quarrel. He waved his hand and said immediately, "Okay, let's go back and talk." The man quickly drove the car out, and on the way home, he called the leader again and told Guantong about today's inspection. The leader was an old subordinate of Guantong's father. When he heard that it was Guantong's matter, he gave the man a long vacation without saying a word, telling him to take good care of Guantong and not worry about the work. Even the car was temporarily lent to him to drive, and he was given paid vacation. Hearing this, the man's heart sank even more. If I lost Guantong as my backer, would I still be as prosperous as I am today? No, you have to figure this out yourself. Return home. The atmosphere suddenly became a lot duller. Until the evening, the whole room was a little depressed. Zhang Bufang had nothing to do, so he went to Zhang Yan's room to rest early. Zhang Yan is much smaller than Zhao Jing. Even though she is a police officer, her bedroom is decorated like a small princess room, which is almost as good as Zhao Jing's bedroom. No wonder the two of them can become good best friends and talk about everything. It seems that they have similar interests. Zhang Bufang briefly looked around in her bedroom. I didn't find anything special, so I went to bed early. I don't know how much time passed, but Zhang Bufang felt a little urgent to urinate. When I got up from bed, it was already dark. Zhang Bufang opened the bedroom door. It was very dark in the hall. Zhang Bufang groped toward the bathroom in a daze, already holding up his pants halfway. And this time, in the bathroom, someone was using the toilet. Guantong sat there without turning on the light. Hearing the sound of walking outside, he thought it was his man Zhang Dagong, so he didn't pay attention. She was still angry with Zhang Dagong in her heart. If it weren't for him, Zhang Bufang wouldn't have offended her. Now it's good. Her illness has been diagnosed. But how can she tell Zhang Bufang to treat her? When he got angry, he was not even allowed to sleep in the bedroom at night. Instead, he was left alone on the sofa to deal with it without even giving him a quilt. It's so late now. It seems that I came to the toilet because I was cold. I deserve it, Guantong thought in his heart. But when Zhang Bufang opened the door and staggered into the bathroom in a daze, Guantong was so frightened that he almost screamed. He quickly covered his mouth with both hands, widened his eyes, and did not dare to make a sound. Come out. Even the feeling of convenience was suppressed. It's not that she didn't want to remind Zhang Bufang. Instead, Zhang Bufang was holding up his pants as soon as he came in. She knew that her man was good at everything, but he was petty. She didn't expect him to do that kind of thing with her in front of Zhang Bufang. But that's because he knew Zhang Bufang couldn't see them. But if he knew that she looked at Zhang Bufang, then he must be crazy. These are two different properties. Guantong was so frightened that she didn't move, fearing that Zhang Bufang would notice her if she made a sound, because she knew that invisible people generally have very good hearing. Now, she was thinking that Zhang Bufang should be here for convenience, so she should wait for Zhang Bufang to finish his convenience and then go out quickly. In this way, as long as you don't say anything and pretend not to know, no one will know. In this way, embarrassment can be avoided. But she forgot that if she didn't get out of the way, how could it be convenient for Zhang Bufang? Zhang Bufang entered the toilet in a daze. Because at home, he did not have the habit of turning on the light when going to the toilet, so he did not turn on the light here. Unexpectedly, this indirectly helped Zhang Bufang. If Zhang Bufang, a blind man, turned on the light when going to the toilet, it would be strange if no one would suspect him. After Zhang Bufang entered, he really didn't notice anyone else inside. Zhang Bufang was extremely sleepy, and his head was very bloated. When he was sleeping just now, he had several dreams in a row, which was so confusing that Zhang Bufang's head almost turned into a pot of porridge. According to the memory of the day, Zhang Bu walked towards the toilet, but, just when Zhang Bufang was about to meet Guantong, Guantong finally realized what she was doing. Now she was sitting on the toilet. If she didn't move away, how could Zhang Bufang go to the toilet? But now if I want to avoid it, it's too late. So when she saw that Zhang Bufang was close enough to touch her, she was so frightened that she tightly covered her mouth and let out a soft cry. It was this soft cry that made Zhang Bufang's whole body tremble, and all sleepiness was scared away by Zhang Bufang. It's over. The toilet is occupied. Zhang Bufang stopped immediately. My whole body was a little stiff. I didn't dare to make any movement. My eyes looked down directly. It's Guantong. Zhang Bufang had a mouthful of saliva in his mouth, but he didn't dare to swallow it. When Zhang Bufang saw her, her eyes widened in horror, and she covered her mouth with both hands, not daring to move. What to do? Zhang Bufang's brain is spinning. Zhang Bufang is a blind man. Zhang Bufang just came to use the toilet. Zhang Bufang couldn't just turn around and go back before going to the toilet. In that case, it would be strange if Guantong didn't doubt him. If she knew that Zhang Bufang was not blind, then think about what happened during the day. In her office, in the car, and when the girls got home. Even what happened in front of Zhangbu when her man came back. If she found out now that Zhang Bufang was not blind, she might be able to kill Zhang Bufang with one shot. Although none of this was intentional by Zhang Bufang, someone still had to listen to Zhang Bufang's explanation. OMG. Zhang Bufang knew better that Zhang Bufang did not have much time to think. Once Zhang Bufang had been standing here without any reaction for a long time, wouldn't she be suspicious? In fact, Zhang Bufang was really wrong. Guantong's mind has already gone blank. It was the first time for her to be blocked in the toilet by a young man like this. What makes her most helpless is that Zhang Bufang is still blind. What made her most helpless was that she couldn't remind Zhang Bufang now, because Zhang Bufang had already pulled up his pants when he came in. Even if she was taking a shower, she could remind Zhang Bufang without thinking. But now it happens to be. At this time, how embarrassing it would be if Zhang Bufang discovered that she was here. Although she is a policeman, at this time, she is like a little woman, without any idea. But that was just what she thought. How could Zhang Bufang know? No way. All we have to do is fight. Zhang Bufang also knows that doing this is a bit too disgusting, but there is nothing he can do about it. If Zhang Bufang doesn't do this, the result will only be even more disgusting, and it will make Zhang Bufang and others unable to stand down. So, Zhang Bufang gritted his teeth and could only pretend that he had not found the distance correctly. He stopped moving forward and lifted it up, which made it easier. I dare not look at Guantong at all. Zhang Bufang didn't know what kind of scene he was seeing now. In short, Guantong would never forget this scene in his life. Zhang Bufang followed the normal procedure, and after finishing his convenience without missing a beat, he picked up his trousers, washed his hands on the side, and then walked out pretending that nothing happened. Brother Ryoko? Zhang Bufang had just come out of the toilet. Suddenly, he heard Zhang Dagong's voice, which made Zhang Bufang tremble with fright. Zhang Bufang took a closer look. Damn. Why is this guy sleeping on the sofa? Then Zhang Bufang was in the toilet just now. He wouldn't have discovered it already, right? Zhang Bufang felt a little timid, but he could only pretend to be calm. Is it my uncle? What's your name, uncle? We often meet outside. From now on, Zhang Bufang will call you brother, and you can just call Zhang Bufang brother. Get closer like this. Come here. Zhang Bufang is over here on the sofa. Zhang Bufang has something to say to you. Zhang Dagong patted the sofa and made room for Zhang Bufang. All right. Zhang Bufang did not refuse. Besides, Zhang Bufang had nothing to be polite to him. Zhang Bufang pretended not to see it and walked towards the sofa. He was still a little worried. He didn't know if she had seen what happened between Zhang Bufang and Guantong just now, and Guantong in the toilet. She had planned just now that as soon as Zhang Bufang came out, and she heard Zhang Bufang close the bedroom door, she would quickly change her clothes, take a shower, and wash herself thoroughly. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhang Bufang went out, he heard Zhang Dagong's voice. She was also so frightened that her face almost turned pale with fright. She and Zhang Bufang were thinking the same thing. If Zhang Dagong discovered what happened just now, it would be all over. With his petty mind, there was no telling what he would do. Moreover, even if he doesn't notice it now, I can't move now. Zhang Bufang was called over just after he came out of the toilet. At this time, if there was any movement in the toilet, he would have discovered it immediately. Don't tell me. You can't even flush the toilet now. The most terrible thing is, Guantong smelled the smell on his body. It seemed that he couldn't take a bath in this bath. He even had to change his clothes. Otherwise, if he accidentally made some noise, it wouldn't be all over. Guantong was blocked in the toilet and almost cried. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let this guy who cost me $1,000 sleep on the sofa in the living room. But now it's too late to regret it. Zhang Bufang came to the sofa. Zhang Dagong forcefully patted the position vacated by Zhang Bufang again, so as to give Zhang Bufang a signal to sit down. Zhang Bufang was not polite and sat down directly. Zhang Bufang knew that at this time, Zhang Bufang became more and more guilty. Brother Liangzi, what happened during the day is all Zhang Bufang's fault. Don't take it personally. Zhang Dagong changed his cold expression during the day and said with a mean smile. How can that be possible? Zhang Bufang responded casually. Fortunately, it seems that it was not because of what happened in the bathroom just now. Zhang Bufang calmed down. That Zhang Dagong was a little embarrassed when he saw that Zhang Bufang's attitude was not very enthusiastic, but he still whispered, Brother Liangzi, what do you think Zhang Bufang's wife looks like? Zhang Bufang frowned. What do you mean? Zhang Bufang came to see a doctor. Does this have anything to do with how she looks? Hey, Zhang Dagong sneered. Zhang Bufang didn't mean anything else. He just asked casually. To be honest, Zhang Bufang saw your reaction when Zhang Bufang and others were doing it in front of you during the day. Zhang Bufang's face turned red. Zhang Bufang was really embarrassed when someone said that kind of thing directly. Seeing that Zhang Bufang didn't speak, Zhang Dagong immediately patted Zhang Bufang on the shoulder. Don't worry, Zhang Bufang won't mind this kind of thing. We are all men, and Zhang Bufang understands. Zhang Dagong mysteriously took out a small iron box from behind the sofa cushion under him. When I opened it, there were 3 cigars inside. He casually ordered one for himself, then with a pained expression on his face, handed one to Zhang Bufang. Brother Liangzi, take one? This is the best product Zhang Bufang and his colleagues brought back from abroad last time. I heard one bottle costs thousands of dollars. Without waiting for Zhang Bufang to refuse, he actually lit the cigar for Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang was also a little curious about what this thing tasted like, so he took it and took a sip. The smoke swirls around in the throat for a few times and then gently blows out. The aroma is pleasant and refreshing. It smells so good. This was Zhang Bufang's first impression of this cigar. For things like cigars, it doesn't matter whether you smoke or not, because cigars don't need to be inhaled into the lungs, but only into the throat and can be spit out. After one sip, Zhang Bufang felt a little addicted, and then took a few more sips. Zhang Dagong on the side had a smile on his face bit by bit. You idiot, you don't know that there are ingredients in this cigarette. Zhang Bufang is usually reluctant to take a sip. You enjoy it now, right? You will enjoy it even more in the future. Zhang Dagong thought. A sharp light flashed in the corner of his eyes. What's going on? He thought Zhang Bufang was blind, so he didn't hide it. But Zhang Bufang found out. Is there something wrong with this cigarette? However, what Zhang Dagong said next directly diverted Zhang Bufang's attention and stopped paying attention to the cigarette. You know, we men love smoking cigars. In fact, women are born to like this thing. Just like your big cigar, Brother Liangzi, I wonder if I can borrow Zhang Bufang's wife to smoke a few puffs. What do you mean? Zhang Bufang felt like there were hairs under his buttocks, and he couldn't sit still. When Dagong speaks, should he be too straightforward? Brother Liangzi, can't you understand what Zhang Bufang means? Zhang Dagong cut off the front end of the cigar and put it back into the cigarette box. What Zhang Bufang means is that we are all men. Zhang Bufang just said it bluntly. Do you want to marry Zhang Bufang's wife? Gulu. Zhang Bufang's face turned red. This was really the first time Zhang Bufang had encountered this kind of thing. Didn't he care about his wife before? He still looked so petty. But why did his attitude towards Zhang Bufang completely change after walking around the hospital? Can he even give up his wife, whom he cares about most? At this time, Guantong in the toilet also had a pale face. Hearing Zhang Dagong's words outside, he almost couldn't hold himself up and collapsed to the ground. The rims of his eyes turned red, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. She never expected it. The man who loves with all his heart is actually this kind of person. He usually treats me with all kinds of love and kindness, but I didn't expect that he would actually want to take the initiative to put me in the mouth of another man. And he is also a young man who is more than 20 years younger than me and as old as his own daughter. Thinking of this, a strong sense of humiliation arose. She really wished she could rush out right now and ask Zhang Dagong in front of him why he did this to her. And Zhang Bufang was extremely embarrassed outside. He didn't know his wife was in the bathroom. But Zhang Bufang knew it. Those words he just said must have been heard by Guantong inside. Thinking of this, Zhang Bufang's heart was jumping even more, fearing that Guantong would not be able to bear it and rush out directly, which would be even more chaotic. Brother Liangzi, looking at you, you must have thought about it, right? Seeing Zhang Bufang not speaking, Zhang Dagong thought Zhang Bufang was shy. So he continued to seduce. To tell you the truth, Zhang Bufang's wife's kung fu is quite good. If you don't try it, you will regret it. Yes, let's do this. Zhang Dagong pondered for a moment. Early tomorrow morning, Zhang Bufang will find an opportunity to let you. Stop. Zhang Bufang quickly raised his hand to stop him. What a joke. Although what he said made Zhang Bufang very tempted, the real master is listening in the toilet right now. You are still studying these with Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang is so stupid. How can Zhang Bufang agree with you? If you have something to say, just tell me. If nothing happens, Zhang Bufang will go to rest first. With that said, Zhang Bufang stood up. In fact, I feel quite sorry in my heart. Don't you really think about it? Zhang Bufang's wife is a female police officer. Police officers have always had a fatal attraction in the hearts of us men, right? Zhang Dagong was not in a hurry and continued. Zhang Bufang ignored him and simply went back to the house. What if Zhang Bufang's daughter is also included? Zhang Dagong said suddenly. Zhang Bufang's feet suddenly stopped, and he swallowed wildly. Zhang Dagong smiled proudly and narrowed his eyes. Well, you must be attracted to a police mother and daughter. Besides, you are sleeping in Zhang Bufang's daughter's bedroom, so the bed still smells of her, right? Zhang Bufang's heart was beating wildly. Zhang Dagong saw that it was almost done, so he finally said, Okay, Zhang Bufang will call you tomorrow morning. After saying that, he fell asleep. Zhang Bufang also quickly returned to the bedroom and closed the door. Zhang Bufang's hand pushing the door was still trembling. In the toilet, Guantong was so distraught that this Dagong was simply inhuman. Not only did he plot against his wife, he even didn't let go of his daughter. He is simply not human. Guantong really wanted to go out to the kitchen and get a knife and chop him directly. But why is this? Guantong couldn't figure it out. Her mind was very confused and she couldn't think about it. She didn't know how much time passed before she heard Zhang Dagong snoring and then walked out of the toilet in a daze. I didn't take a shower, didn't even change into pajamas, I just went to sleep. At night, Zhang Bufang seemed to dream of the crystal lamp again. In Zhang Bufang's dream, she transformed into that girl again. No matter what Zhang Bufang was doing, she would stand beside Zhang Bufang. She didn't speak, but looked at Zhang Bufang with a faint smile. Zhang Bufang did not know that this dream was actually half true and half false. And the reason why the girl incarnated in the crystal lamp followed Zhang Bufang was actually to absorb the power of faith from Zhang Bufang for its main body. Force. The next day, although I had been dreaming all night, I stretched out and didn't feel sleepy at all. Dang dang dang. When Zhang Bufang was getting ready to go to the ground and wanted to go out and wash his face first. However, there was a knock on Zhang Bufang's door. Could it be Zhang Dagong? Zhang Bufang's heart trembled. Only then did I remember what Zhang Dagong said to Zhang Bufang before Zhang Bufang came in last night. Could it be that he had already prepared an opportunity for Zhang Bufang to go to her wife's room and talk to Guan Bufang? Tong. Dang dang dang. Seeing that there was no movement in the room, Zhang Dagong knocked a few more times, and this time, he called softly at the door. Brother Liangzi, are you up? There was no other way, so Zhang Bufang had no choice but to go down to the ground and open the door. Brother Ryoko, you look good. How are you? Did you sleep well last night? I slept well, but you came here so early in the morning. Zhang Bufang asked tentatively. Hey. Zhang Dagong just smiled at Zhang Bufang and did not explain. He just said to Zhang Bufang, You will know after you come with Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang had no reason to refuse and could only follow him. Really, watching him walk into Guantong's room, Zhang Bufang was still hesitating whether to follow or not when he heard Guantong's voice coming from inside. Well, Zhang Bufang really wants to. Zhang Bufang's heart trembled. What is Guantong doing? Why does she make such a sound? Moreover, she must have heard everything Zhang Dagong said to Zhang Bufang on the sofa yesterday, right? Zhang Bufang was a little worried. Okay, honey, Zhang Bufang will be here soon. Zhang Dagong walked towards Guantong while rubbing his hands, deliberately making loud footsteps. Then looked back. Zhang Bufang was still outside the door. He quickly waved to Zhang Bufang to come in. Zhang Bufang was about to take a step forward. Wrong. Zhang Bufang was so frightened that his whole body trembled. This damn Zhang Dagong was actually testing Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang is a blind man. How many times can he wave at Zhang Bufang? I'm so embarrassed. It seems that this Dagong is really sinister. Zhang Bufang didn't move. Zhang Dagong stared at Zhang Bufang for a long time. Finally, he raised the corner of his mouth, shook his head, and walked towards Zhang Bufang again. As he came over, he said to his wife, "Wife, wait a moment, Zhang Dagong. Bufang will be here soon." Zhang Dagong came to Zhang Bufang, whispered in Zhang Bufang's ear, "Brother Liangzi, don't worry, Zhang Bufang is ready. She can't see you." As he said this, he directly pulled Zhang Bufang into Guantong's bedroom, regardless of whether he wanted to or not. Seeing Guantong's current appearance, Zhang Bufang took a deep breath. I saw that Guantong was lying on his back, with his head on the side of the bed. At this time, she was wearing a black eye patch over her eyes, and her head was sticking out of the bed, tilted downward. Looking from Zhang Bufang's side, her little mouth was slightly open, and Zhang Bufang could even see her. "Honey, wait a minute." After the trial just now, Zhang Dagong already believed that Zhang Bufang was really blind. Otherwise, in the situation just now, I'm afraid it was a man, and seeing him waving there, he would have walked in involuntarily. What's more, Guantong also made that kind of sound. As long as you are not stupid, you should be able to guess what that sound means. After Zhang Dagong brought Zhang Bufang in, Zhang Bufang said in vain, motioning Zhang Bufang to stop talking, then pushed Zhang Bufang and stood directly opposite Guantong's face. "Superior." Then he smiled. "Honey, you can do it by yourself today." Guantong did not answer, just hummed softly, but her hand was raised high and grabbed Zhang Bufang. "Gulu." Zhang Bufang swallowed hard. Didn't she hear what Zhang Dagong said yesterday? Did she fall asleep in the toilet? But how is that possible? She was indeed a patient, but she couldn't even go to the toilet and fall asleep. What's more, Zhang Bufang had already noticed the pajamas she was wearing as soon as she came in. It was the same outfit she wore before going to bed at night, and she didn't change at all. On it, you can still see a light yellow watermark, which spreads out a large area of special traces. Although it is not very obvious, it is very similar to the dark flowers on the clothes. But it was made by Zhang Bufang, and Zhang Bufang naturally recognized it at first sight. What on earth was she thinking? Zhang Bufang is now more than half sure that she actually heard what Zhang Dagong said yesterday. Then she must have heard that last sentence. Early this morning, Zhang Dagong will find an opportunity for Zhang Bufang so that Zhang Bufang can talk to her. That is to say, now, she might have guessed that the person standing in front of her was not her husband, but Zhang Bufang. But her hands. Zhang Bufang was a little confused, and Zhang Bufang was in no hurry to think about anything else. Because Guantong has already started. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Dagong asked Zhang Bufang to smoke a cigar last night, what he said that seemed like fantasy to Zhang Bufang came true so quickly. Zhang Bufang was sitting on the sofa, thinking about what happened just now, which was still a bit unreal. How is this possible? Zhang Bufang came to see a doctor, but before he saw the doctor, Guantong said that she went out to buy breakfast. Anyway, she had nothing to do now, and she could also exercise. Wait until she goes out. Zhang Dagong came to Zhang Bu with a mean smile on his face and said, "Brother Liangzi, how are you? Just keep your word." Zhang Bufang did not answer. Zhang Dagong patted Zhang Bufang on the shoulder and sat next to Zhang Bufang. "Don't worry, what I said never fails to count. I won't keep you waiting for Zhang Bufang's daughter. Zhang Bufang will ask her to come back in the next few days." Zhang Bufang frowned. Isn't this Dagong crazy? Why could he do such an unreasonable thing? Even if Zhang Bufang could cure his wife's illness, he wouldn't be so kind to Zhang Bufang that he would even give his wife and children to Zhang Bufang with his own hands. If there's something wrong with you, why don't you just tell me? Zhang Bufang always felt that even if he didn't ask, Zhang Bufang would feel a little unsure. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Zhang Dagong laughed and patted Zhang Bufang on the shoulder. Zhang Bufang just said that Brother Liangzi is blind in his eyes, but not in his heart. He is a sensible person. Zhang Bufang frowned. He was sure that these words were complimentary. However, Zhang Bufang also understood. It seemed that he really had something else to ask Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang just said that because of his wife's illness, he would not bother his wife. Just tell me. Zhang Bufang said a little impatiently. Okay, have fun. Zhang Dagong looked overjoyed. That card that Zhang Bufang gave you. Otherwise, why don't you return it to Zhang Bufang first? Is that all you want for that 500,000? When he mentioned the card, Zhang Bufang asked subconsciously, could it be that his wife and daughter are only worth 500,000? Oh, Zhang Dagong chuckled and said nonchalantly, of course not. I saw him shaking his head. It's only 500,000. How can Zhang Bufang see it in his eyes? To tell you the truth, even if the card is given to you, you won't get a penny, because there is no money in the card now. No money, do you understand? There's no money in the card? Zhang Bufang shook his head. Zhang Bufang really didn't understand. Zhang Dagong seemed to be in a good mood, so he explained to Zhang Bufang, I'm not afraid to tell you that the money in the card was given by Zhang Bufang's father-in-law to Zhang Bufang to buy a car for his family. With that said, Zhang Dagong took out the half of the cigar from last night. After lighting it, he blew out a few puffs of smoke. He didn't even think about it. He just sent Zhang Bufang away with just 500,000. Huh, Zhang Bufang. Bufang wants more money, and one day Zhang Bufang will be able to earn more than him, and then Zhang Bufang will naturally not need him. Zhang Dagong seemed to be saying something that excited him, so he took the initiative to say it without Zhang Bufang asking. So, Zhang Bufang gave all the money to the cash clerk in Zhang Bufang's unit and asked her to help Zhang Bufang. If Bufang manages his finances, it won't take long for Zhang Bufang to become prosperous. Zhang Dagong took a few more puffs of cigarette and still wandered in his daydream. To be honest, Zhang Bufang still doesn't understand. Zhang Bufang shook his head. But, what does this have to do with Zhang Bufang? How can you? Oh, Zhang Dagong sneered and said without any human touch. Of course it has something to do with you. Zhang Bufang's 500,000 can't be turned into more money in a day or two. Before that, Zhang Bufang still needs Guantong and her family's money. Do you understand? So Guantong can't die now. If she dies now, the whole cloth will be ruined. When Zhang Dagong said this, he suddenly became a little nervous. Also, you must not tell Guantong that there is no money on Zhang Bufang's card, you know? This is also a transaction between Zhang Bufang and you. Don't worry, as long as you. If Zhang Bufang can do this, he can naturally do what Zhang Bufang said. Zhang Bufang's daughter is even more interesting than Guantong. Crazy. He is really crazy. Zhang Bufang felt a little frightened when he heard what he said. Trade? Zhang Bufang ba. Zhang Bu just didn't want to have any dirty deals with him. What happened this morning? If Zhang Bufang hadn't known that it was Guantong's voluntary act, Zhang Bufang would not have cooperated with him at all. Zhang Bufang just didn't want to alert the snake and wanted to know what he was going to do. And Zhang Bufang was also very curious about why Guantong did what he did. She clearly knew it was Zhang Bufang, but she still. After a while, Guantong came back. But Zhang Bufang noticed that her face was a little ugly. While eating, Zhang Bufang also noticed that she looked at Zhang Bufang from time to time, which made him feel a little guilty. Wouldn't she realize that Zhang Bufang was not blind? After breakfast, Zhang Dagong hurriedly said that something happened at work and he had to go there. Guantong sent him to the door, but when the door closed, a deep look of loneliness appeared on Guantong's face. She knew that Zhang Dagong was still lying to her. Turning back, little comrade, thank you. Guantong's words made Zhang Bufang stunned. Zhang Bufang said a little embarrassed. Thank you, Zhang Bufang, for what you did. Thank you for not exposing Zhang Bufang. Expose. Zhang Bufang was shocked. Guantong smiled. Don't be nervous, it was all Zhang Bufang's choice. Zhang Bufang knows that it has nothing to do with you. It's all Zhang Dagong, a scumbag. When Guantong mentioned Zhang Dagong, he gritted his teeth. Okay, let's not talk about him for now. Guantong sighed. Little comrade, Zhang Bufang wants to know now, can Zhang Bufang's illness be cured? Please don't lie to Zhang Bufang. Just tell the truth to Zhang Bufang. Seeing that she no longer mentioned what happened earlier in the morning, Zhang Bufang didn't want to mention it again. After all, that incident was really embarrassing. Zhang Bufang nodded and said affirmatively. No problem. Others can't see your illness, but with Zhang Bufang, it's a trivial matter. Real. Guantong's eyes opened a little wider. Zhang Bufang could see that her hope for life was still very urgent. Yes, who doesn't want to live? Zhang Bufang guarantees it. Zhang Bufang patted his chest and assured. Oh, there was another smile on Guantong's face. At this time, I saw her walking to the sofa, touching the seams of the sofa, and then, She actually took out a mobile phone, and Zhangbu looked at the mobile phone. The moment he left the sofa, the screen of the mobile phone turned on, and what was displayed on it was the page of the ongoing call. When I went out in the morning, I actually left a connected mobile phone here. Sudden, Zhang Bufang understood why she did what she did that morning. It seems that she and Zhang Bufang have similar thoughts. They both want to know why Zhang Dagong did this. And look at the calm look on Guantong's face now. I'm afraid she already knows everything. She hung up the phone and hid it back where it was. She didn't know that Zhang Bufang could see it, so she didn't guard against Zhang Bufang. After hiding again, Guantong returned to Zhang Bufang. Little comrade, how should Zhang Bufang's disease be treated? Can Zhang Bufang start now? Do you want to treat it now? Zhang Bufang asked subconsciously. Immediately, Zhang Bufang realized that Zhang Bufang was here to treat his illness. Why did he delay treatment and retire here? His sister-in-law, Tao Zi, and several other women were waiting for Zhang Bufang. Give it to her. After he was cured, Zhang Bufang had to go back quickly. As for her daughter Zhang Yan, in fact, Zhang Bufang didn't pay attention at all. That Zhang Dagong is a scumbag does not mean that Zhang Bufang is a scumbag. If she didn't agree, Zhang Bufang would not do that kind of thing. No problem, it can be cured now. After reacting, Zhang Bufang said affirmatively. Then, how do you want Zhang Bufang to cooperate? Guantong asked actively. Zhang Bufang thought for a while. Although Zhang Bufang could indeed cure it, Zhang Bufang really needed to think carefully about how to cure it. After all, her lung cancer had spread throughout her body. If all were treated with snake medicine, I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough for her to use all the things Zhang Bufang brought. In this case, you should lie on the sofa first. Zhang Bufang needs to test it out and see how to cure it, so that the course of the disease can be shortened and you can be cured as quickly as possible. Good. Guantong didn't have any suspicion, and she wasn't worried that Zhang Bufang was harboring ulterior motives towards her, so she just lay down on the sofa. Zhang Bufang took a stool, sat next to her, took out the snake venom in his arms, mixed some sample medicine, and asked her to drink it. Then, he grabbed her hand and let the cold dragon qi in Zhang Bufang invade into her body bit by bit. Little comrade, Zhang Bufang, what about Zhang Bufang? Moment. Guantong felt that her body seemed to be invaded by countless snakes. There was nothing uncomfortable, but this sudden feeling made her very uncomfortable, and there seemed to be a strange feeling. Plus, she and Zhang Bufang this morning. There is still something lingering in her heart now. Zhang Bufang did not answer her. Instead, she concentrated on guiding those strands of cold dragon qi, carrying the snake medicine that had entered her body, to carry out targeted attacks on the cancer cells in her body. After saving several people with snake venom and poison, Zhang Bufang discovered that his cold dragon qi had actually been improved. In the past, only one cold dragon true qi could be used, but now, Zhang Bufang can actually use several cold dragon true qi at the same time, without any influence on each other. Efficiency has been greatly improved all of a sudden. Zhang Bufang believes that if Zhang Bufang's cold dragon qi is used in attacks, its power will be greatly enhanced. Only, when dealing with the countless cancer cells in her body, Zhang Bufang still couldn't distract herself and had to concentrate. Gradually, sweat began to appear on Zhang Bufang's forehead. Guantong also noticed that Zhang Bufang's face gradually showed a trace of pain. She knew that Zhang Bufang was probably treating her, so she did not disturb Zhang Bufang again. Only, the strange feeling on her body became more and more obvious, making her feel more and more uncontrollable. Zhang Bufang has not noticed her changes yet. Zhang Bufang didn't have time to pay attention to what she was thinking. Several strands of cold dragon qi, under the control of Zhang Bufang, have carried snake medicine and attacked most parts. The first thing Zhang Bufang took care of was his limbs. Because human limbs are also the ends of tissues, Zhang Bufang's plan was to encircle the cancer cells in her body bit by bit from the outside to the inside, and then eliminate them in a targeted manner. Because she had lung cancer, the place with the most cancer cells was naturally in her chest. But Zhang Bufang did not pay attention to this immediately. Because as long as there is one cancer cell in the human body, the cancer cannot be completely cured, so Zhang Bufang is dragging the net to investigate. This was Zhang Bufang's first time treating such a difficult disease. Since he had little experience, he naturally had to be careful. Fortunately, it went very smoothly. And after Zhang Bufang cleaned up the entire surrounding area, Zhang Bufang also concentrated all the cold dragon qi and poured it towards her chest. Guantong was unprepared. Suddenly, he found that the special feeling that was traveling throughout his body suddenly gathered towards him. Guantong snorted softly, and his body suddenly arched up on the sofa. At the same time, her face was slightly red, and she opened her eyes. Looking at Zhang Bufang's face, she bit her lip gently. The little hand held by Zhang Bufang tightened slightly, and her other hand subconsciously reached out to Zhang Bufang. "What are you doing?" Zhang Bufang suddenly stood up from the stool and looked forward in confusion. Zhang Bufang was concentrating on treating Guantong when he suddenly felt something strange coming from his body. Zhang Bufang was so frightened that he quickly opened his eyes. At first glance, only then did Zhang Bu understand what had happened just now, and even felt a little regretful. Why did Zhang Bufang move? Just pretend that he didn't know what he was doing, couldn't he? Looking at Guantong's face turned red, he was slightly panting, and there was even sweat on his neck. It seems that Zhang Bufang's cold dragon qi is causing trouble again. Zhang Bufang didn't know that although Zhang Bufang accidentally invaded Guantong's body with cold dragon qi without letting her prepare in advance. But the reason why she couldn't control it had little to do with this. The most important thing is that in the bottom of her heart, she already had it once this morning. She also wanted to take revenge on her man. Furthermore, from what she overheard on the phone, she had already concluded that her man probably already had another woman outside. Otherwise, he would not be able to treat her like this just because of money. She couldn't figure it out. Why, when he was so kind to him and his family was so kind to him, he still chose to betray this family and himself. Women are the most sensitive. Even if it touches her sensitive nerves even a little bit, it will make her think a lot and think a lot. In addition, Zhang Bufang had just used cold dragon qi to stimulate the snake venom in her body. It seemed like just a treatment, but unexpectedly, under Zhang Bufang's wild imagination, the two were unintentionally combined into one. It also led to, every time a cancer cell was eliminated just now, it was regarded as a separate treatment, because it all happened under Zhang Bufang's active stimulation with cold dragon qi. If Zhang Bufang did not use Han Longjin qi to control it, but just allowed her to drink the medicine and let the medicine react on its own in her body, it would only be treated as a one-time treatment without any external interference from Zhang Bufang. Therefore, unknowingly, Zhang Bufang had already treated her thousands of times, judging from the exercises. That's why Guantong's reaction was so violent. There is no longer any need for time to accumulate. She has now become Zhang Bufang's slave, but she has not realized this yet. I felt Zhang Bufang's violent reaction. Guantong also woke up from the addiction just now. Looking at Zhang Bufang, the blush on his face became even thicker, but she opened her mouth, but not a word came out. The scene suddenly became awkward. "Well, it's so hot today, Zhang Bufang. Go and open the window." With that said, Zhang Bufang walked towards the balcony. Guantong opened his mouth wide. Isn't Zhang Bufang blind? How? She is a police officer, so she will think of things that others won't pay much attention to. Bang! In his nervousness, Zhang Bufang kicked over a flower pot on the ground and stumbled. Guantong was startled and quickly stood up and came to help Zhang Bufang. "Are you okay?" Looking at the kicked-over flower pot, her doubts just now were completely dispelled. People will show their truest selves when they are unprepared. Therefore, when Zhang Bufang kicked over the flower pot in the situation just now, she would not think that Zhang Bufang was so nervous that he did not pay attention to the flower pot on the ground. Instead, she thought that Zhang Bufang had kicked over the flower pot in the situation just now. Instead of acting intentionally, Zhang Bufang is fine. Zhang Bufang didn't think too much. He kicked someone's flower pot and broke it. Zhang Bufang's face turned red, and he felt a little embarrassed. It's okay. Guantong also felt a little guilty because of what happened just now. She didn't know why she was so direct. Even if she wanted to do that and take revenge on her man, she didn't have to. In order to avoid embarrassment, Guantong did not say much, but helped Zhang Bufang to the balcony and opened the window. Then, Zhang Bufang goes to clean up the flower pots. Then she made an excuse and left Zhang Bufang on the balcony while she went in to clean up the flower pots. The window opens. Zhang Bu faced the window and took a deep breath. Ahem. A gust of wind blew outside, carrying pollution that was rarely seen in rural areas. Coupled with Zhang Bufang's nervousness, he suddenly started coughing. His face became even redder from suppressing it. Subconsciously, I turned aside to avoid the smell outside, but I happened to see a girl on the neighbor's balcony who must have been drying freshly washed clothes. Zhang Bufang looked at the past tense. She was facing Zhang Bufang, bending down to pick up the clothes in the basin on the floor. Hearing Zhang Bufang's cough, she also raised her head. In an instant, Zhang Bufang and the others looked at each other. Zhang Bufang was stunned for a moment. Even the cough was suppressed. This girl looks to be in her early 20s, and she is full of youthfulness, especially the cotton vest and shorts, which fully reflect the girl's soft side. As she bent down, her vest also drooped down, and Zhang Bufang's eyes. Oh. As soon as the girl held her chest, she didn't care about drying her clothes, got up and ran back to the house. Zhang Bufang was frozen in place, with a look of embarrassment on his face. What's wrong? Guantong also heard some special sounds and asked casually. Oh no, it's nothing. Zhang Bufang looked embarrassed and didn't know how to explain it. Guantong was in a state of confusion, so he continued to pack the flower pots without thinking too much. But what Zhang Bufang didn't expect was that within a few minutes, someone knocked on the door outside. The sound was a little soft, and it sounded like it was a woman. Zhang Bufang's heart skipped a beat. It was over. It couldn't be her. Come on, come on. Guantong quickly got up and opened the door. Because she knew that when her husband and daughter came back, they would have keys and would never knock on the door. Moreover, the sound did not sound like they were back. Opening the door. Is it you? Guantong didn't expect that it was none other than the newly married daughter-in-law across the street. I remember that her wedding day was exactly half a month ago. On the day I came home, when I went upstairs, I happened to meet her downstairs. Only, Guantong thought to himself. He was not familiar with her. Why did she come here? What's wrong with you? The girl leaned halfway in, first looked at the balcony inside, and when she saw Zhang Bufang, she whispered, Auntie, Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang is your neighbor across the door, and Zhang Bufang just wants to come here. A door. Ah, I know Zhang Bufang. I know you. Welcome. Guantong enthusiastically let her in, found slippers for her, and then let her sit on the sofa. We met last time on your wedding day. You are the new daughter-in-law from across the street, right? Women and women can always chat together quickly. This was the second time they met, and Guantong was extra enthusiastic, holding her hand and talking cordially, just like a relative he hadn't seen for many years. Well, yes, Auntie, don't you live here often? As the girl answered, her eyes kept looking towards Zhang Bufang. Yes, Zhang Bufang works at a rural police station and usually only comes back once a month. Guantong didn't think much and said directly, then patted the back of the girl's hand. Look, Zhang Bufang forgot to prepare fruits. You sit down first, and Zhang Bufang will go and wash some fruits for you. Need not. The girl spoke softly, a little shy, and pulled Guantong's hand. Zhang Bufang doesn't want to eat. Then, as if he had something to say, he paused for a moment, then turned to look at Zhang Bufang. Is he your man? Does he also work with you? He. Guantong covered his mouth and laughed. He is. Before Guantong could finish speaking, she suddenly said, Wait. Then, Guantong's eyes widened, and he didn't mention washing fruits, but asked seriously, What do you mean by what you just said? Have you never seen Zhang Bufang? The girl shook her head. On the day of Zhang Bufang's last wedding, he saw his aunt and learned that you live across from Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang has not seen anyone in your family these days. How could he see your man? Guantong's face became a little ugly. What they said was not behind Zhang Bufang's back. Only then did Zhang Bufang understand why Zhang Dagong did what he did. It seems that he really has a woman outside. If Guantong hadn't come back, he would have had to come back, and he would have been away from home every day. Busy at work? No matter how busy I am, I can't not go home every day. I haven't even seen the opposite door once. I may even think Zhang Bufang is Guantong's man. At the same time, Zhang Bufang also knew why the girl was dressed like that on the balcony just now. It seems that she never thought that there would be anyone in this room. This building is an old building. The balcony, except for the windows, is surrounded by a very high wall. Only the balconies on the two opposite sides are separated by a glass. Therefore, As long as there was no one in the room, she didn't need to worry about being exposed if she dressed as she did just now. For people outside, if you look up, you can only see her from the shoulders up. She can wear whatever she wants, no matter what she wears. But I didn't expect that today I would be shown by a man named Zhang Bufang. It took Guantong a long time to recover, and the smile returned to his face. Okay, let's not mention the man Zhang Bufang. Then he pointed at Zhang Bufang and said, how can he be a man like Zhang Bufang when he is so young? He is the Dr. Zhang Bufang's daughter invited back to Zhang Bufang to treat Zhang Bufang. The girl made a soft sound and glanced at Zhang Bufang secretly. But I was thinking in my heart, Zhang Bufang must have seen it when his face was so red just now. Biting the lips. Her face also flushed slightly. At the same time, he secretly blamed himself for not dressing like that just now. If he had paid more attention, he would not have been seen by Zhang Bufang. However, he cannot see with his eyes, but his medical skills are absolutely top-notch. Guantong hadn't noticed the girl's strangeness yet, and continued to praise Zhang Bufang with a smile. Oh. The girl was stunned for a moment and seemed a little unresponsive. What did you say? Can't he see it? Yes. Guantong agreed while shaking his head. It's a pity that he is so handsome but can't see him. At this time, the girl looked at Zhang Bufang again. She was no longer so evasive. However, she frowned slightly and still expressed her doubts. Then he was on the balcony just now. Zhang Bufang saw that his face was very red. Why? What's going on? Guantong's face turned red. He secretly thought, what else could be going on? It wasn't because he couldn't control himself and used his hands. But how could she say that? She could only say, oh, he has lived in the country. He is used to living in nature when he opens the door. Suddenly he was invited here by Zhang Bufang. Isn't that right? It feels a bit stuffy in this room. I just went there to open the window and get some fresh air. So, you came here because of him? Guantong smiled faintly. I also guessed something. No. The girl's pretty face turned red and she quickly waved her hand. Yesterday afternoon, my parents-in-law were worried about the family and asked me to go back to my hometown in the countryside to take a look. Zhang Bufang's husband also went to work early in the morning. It was not interesting for Zhang Bufang to be alone at home, so I thought, come over here and visit. Guantong looked at her with a smile. I believe you are the one who is ghosts. There must be some reason why you came here. However, it was not easy to ask openly, so the two of them started chatting based on what you said. As we chatted, we felt like we were in rapport with each other. However, Zhang Bufang stood aside, a little embarrassed. Moreover, they were both women. Zhang Bufang couldn't get in the middle of what they were talking about. He was standing on the balcony, either entering the house or staying on the balcony. But while we were chatting, the girl's eyes suddenly turned a little red. Xiaomin, what's wrong? We had a good chat, didn't we? What's wrong with you? Guantong is a careful woman and noticed the girl's changes immediately. Nothing, Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang is just. When we were chatting just now, the girl had already said her name. Her name was Taylor. After hearing Guantong's question, she quickly shook her head, but halfway through her words, she couldn't even control the tears flowing down. You still say it's nothing? What's going on? If you don't treat your aunt as an outsider, you can talk to her about it. If something happens, you can't keep it in your heart. Then you won't be upset. Zhang Bufang. Taylor is a very shy girl. Seeing Guantong say this, she encouraged herself in her heart. But before she could say anything, she hesitated again. How can you say those words to an outsider without making people laugh to death? It's okay. Just treat Zhang Bufang as your aunt. I believe that, aunt. If you have something in your heart, you can't hold it back forever. It will definitely make you feel better if you say it. Judging from your appearance, you must have been wronged in some way. It can't be. Guantong glanced at the door and guessed. It can't be so. Have you suffered any injustice at home? Is it your man? Hearing Guantong mention her man, Taylor's tears fell even more. No need to guess anymore. Guantong knew that he must have guessed correctly. At the same time, I was secretly a little angry. I had only been married for less than half a month, and yet I was so angry with my wife. This kind of man really doesn't know what the value of life is. He also patted Taylor's hand and comforted him. It's okay. Talk to your aunt and see if she can think of something for you. The girl nodded. Maybe she had held it in for too long and had reached the edge of being unable to bear it. Now she finally found someone who could talk. The girl bit her lip and said, They, they said Zhang Bufang is a chicken that can't lay eggs. As she said this, the girl said, wow, threw herself into Guantong's arms, and burst into tears. Guantong comforted the girl's back, but she didn't know how to comfort her. I can only pat her on the back and let her cry out all the tears of grievance. In this way, maybe she will feel better. The girl cried for several minutes. When she stood up, she was still choking, and her whole chest was already wet with tears. Guantong wiped her tears. It's okay, kid. Tell me everything you want to say. I believe it will make you feel better. Maybe I can think of a solution for you. With the interaction just now, the distance between the girl and Guantong has become closer. She really regarded Guantong as her aunt, and she said everything in her heart. Zhang Bufang was also listening. After listening, Zhang Bu finally understood that it seemed that her crying was not unreasonable, and that this family had really gone too far. She and her boyfriend have not known each other for a long time, only more than half a year. They met when they were studying at night university. The girl's family was poor, so she was admitted to college, but she didn't report it because she couldn't afford the tuition. This is also a knot that has always existed in her heart. Over the years, she has been working outside, and she has a younger brother at home. All the money she earned from working, except for necessary food and drink, was sent back home. Some of it is for family living, and more than half is for my younger brother's schooling. Until a year ago, she changed her job and received a higher salary. She also found out that in a situation like hers, she actually had the opportunity to study at night, which would not affect her work during the day and allow her to study at night. And as long as you complete all the studies, you can get a college diploma. From then on, she began to live frugally and saved some money without reducing the amount of money she sent home. Finally, 6 months ago, she got her wish and entered the university campus of her dreams, even though the place where she studied was just a teaching building specially prepared for people like them. It is not on the main campus, but on a branch campus with a not very good environment and a very small area. But she doesn't care about that. In her heart, as long as she can study, go to college, and fulfill the dream she had not fulfilled at the beginning. While in school, she also met a boy who had similar experiences to her and was about the same age as her. Because they had similar experiences, the two quickly had a common language. From the beginning, it was just strangers meeting and saying hello. Later, we went to school together, and even went to have supper together, and became good friends who talked about everything. After learning that the other person's experience was surprisingly similar to his own, the relationship between the two quickly heated up and soon developed into a relationship between a man and a woman, and even, on a rainy night, on the second floor of a small clinic, the boy had sex with her for the first time on the pretext of taking care of her, who was still taking intravenous injections and had a high fever of over 39 degrees. Hearing this, the tears in the girl's eyes increased significantly. Guantong's face wasn't very good either. Zhang Bufang even cursed in his heart, scum. From that day on, the relationship between the two people became natural. No matter where he is, in the wild, on the mountain, or even in the school toilet, the boy has no cover. As long as he has a chance, he will have sex with the girl. And the girl also takes this as a sign that he loves her. Naturally, I responded enthusiastically every time. Finally, half a month ago, the two people entered the palace of marriage. But what the girl didn't expect was that it was fine at first. Although the man didn't give her any gift, he bought them a house in the city. Even if it was bought before marriage, just because her name was not filled in the co-owner column. Even if this house is very old, it cannot be called a community at all. It is the kind of two buildings next to each other, with two buildings next to each other. 30 years old building. But she still felt very happy. At least, she finally had a nest in this city. But from the day she got married, she felt that everything had changed. Wedding night. It should be the happiest day in a person's life. But to her, it was no different than a nightmare. This is not because someone made a fuss in the wedding ceremony too much. On the contrary, the new friends who came here knew how to exercise restraint and knew that this was a city, so they didn't make too much fuss. But the problem happened to be her husband-in-law. Wait until everyone has left. Because the husband's home was in the same situation as hers, it was in a rural area, and it was impossible to go back in the middle of the night, so they stayed together. Although there is no extra room in a one-bedroom house, my parents-in-law said it would be okay to squeeze in on the big sofa they bought outside. At that time, she felt very embarrassed. Besides, it was only for one day anyway, so she didn't think much about it. She didn't want to think that something happened at night. That night almost became a nightmare for her, a shadow in her heart that she could never forget. It was fine at first. The family is very normal. As soon as the guests left, the old couple started to tidy up the house and clean the house, showing the cleanliness of rural people. The girl wanted to help, but the old couple refused to let her go, saying that she was a bride today and there was no reason to ask the bride to clean the room. They also enthusiastically asked her to go to the toilet to wash up and take a shower, and then go to bed early. It can be said, as long as I can think of it, the whole family is dominated by her. At that time, she was very happy. It is said that once a woman gets married, she will no longer have the romance and treatment she experienced when she was passionately in love. But she didn't think so. In her opinion, she was happier after getting married. She didn't refuse the family's kindness and went to the toilet alone with the pajamas she wanted to change into. However, when she was taking a shower, she discovered that the sound of cleaning the house outside seemed to have stopped. Because the sound had always been loud before, she noticed it immediately. But she didn't think much about it and continued taking a bath. Later, after changing into her pajamas, she came out as usual, wiping her wet hair. But when she came out, she discovered something unusual. It's normal to say that the cleaning is done, then go to bed early. It's been a tiring day. But when she opened the bathroom door and came out, she found that her family, the old couple and her husband, were all sitting side by side on the sofa. The eyes of the three people were staring unblinkingly at the open laptop on the coffee table. Next to the computer, there is a long cable plugged out from under the sofa. I don't know what kind of cable it is. Taylor was not surprised by this phenomenon, so she always had this past memory in her mind. Seeing Taylor come out, my husband hurriedly closed the laptop. My husband was also trembling and pulled off the cord next to the computer and then quickly covered it with his hand, thinking that she didn't see it. Taylor didn't think much about it. This house was originally bought by her husband's father-in-law and his family. The house was simply renovated and some furniture added. She did not interfere too much. I thought it was just a network cable, so I said hello and went back to the house. But before she returned to the house, she felt that something was wrong with the way her husband looked at her, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Night. Taylor and Chunjun finally ushered in the first peak of their lives. Although it has been done many times before, for a woman, the bridal night on her wedding day is the most unforgettable. But what she didn't expect was, Taylor said this. There were more tears in his eyes involuntarily. Guantong patted her back and comforted her a few more times before her mood improved. Zhang Bufang, who was still standing aside, had already heard that his eyes were straightened. Is there such a thing? Zhang Bufang swallowed. It seemed that there were more stories about this girl than he imagined. What had happened to her in less than half a month to turn her into someone else? Tortured to this point? After Taylor calmed down, he continued talking. On that wedding night, when she and her husband were at their most intense, she lay on the bed and accidentally discovered a glimmer of light coming from the crack in the door. At that time, her whole body was shocked. I almost lost my arms and fell onto the bed. But her husband behind her grabbed her waist, allowing her to maintain the previous husband. Taylor felt something was wrong and screamed softly. But her husband didn't seem to hear it and became even braver. Taylor didn't want to disturb her husband's interest, so she looked at the crack carefully. The light was not obvious, and the lights in the living room had been turned off long ago. It should be the moonlight scattered outside the window that gave a trace of light. But the door is not closed tightly, but it is certain. Taylor is still thinking about it. Just now, she entered the house first, and her husband came in later. She clearly remembered that she asked him to lock the door, and her husband agreed at that time. But why is this door still open? Could it be that my husband was too impatient and only focused on that matter and didn't notice the door? Think about it. This is very possible. Now that she and her husband have met, it can be said that Taylor knows exactly what kind of person he is. But Taylor looked at the crack in the door, feeling like he had a knot in his heart and could no longer devote himself wholeheartedly to it. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are still outside. If the door is open, a louder sound will come out. It would be terrible if they hear it. If they are curious and come over to take a look. Thinking of this, she no longer dared to think about it anymore. But now go down to the ground and close the door? Taylor turned her head hard and seeing her husband's current appearance, it was obviously impossible. Well, Taylor shook his head and thought he could only forget it. Anyway, my father-in-law and mother-in-law, knowing that today is their wedding night, would probably avoid it and not look inside. But just when Taylor was about to look back, laughing at himself that he shouldn't think too much. But she found that the light at the crack of the door flickered. Not good. There's someone at the door. That was Taylor's first reaction. If there was no one moving there, there would be no such change in light. Who could it be? Taylor's heart suddenly became tense. Husband. Taylor subconsciously called her husband. But there was no response at all. Taylor's heart almost rose to his throat. At this time, the light at the door flickered again. Through the light, she saw the light reflected on the profile of a face. Taylor's eyes widened. It turned out to be. The person standing at the door turned out to be my husband. How could it be? An unparalleled feeling of shame spread throughout his body in an instant. What was he doing standing there? Is it even necessary to think about it? Although Taylor still had the last bit of luck in her heart, the fact was already before her eyes. Her old father-in-law was peeking at her outside the door. OMG. Why? Why would such a ridiculous thing happen to me? All of a sudden, ashamed and embarrassed, when I think of what I did just now under the eyes of my husband, Taylor really wants to find a crack in the ground and crawl in. Husband. At this time, Taylor had no idea and could only turn to her husband for help. Let her expose it on the spot and yell? That would only make her feel even more embarrassed. From now on, I will have no way to live in this home. Taylor turned around hard, faced her husband, and whispered, Husband, go down and close the door. Someone seems to be peeking at the door. How is that possible? Her husband didn't care, but lifted Taylor's legs. Don't spoil the fun. And this time, Taylor clearly heard the sound of fast-moving hands touching the door. Taylor closed his eyes, shameful and angry, until her husband collapsed and fell asleep beside her. Taylor pulled the quilt over, covered his head with the quilt, and sobbed softly. Tears of humiliation and embarrassment flowed down involuntarily. The next day, she deliberately avoids her husband. I also wanted to talk to my husband about what happened last night many times. But her husband didn't give her a chance to talk at all. After breakfast, she hurried to work. As for the rest of the family, everything was as usual. My father-in-law and mother-in-law could not see anything strange. After her husband left, Taylor didn't dare to stay at home alone, so she went to work early. She was in a daze all day. At work, she made several mistakes and was told a few words by her boss, which made her feel very sad. I returned home in a daze. Taylor has a habit of washing her hands first when she gets home, but as soon as you enter the toilet. Yeah, Dad. She didn't see the lights turned on in the toilet, but once she entered, she found that the father-in-law was in there for convenience. Not only did he not turn on the lights, he didn't even lock the door. She yelled. Her husband actually turned around and smiled at her, as if nothing had happened. You're back? Taylor was stunned on the spot. After a few seconds, she realized what she was doing and didn't even bother washing her hands. She was so frightened that she stumbled back to the bedroom, then quickly closed the door and locked it. He grabbed the door lock with trembling hands, tears streaming down his face involuntarily, and his heart was full of grievances. Wait until my husband comes back. Taylor couldn't bear it anymore. While she and her husband were in the bedroom, Taylor complained a few words, but didn't want to. Taylor actually thought very simply. She just wanted her husband to tell her father-in-law that the toilet must be closed when going to the toilet, otherwise it would be very inconvenient. I thought that my husband would understand me, but she didn't expect that all she got in exchange was a merciless scolding. Why are you the only one with so many things to do? Your family is not from a rural area? When did you ever see a rural person turn on the lights and lock the door when they went to their hut? Her husband looked unhappy and spoke very loudly, not caring whether the two old men in the living room outside the door could hear him or not. If you don't want my parents to live here, just say so. Don't think about all these evil things all day long. Then, without changing his clothes, he lay down on the bed and said, Go and cook. I'm already hungry. It's really annoying. I'm tired from going to work. When I get home, I have to listen to you talking about these bastards. Originally, Taylor also wanted to mention, look at the parents-in-law. Didn't they say they would just stay for one night and see when they would go back? As long as they go back, there will be no such things, and the two of them can live their own happy life together. But I heard my husband say this. The words that have already reached your lips can no longer be said. Doesn't that just follow his words? I made up these reasons just to drive my parents-in-law away. Taylor is a sensible girl. It's absolutely impossible for her to do that kind of thing. I can only go to cook with tears of grievance. Later, Taylor didn't mention letting his parents-in-law leave, and who knows, the whole family just didn't mention it either. But what Taylor didn't expect was, there will be more embarrassing things like that in the future. When she was going to the toilet, her father-in-law banged on the door and said she couldn't hold it in any longer. Or when I was helping her serve food, I would always rub my body behind her intentionally or unintentionally. She told her husband that he was angry again, saying that my father was helping you work, but you still had so many things to do, so you could do everything by yourself. Even if you touched him accidentally, what were you afraid of? Taylor endured it. But just a few days ago, a discovery she made her completely explode. That day, my father-in-law and mother-in-law said they couldn't stay upstairs anymore and wanted to go downstairs to get some fresh air. After they went downstairs, Taylor began to tidy up the room. Wait until she packs up the sofa. Then I remembered that on the night of the wedding, didn't I see a network cable here? Why hasn't anyone at home used it in the past few days? She knew that in the city, even this network cable cost a lot of money. Her salary was not much, so she felt a little distressed when she thought of those network fees. I was also curious as to why my family pretended not to use it, so I thought of taking it out and taking a look. But when she knelt on the ground, leaned down, and took out the thread from under the sofa, she was stunned. This is not a network cable at all. It's true that she didn't go to college, but she still recognized that one end of the network cable has a crystal head. But what is this head, and why is it similar to the one on the camera? Her heart skipped a beat. Because the cable was under the sofa and the sofa was very heavy, it was very difficult for a girl to move it. So she simply went back into the house and connected it to her husband's laptop. Want to see what's going on? Wait until she connects to take a look. Taylor's whole body felt like it was struck by lightning. She guessed correctly. This cord was actually connected to a camera, and it was still connected to the bathroom. Looking at the bathroom pictures uploaded on the computer screen, Taylor's whole body began to tremble violently. As soon as I got out of the shower, my husband, father-in-law, and mother-in-law were sitting side by side on the sofa, all staring at the laptop. At that time, it was this cable that was plugged into the interface on the side of the laptop. The tears of humiliation couldn't stop flowing out anymore. Only now did she know what the three of them were doing at that time. It turned out that they were sitting here together, peeking at me taking a shower. Moreover, the most unacceptable thing for her was that her husband was there at the time, and this laptop belonged to her husband. If it weren't for him, how could old farmers like her father-in-law and mother-in-law use it? Hear this. Zhang Fangbu cursed again, scum. But when I looked at Guantong, I didn't see any special expression on her face. Instead, she seemed to be a little excited. What's going on? Could it be that she is very willing to hear this kind of thing? Zhang Fangbu was a little confused, but he didn't think much about it. In fact, Zhang Fangbu had already reacted when he heard about Taylor. But more than anything, Zhang Fangbu still sympathized with her. As she continued to speak, I immediately listened attentively. That day, wait until her husband and parents-in-law come back. Taylor was shameless and no longer concealed it. Instead, he directly exposed the computer and the cable, and then asked the family what was going on. Even in anger, Taylor even talked about why his father-in-law peeked at the door when he was getting married. Who knows? The whole family didn't panic at all when they heard her questioning. My father-in-law and mother-in-law didn't wait to speak. Instead, her husband shrugged and said nonchalantly, I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid you would be embarrassed. Since you already know it, there's no harm in telling you. Then, just listen to him. These are some kind of village rules. He said that the purpose of watching her take a bath was to see if she could give birth to a son. In the village, every new daughter-in-law was the same. So why did she ask? What's so rich about her? Furthermore, it is also a custom in the village to listen to houses at night. They say that everyone is the same, so it's not a big deal. After all, we are all a family. Let's see if we can save some meat. Taylor listened to these words. I was so ashamed that I couldn't refute it. Moreover, that night, when my father-in-law was just listening to the room, the voice he heard was clearly his. But how could she say this as a daughter-in-law? He could only point at the computer again. Okay, then just watch it. Why are you still using a computer? Isn't this all recorded? If others watch it, How can I live? Unexpectedly, her husband sneered again. We just watched it directly with the camera. Where was it recorded? Women have a lot of things to do and don't need a computer to watch it. Can you let us also go into the toilet and watch you take a shower? What if? If you agree, then you can go wash it now and let us watch on the spot. Taylor was left speechless. She was full of grievances, but no one spoke for her. This matter can only be settled in the end. Of course, afterwards, her father-in-law also restrained himself a little, and gradually, she thought that her life could finally change. But one night, she was very tired that day. She went back to the bedroom early and lay on the bed. Others thought she was asleep, so they chatted on the sofa outside the door. Vaguely, Taylor seemed to hear them mentioning themselves. Even though she was so tired that her whole body seemed to fall apart, she still went to the ground and listened secretly at the door. After hearing this, I realized why this family treated me like this. And this reason also made her helpless, ashamed, and even more angry. Just listen. The old couple asked anxiously. How many days have you been married? Why is there still no movement in her belly? The village dog is a douchebag, but she got pregnant after marrying her. If you are lagging behind, let us, an old couple, go back to the village without being laughed at. Her husband seemed to have been asked this question many times and seemed a little impatient. It was because of his impatience that he said casually, I have been sleeping with her for half a year, and there is no movement in my stomach. What are these days? He said this. I heard a sudden silence in the living room. After a long while, I heard my father-in-law's voice, trembling. Then what measures have you taken before? No. Taylor's husband also knew that he had lied and was in a very bad mood, so he simply yelled again. The living room fell silent again. Taylor in the bedroom. But he bit his lip tightly. Her husband was right. They did not take any measures when they did that kind of thing before. However, she did not blame herself at all for not getting pregnant. Just started. Her husband took advantage of her illness and high fever and did it in a daze. I never thought about whether she would get pregnant or not without taking any measures. Then, several times, there was no time to prepare, so no measures were taken. But in a month or two, Taylor was originally worried about whether she would be pregnant. But there was no movement in my stomach at all. Later, she had a second thought, saying that she was not feeling well and wanted to go to the hospital for a physical examination, and asked him to go with her. At that time, the two of them were passionately in love, so of course he was willing. Then, Taylor secretly arranged an examination for him, but without telling him, he also found a deserted place in the hospital and said he wanted to do it here. He was naturally very happy. Later, Taylor took her husband's things for testing, and the result. After the test results came out, it was clearly written on the test sheet that if he wanted to have a baby, it would be impossible in this life. Even if he had an in vitro fertilization, the chance would be almost zero. Taylor originally wanted to let him take a look at the laboratory test sheet. But think about it. He is such a strong person, and if he knew this, he would be hit hard, so he hid it. Anyway, she loved this man, and she was not like those men in the village who thought about marrying a wife. The first thing she thought about was the children. But at that time, her mistake was that although she didn't care, her partner did. Later, no matter where they were doing it, she no longer thought about protective measures. Unexpectedly, her husband's family members brought this up today. In particular, when she heard her father-in-law's words came out in the living room after a while. Why marry a chicken that doesn't lay eggs? In Taylor's heart, not to mention how wronged he was, this was not his fault. So why should he blame it all on himself? Don't worry, it took me several months to get pregnant with Xiaojun, right? Take out your phone and let's take a look. She should be able to give birth to a son with her body, right? At this time, Grandma Taylor's voice also came over. Taylor wiped his tears and felt something was wrong after hearing this. What cell phone? What to look at? Suddenly, she thought of something and rushed out. And several people on the sofa were staring at their father-in-law's cell phone. Seeing Taylor suddenly come out, few of them were prepared. They just thought of hiding the phone, but the sudden sound of water from above made Taylor rush forward like crazy. When she snatched the phone off and looked at the familiar picture on the phone, her vision went dark and she almost fainted. OMG. She held her mobile phone and asked the people in front of her crazily, "Didn't you say you didn't record it? Then what is this?" Taylor's hands were shaking, and his whole body was shaking. And when she inspected it carefully, she swayed and almost fell down. There is more than one video like this above, but there are many paragraphs. In fact, Taylor was very aggrieved about many things. Who should she talk to? Taylor's face turned red, and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to throw his phone away. Okay, if you don't record it, how will we see it? You have a lot to do, so I can just delete these now. Her husband stood up, snatched the mobile phone from her hand, and then watched him click on it a few times. He then held it in front of her and let her take a look. This time, it's the head office. It's just you. Too much to do. Tears of grievance swirled in Taylor's eyes. She never imagined that the man she loved most would treat her like this now. It seems like everything is my fault. The words he said were just unreasonable and just like causing trouble for their family. That day, Taylor didn't refute another word, but went back to the bedroom crying. Later, she discovered that her husband had changed. I no longer care about myself, and even get angry at myself every day. She knew that all this was because she was not pregnant with his child, but did she blame herself? It's not that I can't give birth, it's that he can't give birth. Does it mean that I have to go out and find another man to get pregnant? When Guantong heard this, but she couldn't help but look at Zhang Fangbu. She thought I couldn't see it, but in fact, I happened to take a look. What does she mean by looking at me? Could it be that she was still thinking about letting Zhang Fangbu become the other man in Taylor's words? Oops. At this time, Taylor suddenly stood up. No, I left my mobile phone in the house. Yesterday, my leader reminded me that even if it is a holiday, I must keep my mobile phone with me. If anything happens, I will call you at any time. Guantong hurriedly comforted him. Don't worry. How could such a coincidence happen? Come on, I'll go back with you to take a look. It just so happens that I haven't been to your house yet. With that said, Guantong stood up and pulled Taylor towards the door. Taylor did not refuse and took Guantong home. As soon as she entered the door, Taylor went to get her mobile phone, but she suddenly saw her husband's mobile phone left on the coffee table. She was thinking about sending her husband to work, but as soon as she took it in her hand, the phone rang. When I saw it, it was my father-in-law calling. Taylor is a sensible daughter-in-law. Even if her family treats her like this, she still knows that family is family after all. My father-in-law and mother-in-law returned to their hometown in the countryside today. They called me at this time. Maybe there was something wrong, so I quickly answered the phone. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.